School Figure TV. Revolutionary salute. Revolutionary salute. Like, share, subscribe. Welcome to the House of Revolution. You know I'm your humble host, the Yao Mean of Revolution. We got a World War III alert. The rise of the dragon. And they are preparing for war. Before we get into that, be sure to wipe your feet. That means hit the like button. You in the House of Revolution. Like, share, subscribe, support the platform, y'all. Well, the geopolitical chessboard has a lot going on. China prepares for war to stand with Iran. Let's get into the content.
The United States has raised new concerns about China's fast-growing military activity in space.
China is taking modern warfare to the next level, even beyond the Earth, and we are talking space combat.
China is leveraging emerging technologies and disruptive innovations to enhance its military capabilities.
For decades, space was seen as a neutral zone, a frontier of exploration and science. But that illusion is gone, because now satellites are no longer untouchable, they're targets. Welcome back to Race to Space, your channel for decoding the next era of warfare. And today, we're not talking about the wars of tomorrow. We're talking about the war that's already preparing to unfold silently above our heads. This isn't theory. This is China's real-world investment in anti-satellite warfare, also known as ASAT. These are not symbolic gestures. These are operational platforms, tested and ready. Systems like the SC-19 missile, which has already proven its ability to destroy satellites in low Earth orbit, and newer iterations with longer range, faster speeds, and higher accuracy. Imagine this. In the opening minutes of a major conflict, a single hypersonic missile arcs silently into orbit. It doesn't target a city, it doesn't hit a base, it slams into a US satellite, maybe one responsible for nuclear command and control, or perhaps the one coordinating an entire fleet in the Indo-Pacific. One blink, one flash, one lost signal, and the entire command chain fractures. Because this isn't just an attack on hardware, it's an attack on the nervous system of the United States military. And if more satellites follow, GPS, comms, surveillance, then within minutes, the world's most advanced fighting force could be blinded, deafened, and paralyzed. This is no longer about space as a support function. Space is now the front line. So buckle in, because in today's episode, we expose how China is planning to win a war before it even begins, by pulling the plug on the sky itself. Every time a US drone pinpoints a target in Afghanistan, every time a warship fires a Tomahawk, every time a stealth jet flies silently across enemy skies, it all traces back to one thing: satellites. More than 31 GPS birds circle above us, feeding global precision strike capabilities. Spy satellites map enemy movements. Communication satellites relay commands across continents. Early warning satellites detect missile launches in real time. In essence, satellites are America's battlefield brain. Now imagine this. In the opening seconds of a war, China fires. Not at a carrier, not at a base, but straight into orbit. One missile, one satellite, gone. And with it, hundreds of precision weapons now fly blind. Anti-satellite, or ASAT, missiles aren't new. The US tested one as early as 1985. But China, they've taken it to the next level. In 2007, China shocked the world by blowing up one of its own satellites at over 800 kilometers altitude. The resulting debris cloud alarmed every space agency on Earth. But it wasn't just a test, it was a message. We can do this to your satellites too. Since then, China has accelerated testing. There are now ground-based missiles that can reach into low Earth orbit, co-orbital drones capable of shadowing and attacking satellites, and even directed energy weapons rumored to blind or fry sensors from the ground. These aren't theories. They're real, and they're operational. In fact, top Pentagon officials recently admitted China is developing capabilities to attack US satellites with both kinetic and non-kinetic means. They can dazzle, they can jam, they can destroy. Let's simulate a war. It's 2 a.m. in the Pacific, Tensions flare over Taiwan. China knows that the U.S. response depends on fast coordination, GPS-guided munitions, satellite-based communications, real-time surveillance. So instead of attacking a base, China attacks the sky. First wave, a DF-21D rocket screams upward, targeting a U.S. surveillance satellite over the Pacific. Second wave, ground-based lasers in Xinjiang, blind key infrared early warning satellites. Third wave, co-orbital drones launched from hidden space planes, creeping up on America's most critical GPS satellites. Within minutes, a third of the U.S. satellite constellation is compromised. Back on Earth, confusion spreads like wildfire. Drones lose signal, ships miscalculate positions, missiles veer off course, commanders can't communicate. The U.S. military becomes a modern army fighting in the dark. Here's the terrifying part. China doesn't need to destroy everything, just enough to cause doubt, confusion, delay. Because modern warfare depends on speed, and when you can't see, you can't strike. Meanwhile, China isn't blind. They've built their own satellite system, Beidou, designed to rival GPS with greater precision over Asia-Pacific. It's encrypted, hardened, redundant. And even if their satellites are hit, China's military principles is already adapting with terrestrial backup systems, quantum navigation, inertial guidance, ground-based command networks. America, by contrast, has put almost everything in orbit without a serious fallback. Still think this is just about missiles? Think again. America's GPS isn't just military. It powers banking transactions, stock markets, civil aviation, shipping logistics, cell tower timing. Take out the satellites, and it's not just jets falling from the sky. It's an entire global digital civilization starting to break down. Think about that. Your Uber stops working. Your bank can't verify your card. Cargo ships drift aimlessly in the Pacific. The New York Stock Exchange misses a beat, or 10. That's the true power of anti-satellite warfare. It's not just about defeating an enemy. It's about unplugging an entire country. Now the main question arises. Is the U.S. prepared? The short answer? The U.S. Space Force has begun preparing for space war, but their readiness is still developing. While there are efforts to launch resilient satellite constellations, like Starlink-style swarms, those are years from full military use. Current satellites, big, expensive, vulnerable. Worse, the U.S. hasn't deployed serious terrestrial alternatives to GPS. China has. Russia has GLONASS. Europe has Galileo. America? It's still betting on the same fragile system it launched in the 90s. So if the lights go out in space, America might be the last to recover. Here's what makes this all so chilling. Anti-satellite warfare is invisible. There are no explosions in Times Square, no screaming jets, no cities burning, just silent flashes of light in the void. And suddenly the world changes. The military ideology America relied on since Desert Storm, gone. The satellite supremacy it wielded over Iraq, Serbia, and Afghanistan, vaporized. Now the skies don't belong to anyone. They're contested. And in that chaos, China gains time, space, surprise. That's how you win a modern war without ever firing on a soldier. You turn out the lights and watch your enemy trip. Thanks for watching Race to Space, where we decode the battles of tomorrow today. If this episode rewired how you think about satellites,
Memorial for Fallen Special Operations Forces is here in Tampa at MacDill. The goal of this, the Revision Kinetic Operations Suit.
It's not just the Air Force anymore that is using unmanned aerial vehicles or drones. It is also ground forces at every echelon have different types of drones.
China's military has undergone profound changes in the past decade with upgrades to both equipment and weaponry.
Forget everything you know about traditional soldiers. The era of boots, bullets, and binoculars is being replaced by sensors, satellites, and synchronized combat networks. In China, the soldier of tomorrow is already taking shape today. And he doesn't just carry a rifle, he carries an entire battlefield in his helmet. Imagine a soldier, not just armed with a rifle, but with data, not just trained for combat, but plugged into a network that sees, hears, and predicts every move on the battlefield. This isn't the plot of your latest action movie. This is China's new military reality. Welcome back to Race to Space, where technology meets warfare and the future always comes armed. Today, we will be diving deep into the PLA's Digital Soldier Program, a transformation that's turning ordinary foot soldiers into intelligent, AI-linked, real-time data harvesting, target-destroying command units. While most armies are struggling to catch up with tech integration, China is surging ahead, building the backbone of a military force designed for total information dominance. Let's start with what this actually looks like on the battlefield. China's digital soldier isn't just a person with better boots or a new helmet. He's a node in a living, breathing combat network. On his head, a smart helmet loaded with sensors, night vision, and a heads-up display HUD visor. In his hands, a touch-screen tablet that gives him real-time updates on enemy movements, drone feeds, and battlefield layouts. He wears biometric monitors that track heart rate, stress levels, and fatigue. His radio isn't just a walkie-talkie, it's a gateway into a live, AI-powered command system. Now multiply him. A whole unit of these soldiers doesn't move like individuals. They move like a single entity, guided by information, synced like a machine. At the core of this system is battlefield data fusion. Every soldier feeds data into a centralized system. That system, powered by AI and machine learning, analyzes battlefield conditions in real time. Is there incoming artillery? A drone detects it first. Is there movement behind a wall? Sensors pick it up and send it to the HUDs. The squad leader sees it. He taps a target. Instantly, every soldier gets the same feed, the same map, the same orders. Reaction time, cut in half. Enemy ambush, spotted before it happens. Casualty risk, dramatically reduced. The soldier isn't just operating on the battlefield anymore. He is the battlefield. This is why it is safe to say that China is digitalizing the human element in warfare. Most importantly, this isn't about replacing soldiers. In fact, this is about truly enhancing them and utilizing their maximum potential on the battlefield. China's PLA understands that the most unpredictable, adaptable weapon in war is still the human mind. But that mind, when connected to live satellite feeds, tactical AI predictions, and drone swarms, that's something else entirely. These digital kits include smart helmets with night vision and digital overlays, biometric sensors that alert medics or commanders if a soldier is wounded, wrist-worn control panels linked to drones, AR glasses that highlight enemy positions or friendly units, integrated comms gear connected directly to AI-powered command centers. The result is a soldier who never feels alone in combat. Every decision he makes is informed. Every move is calculated. Every bullet is guided by information. Now picture this. A Chinese Special Forces squad enters a dense urban war zone. Enemy snipers, tight alleyways, traps everywhere. But these aren't regular troops. They're digitized. One of the most terrifying elements of China's digital infantry is how well it works with autonomous drones. While U.S. forces are still learning to adapt to drone warfare, China is fusing man and machine on the battlefield. Each soldier can directly interface with loitering munitions, surveillance drones, or micro-quadcopters. They scout, they strike, and the soldier doesn't need to touch a joystick, just his HUD. A target is marked. A drone strikes. Seconds, not minutes. This tight loop of identification to elimination is what gives China's military a decisive speed advantage. But it's not just about soldiers and drones. The backbone of this system is the real-time tactical network. Each foot soldier becomes a sensor. Each squad becomes a data hub. Each operation becomes a coordinated strike planned by humans, fine-tuned by algorithms, and executed by machines. High-speed encrypted comms ensure data flows smoothly from front lines to mobile command vehicles to air support, all without jamming or delay. This isn't a top-down command. This is distributed combat leadership, where even a squad leader on the ground can access strategic-level intel and respond with lethal precision. Now let's talk about fear. The US has long prided itself on high-tech troops, but even Pentagon analysts admit they didn't see China moving this fast. US infantry still relies heavily on traditional comms and eyes-on targeting in many operations. Yes, they have night vision, body armor, and comms, but not like this. Not a full integrated real-time system that turns foot soldiers into AI-linked battlefield managers. The PLA has already tested these systems in multiple terrains, from the Tibetan Plateau to simulated urban environments. In high-altitude areas like the Himalayas, where traditional equipment fails, China's digital kits perform flawlessly. Troops remain connected, aware, and coordinated even across jagged mountain ranges and valleys. In cities, the program becomes even more dangerous. Facial recognition, AI-guided patrols, instant data sharing from cameras, drones, and public feeds. It's total awareness, and it's already in motion. And then there's the psychological warfare aspect. Imagine being an enemy soldier. You're watching a building. Suddenly, a Chinese unit materializes from nowhere, moving in perfect formation, knowing your location before you knew theirs. You fire, they vanish. You try to flank. They're already behind you. It's demoralizing, it's terrifying, and it's intentional. China isn't just trying to outgun enemies, it's trying to outthink and outperform them before they even realize the battle's begun. At the heart of this evolution is AI. China's battlefield AI isn't some glorified suggestion engine. It's making real-time decisions, analyzing thousands of data points, and recommending strike points faster than any human commander. This is the new war, decision speed. And China's decision loop, sense, process, act, is tighter, faster, and deadlier. China's military academies have already adapted. New recruits aren't just learning weapons handling and tactics. They're being trained in network management, digital interfaces, cyber warfare, and drone operations. Soldiers are now required to understand battlefield information flow the same way a software engineer understands systems architecture. And it's working. China isn't just producing more troops, it's producing smarter, faster, deadlier warriors who know how to use tech like a second skin. So where does this go next? We're already seeing research into neural interface systems. Think helmets that read brainwaves to control drones, gesture-based commands, real-time foreign language translation during joint operations, even portable battlefield cloud computing nodes that allow soldiers to plug in AI wherever they are. The PLA's goal is clear: total battle space awareness, machine speed reaction, minimal human error, maximum lethality. Thanks for watching Race to Space. Like, share, and subscribe if this blew your mind.
Didn't work, meaning, and there are some three key points I'm going to address later on as part of this analysis. Suffice it to ask right now the key question: how will this upgrade in the military hardware for Iran change the equation on the ground? Because we can't ignore this question. It certainly will. And the second question is, what will Israel do now? It's because it became clear as to air defense shield didn't work, meaning Israel's, that is, the Iron Dome and so forth. It didn't work. So, but now with Iran acquiring this new technology, and I have images and pictures for you regarding this Chinese systems and so forth. So, and here is the thing: there is that the Iranian deputy commander of operations. Of course, couldn't find his picture, and I can see why they're not gonna put his picture. But his name is Mahmoud Mousavi. So he was the one that announced, it's coming from him directly, that Iran has officially replaced the defense air defense system. Of course, as you know, it was damaged during the military confrontation with Israel, and Israel targeted specifically the air defense system. So now, there, of course, Mousavi, the Iranian army deputy commander, he doesn't have to hide or doesn't have to sugarcoat it. He did say openly and publicly that the Iran's defense system were damaged. Yeah, and as I'm going to share word for word with you. Here is what he said. Let me get this quote here. So, some of our air defense systems were damaged, and we cannot hide this. But our colleagues used domestic resources and replaced them with alternative systems that were already prepared to maintain airspace security. End of quote. Now, I will challenge the last part of the sentence. I'm not saying he's lying, but I'm going to challenge one aspect of it. And this one has to do when he said replace with the alternative system. Yes, you could have an alternative system in place just in case. But to me, it's kind of when I put the two and two together and figure, okay, if you are acquiring the Chinese SAM or surface-to-air missiles, you're going to need to have the batteries that go with it, along with the air defense system that can work with this. And again, I'm not saying it's lying. It's just that's my own interpretation. And please, if any of you has a different take on this, please share it with the community. So, and here's the thing: as I said, it was mentioned that during the Israel attack on Iran, they destroyed the air defense system. So, suffice it to say, and this is where I found it very interesting, because I read through the entire report that he issued, that the agency that reported this inside Iran, did not indicate that any foreign air defense system has been imported in recent weeks. And that leaves a lot of interpretation to that. So suffice it to say, we need just to keep that in mind. And I want you to keep in mind that this air defense systems that's been implemented, that change now the equation regarding what lies ahead moving forward. So this is what I'm saying. Israel might not disclose this, but it is on alert, given now the surface-to-air missiles have been already put into operations. So that's just a fait accompli, as we say. So I also had a chance to read an article by Sean Matthew. Sean Matthew is a journalist with the Middle East Eye. It's a good publication. I read some stuff from them, especially pertaining to geopolitics, when they address this kind of issues. And this particular article had to do with the Chinese surface-to-air missile batteries that Iran weekly acquired. And so the reason they acquired this, of course, it has to rebuild its defensive capabilities, which was destroyed by Israel. So, of course, when I say destroyed by Israel, of course, with the support of Azerbaijan, believe it or not, as small as Azerbaijan might be. And again, I am preparing. I've been sitting on one particular analysis regarding this country. Didn't want to release it yet. I will release it in due time. But you will be shocked and surprised to find out the role that Azerbaijan played in facilitating Israel's attack on the Iran defense system. Now, the delivery of this surface-to-air missiles, of course, happened specifically. There is a time frame when this happened, and this happened right after, between that time of right after the ceasefire was announced, well, the ceasefire wasn't like sort of 100%, if we may use the term. So, and this is where when Iran was struck on June 24th, right after that one, it was an announcement by an Arab official who wants to remain anonymous. And I can guess here, because remember, most of the Arab leaders will do the bidding for the United States. There is no mystery about it. There is the reason why this individual, the official, I don't claim to know who that is, but if I am to guess, given my professional background in dealing with those countries in the Middle East, I will know exactly which country to point to. Suffice it to say for now is that this Arab official who was familiar with this intelligence, as I said, spoke on the condition of anonymity, because he wasn't authorized or she wasn't authorized to discuss. Of course, we go with he most of the time, because in the Arab culture, you still have the male dominant. Was not authorized to discuss this sensitive intelligence. So, and what he said basically was that Iran went immediately into ensuring access to backup and reinforce its air defense systems. And interesting enough is that at the same time, the White House was informed about this. And that, to me, makes the point as to why this Arab country would have to announce this without disclosing, because they have to feed the information to the White House. Remember, during just around that time, prior to the attack by Israel, who went to Iran? It was none other than the defense minister of Saudi Arabia. Do you think he wanted to talk about Saudis? No. He was on a fishing mission, if I may use the term. It would be a mistake to trust the Saudis. That's just the way I again, based on my experience working in the country, Saudi Arabia, that is, and in the region. The one thing that was not disclosed, of course, not by only the Iranian, but even by this official, the Arab official, is that he didn't disclose how many surface-to-air missiles Iran received from China. It's not a secret now that they did receive these systems from China. It's nothing secret about it. So, and this is why even the director of operations of the naval operations of Iran sort of confirmed that particular information. But if you only understand how this works, why China went ahead with this, it's no brainer, because China rather imports massive amount of oil from Iran. So, given that China is the largest importer of Iranian oil, and that is why it's very, very important to understand these particular aspects of itself. Now, what does it say about the relationship between China and Iran? And I'm going to get into the Russia side of the arguments into all this. So, as I mentioned, because China imports so massive amount of energy, oil from Iran, it makes perfect sense to deepen this relationship, which, by the way, it goes way back. I remember, if I am to recall, one particular meeting between Mr. Wang Yi. Let me see if I have a picture. I don't have the picture here. It was when Iran and China signed the strategic partnership agreement, and among this was one of the requests by Iran to get a hold of the Chinese weapons. And at that time, China didn't move forward with it. Back then, we're going way back a few years. So, and this is why when you think about how this relationship is going to move forward, the deepening of this relationship, it's because at the same time, when you see China and Iran deepening their relationship, Russia appears to be keeping slighter distance. And that's begs the question as to why. Well, now it's almost becoming clear as to why Russia is backing down from providing advanced systems to Iran. It's because when you look at who is in Israel, a lot of Russian-speaking Jews. And that's where puts Moscow in a limbo as to whether to go ahead and provide those advanced weapons to Iran, because Iran won't hesitate. And I'm going to be sharing with you the massive devastations that Iran caused in Hifa for the oil refinery as we move forward. And that becomes clear. I know at the beginning, a lot of people didn't understand what the heck Russia is doing, not supporting Iran in a time of need. Now you have your answer. Because also Russia has to calculate about its Jewish population inside Israel. Well, that's kind of, okay, which side are you in, Russia? No. And this is what compelled or convinced Iran, you know what? We're not going to be holding our breath on the Russians. We're going to move forward with the Chinese. And that is the reason why he moved regarding China. I remember when I wrote my Iran book, and I'm going to share an excerpt with you regarding these deepening relations between Iran and China. I wrote the following. Regarding China, observers have noticed in recent years its increased economic, military, and political footprints in the Middle East, meaning China, that is. The pursuit stems from two main reasons. One, China's need for access to energy sources, mainly in Saudi Arabia and Iran, given its proximity, especially when it comes down to Iran, its proximity to the Caspian Sea. And of course, two is China's economic involvement in the region, or West Asia, that is, facilitates expansion of its political sphere of influence. As a result, projecting to the region the perception of its ability, meaning China's ability to challenge American leadership in the region, not to replace it, but not for that. So one may fairly state that the West, including the United States, did not expect China to be where it is today, economically, politically, and diplomatically. Former U.S. Treasury Secretary Henry Paulson stated, and I quote here, 40 years ago, most Americans wouldn't have imagined owing China one red cent. Now it is the U.S. biggest creditor, owing just under $1.3 trillion of our government's debt. It's enough to make the head spin, or for Americans to wonder how the world got turned upside down so fast. This is what I argued back then, just to put this in perspective for you to understand why Iran made the decision now to move forward regarding its armament. So, of course, as we know, Israel at the time had some sort of air superiority. We're not denying this, given that the weapons we are providing it, including the F-35s and so forth. So, and that is why Israel was able to destroy Iran's ballistic missile launch pads. Not all of them, of course. Here is another truth that a lot of people do not know, is that what Iran used, all the missiles it used and all that stuff at the beginning, those are the old systems that it has in old stockpile, in its own stockpile. And they wanted to use those first to see, first of all, what the response of the Israeli air defense, to see what the reaction is going to be. And it became clear to them, if they were able to enter or break through the Iron Dome with the old system, can you imagine what they're going to do with the new ones? And despite what Iran experienced as far as the targeting of its and the assassination of its generals and scientists and so forth, it was able to endure those strikes. However, it was also able to fire its missiles inside Israel. And that's exactly decimating several sensitive sites in both Tel Aviv and Haifa before the ceasefire took place. And that is why, if you remember last time, I don't know if I have still have the picture of the, yes, I do, the port. This is the Iliad port was shut down completely. So it's because of those airstrikes by Iran. Well, let me share with you quickly here before I move into the types of missiles and so forth. Israel, and now the investigation has been released by none other than Israel's Bazan Group. Bazan Group is the one that conducted this investigation. $200 million in losses from Iran's attack on Israel Hifa refinery, just the refinery by itself. And this report, by the way, was released only 2 or 3 days ago. So, and that the damage, this $200 million loss, was due to the damage caused by the Iranian missiles that attacked the Haifa Bay refinery and its subsidies, all of them, which is, as I said, that was estimated at about between 150 to 200 million dollars. And this is why this particular company, the refinery, has sort of informed the Tel Aviv's stock exchange that it's already received. I think they just wanted to calm the nerves of the investors. I don't see where that money is going to come from unless you know where it's going to come from. As a matter of fact, it was a legislation that just passed in the US 2 days ago in Congress about allocating another $500 million to Israel. And guess how many members of Congress voted for that? 426 of them. Yeah, it's, you know, when you say enough is enough, you know, I mean, if you only know, you know, there is free healthcare in Israel. There's free education in Israel. So we don't have that here. And I kind of question the judgments of the government. That's why our government is damn corrupted. And to those who say, I only criticize other countries, I am saying it here on the record. Our government in Washington is damn corrupted. Simple as that. So when you have this company stating that, oh, it's received about $48 million, I'm sorry, 48 million US dollars to begin repairing part of the damage and so forth, it's all about hypes. There is nothing sure about that one because the devastation was massive. My point in this, guys, is just when you look at now the mayor of Haifa himself, Yonah Yahab, he's the one who's calling on the removal of the entire facilities from his area. He didn't want them there. And you know why? Because he argued, and I quote for you here, this is an unparalleled recklessness. Bazan poses a clear and direct danger to the residents of Haifa. The facility must be relocated in accordance with the government's decision. The residents will not remain hostage to reckless populist decisions, end of quote. Because Haifa has become a target. Like I said earlier, Tel Aviv, Ben Gurion, all the landmarks inside Israel. And remember what I said earlier, Iran was using its old type of missiles. It started towards the end, deploying some of its advanced systems. But before these systems, by the way, here, and I found out that this can reach even Europe, which, by the way, we're going to be talking about that as part of this conversation. So when you think about, was Iran just testing the waters with those missiles? I think so. And it became clear to them what's need to be done. Now they acquired the Chinese air-to-surface missiles. The equation now has changed. This is the way I see it. So, and that is what's important to understand in this conversation.
Liking this video so far? Don't just be a watcher. Go ahead and hit the like, share, and subscribe button. And don't forget to tap the bell so you will not miss any of my videos or live streams. This way, you will be supporting a channel that stands for the truth and objective reporting. The choice is yours. Thanks for your support.
And yes, I do appreciate your support, guys. I would greatly appreciate it if you are new here to subscribe to the channel. So. Now, let's talk about the Chinese SAM, or surface-to-air missiles. Very, very important. And what's important about this? I'm going to show you a picture of an old system here. This is the SY-1 system. That was way back. So why is this important to understand? Because you have to go back. Pardon me, let me take a sip of water here. You have to go back to the late 80s. Why 80s? Because that's where the war between Iran and Iraq took place, right? And Iran at that time received the HY-2 Silkworm cruise missiles from China. And it was received it indirectly through a third party. And that third party was none other than North Korea. Yeah, as you know, it's not a secret. At that time, it wasn't disclosed. But North Korea, you know, is a client of China. So now, of course, at that time, Iran used this missile to this stroke, if I recall, if my memory serves me well, stroke a U.S. flagged oil tanker during the so-called, at that time it was the tanker wars, you know. And in 2010, yeah, Iran received an upgrade of a different kind. It's the HQ-9 anti-aircraft missile from China. My point is that the delivery of China's missile, surface-to-air missile recently is nothing new. So to those who've been arguing, oh, China is part of the firing against Israel, whatever. No, it's not. It never was. And I know in the West they were saying this because they wanted to pull China into the conflict. The deal has been agreed between Iran and China from way back. And even at that time, and still recently, the Iranians were using the Russian S-300 missile systems, which is usually, as you know, are capable of engaging aircrafts in addition to unmanned aerial vehicles. It could also be argued that they could also provide some cruise, that the Russians provide some cruise and ballistic missiles defense capability. But it became clear in time of need, Russia didn't step in. Because that's when you find out when it matters, not after the facts. So, but again, as I mentioned to you earlier, you know now why Russia didn't do it, because of the Russian Jews living inside Israel. So maybe Russia should have asked them leave the country if you want to save your life. That is. Now, here is what's interesting about the Chinese systems here, especially the HQ-9. What's important about it? You got two other countries that already purchased some of this. Can you name which two countries? I'm going to show you a picture to just trigger your memory. So let me see in the chat box, guys. Which two countries? If you happen to know, you know, it's not a big deal. Oh, Joker, you got it. That's one. You got it. Pakistan, what's the other? The other country, you guys got it. Abdullah Farouk, you got it. Taiwan still, you got it. Not Myanmar, even though Myanmar received, or old Burma that is, received some Chinese systems. Not North Korea. It's an Arab country. It's an Arab country. Egypt, you got it. Earl, you got it. I know you guys, you will know this. I know you will know it. You will know it. So the two countries were Egypt and Pakistan. And that is why when you look at the visit by the defense minister of Egypt into China. What was that for? It's because they want to now move with the J-10 fighter jets. So, and this brings me now to talk about the 3 key points in this analysis that I wanted to provide you with. So now we'll start, as I mentioned earlier, with Europe. So I'm going to talk about 3 key points. So Iran engagement with Europe. The second one is China's weapons. The third one is the Egyptian president meeting with Corella. He's the general commanding officer of the Central Command. All this within this context. So let's start first with the Iran engagements with Europe, which I believe, I think I have a picture for you here. I hope I did. No, I didn't. My apologies. So anyway, I didn't. It will be a mistake, in my opinion. It's because as of this morning, and I'm providing you information that I just received this morning, is that Iran is accusing 3 countries in Europe, Britain, France, and Germany, of failing to respect the 2015 nuclear agreement. After the 3 countries, you know what they did? They threatened to reimpose sanctions on Iran over its nuclear program. So that begs the logical question, why the heck, why on earth will Iran even consider entering into negotiations with Europeans? That becomes, that becomes on Iran. So, and this is why now the Iranian foreign minister threatened the 3 countries with deprivation from any future talks if they activate what's called the trigger mechanisms. This one is they can reimpose the snap sanctions again on Iran. Why would you even give them the opportunity to consider this? Move on with what you need to do. If I were advising the Iranian government, and I'll say, put these negotiations aside for now. Focus about strengthening your air defenses. Upgrade your missile technology. Acquire a new technology from China. That's what I will advise for. Forget about negotiating with the West. It's a waste of time because at the end, the West is not going to agree. So, and the Europeans made it clear, they have the intentions of reimposing all UN sanctions on Iran if it doesn't reach an agreement, which means they are forcing Iran into agreeing to the negotiation, agreeing to whatever they decide on. And that doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever. And this is even Germany, its chancellor, another bonehead, but it wasn't the chancellor, it was the foreign minister. I'm sorry, the foreign minister that stated that Germany, France, and Britain are continuing their intensive efforts to find the permanent diplomatic solutions. Well, if you are trying, what are you threatening this reimposition of sanctions? That's just not a way of doing business. And speaking of the German chancellor, another bonehead, and I shared this with the community, you all remember what I posted there. And I find it fascinating. It's fascinating, not in a good way, fascinating in a bad way. What's wrong with the Western leaders and what's wrong with Western voters? They keep voting idiots to the office. So here is what the German chancellor said. And what I shared with the community. And he did say that he thanks Israel for its dirty deeds. Yeah, this is what he said during an interview with ZDF television on the sideline of the G7 summit that took place in Canada. Here is what he said, word for word. And I quote, Israel is doing dirty work for all of us. All I can say is that I have deep respect for the Israeli military and the leadership of the Israeli state who has the courage to do this. End of quote. And that's why, to me, when I put this for the community, I was like, it looks to me that Germany just replaced a bonehead with another. I just couldn't fathom. I mean, we have the same here. I'm not criticizing just Germany. We have an idiot here in the White House. We have corrupted members of Congress. Remember, 426 of them voted in support of allocating an extra $500 million to Israel. You know, I mean, come on. Let's be realistic. It's our tax dollars. We should have say into where our money goes. When you have healthcare that is so damn expensive here, education, people cannot afford to go to school here because they end up with a massive amount of debt. So why are we sending our money to the Israel, Ukraine, Jordan, Egypt, you name it? Why? And that is what I need you to understand about this aspect. Iran needs to think strategically and pragmatically. Forget about dealing with the Europeans in a pragmatic way. They, Europeans and collective West, no intentions whatsoever to enter negotiations in good faith. This is where the problem. So why would you waste your time? Second point is the Chinese weapons. And this very, very important for you to understand. So I'm going to share pictures of you, with you rather, of the China J-10C, very multi-role fighter jets. You're already seeing the Iranian flag there. So, but I want to show you, first of all, let me start with my own understanding here of how, because now what you're going to be seeing, or we're going to ask the question, are we going to be seeing now the Chinese fighter jets flying in the skies of Iran? And if we are to ask this question, we're going to have to ask a second question, which is, logical. Is Iran foregoing Russian Su-35s? Let me show you a picture of the Russian Su-35s. That means that Iran now is foregoing the Su-35 for China J-10. Very important to understand these dynamics. So here is the thing. Since entering the service, which was, of course, in 2000, if I recall, the Chinese launched this one in 2005. I was still in DC at the time, so I was very keeping an eye on the developments, especially on the international or global security aspects, and one of them has to do with the military upgrades. So the Chengdu J-10, so it is also known as the Mighty Dragon, by the way, which here is the picture right there. So the important aspects of this is that has been a cornerstone of the Chinese Air Force modernization. This is one. So, and why is this important? Because this is considered China's domestic production of this multi-role fighter jets, and one that has some capabilities, like, for example, advanced technologies and capabilities that rival those of the West, even rival those of Russia's fighters of the same generation, because that was the fourth generation at the time when they came out. And China has one advantage. I think the Russians have also that advantage. Both countries, Russia and China, they use their own navigation system. They don't have to depend on GPS. US. China, of course, with its Beidou, makes perfect sense. Except that China has an advantage over Russia and America, of course, when it comes down to the fighter jets. And this one has to do with the cost. The cost of the J-10C runs roughly, give or take, between, at least my research, what I remember, between about 33 to about 48, give or take, or $50 million per unit, of course. And why is this important? Because it makes it more affordable for countries comparison to F-35s. When you think about the F-35s, all three categories, F-35A, F-35B, and F-35C, Those are very, very important, because to those who do not know, there are 3 categories, of course. I remember when I used to, back in my days, I will watch the testing of the F-35A at that time. Now, this one, the F-35, is the conventional takeoff and landing. So, and it has sort of the control variants, and its cost is about $85 million. Yeah. F-35B, this one has a short takeoff, doesn't need, but the advantage of this one is it has vertical landing. So, and this usually used by the Marine Corps, the UK, the Italian Air Force, and its cost is about between 120 to 125. Between, if I recall, between 110 to 115 million dollars. Then the third category is the F-35C, and this one is the carrier variant used by the Navy and Marines, and that cost about over $105 million. So it makes perfect sense for Iran to now, instead of depending and be waiting on the Russians, to go ahead and cut the deal with the Chinese, which they end up doing, And this is where, as I said earlier, if I were advising the Iranian government, I will say, put the negotiations regarding your nuclear program with the West and the US aside, focus on rebuilding your military capabilities on all fronts, and incorporate the technology from China into the systems. Because if they do it now, they will be set. Because remember, each time you replace a system, you have to replace so many other variants that comes with it. As to Russia, well, it was an opportunity for it to prove, and I feel comfortable saying it failed. Straightforward. There's no other way of saying it. Because like I always say, it's when it matters. Leadership, whatever. It's tested when it matters. I look at it now with Ansarullah and Houthis, just to give you an example. Look, when it matters, who is standing up? Is it the Saudis? It is the Jordanians? Egypt? No, none except the Houthis and Iran, for that matter. So, and this is why, to the this upgrade of this J-10C that China got involved in, those are similar, if not better, than the Western fighter jets, and that in itself provides the pilots some sort of very, very maneuverability, the ability, the agility for the fighter jets to conduct the mission successfully, and with, if I may use the term, with great efficiency, if I use that one. So, and this is where the conversation comes in between Iran and China. The recent talks of this potential deal between China and Iran for the sale of the J-10 aircraft came only days after the ceasefire between Israel and Iran. Temporary one. The war never stopped. Actually, Israel realized it dug itself in a big hole, in a deep hole. Because if Iran would have kept firing missiles, they will really destroy Israel completely. That's my belief. Because it became evident. That's why they agreed. They agreed to the ceasefire because they know I was coming. And that question, and I'm going to ask you the question, guys, did Israel lost the war against Iran? Or vice versa? What do you guys think? I'd like to have your input into this. Did Israel lost the war against Iran? And I know there are some out there saying, no, Israel destroyed Iran. It did cause some damage. There is no doubt. we're talking about the big picture here. Oh, John Dutchman, you say lost. Amanda, you say, sorry, the screen moves so fast. Amanda, you say yes. Bruce, you say yes. Sanctan, you say yes. Israel lost big time. Thantar, you say yes. Masian Dorsier, yes. Isa Cisse, you say yes. Cambridge, yes. You guys got it. And it makes perfect sense. In my opinion, they lost. That was one of the reasons why they wanted to have this ceasefire. So, because you know what was is coming up. So, but with Iran now, the acquisition of these advanced systems from China is going to now raise questions and concerns, not only about the objectives, but also the strategic implications of it. Like I said earlier, you know, and I said it from way back when I was arguing against the invasion of Iraq. And my argument back then was, listen, guys, if we go in, keep this in mind, we are changing the geopolitical landscape of the region forever. And the response that I got was, oh, don't worry about it. It will be a cakewalk. We're just going to go into Baghdad, liberate Baghdad, and get out. I said, you going in, you are staying there for the next 15 to 20 years. And Iraq will never be the same, and the region will never be the same. But here is the interesting thing about this particular deal, is that Iran has been seeking to acquire this aircraft from China for years. And of course, Iran understands it has a shortfall in its air force capabilities due to the sanctions. So, but again, if they are to depend on Russia, it proved that I'm not saying you can't count on Russia. That's not what I'm saying. All I'm saying is when it matters, Russia didn't step in. Suffice it to say. And here is one piece of information that was released on. It was classified at that time, believe it or not. It's declassified to my knowledge based on the intelligence sources as of June 26th of this year. And this intelligence source is in Asia. Actually, it wasn't just one source. There were two. Stating, and I quote here, because when it comes down to matters of intelligence, guys, should you ever get involved, whatever, and if you have to say something about an event particular to this, always make sure to get the quote as is, because those words tends to turn into policy, and you don't want to be the source of either misleading information or mistakenly or whatever. Just make sure of this. That's why I want to share this with you word for word. Here is what this intelligence source in Asia stated. The agreement between Beijing and Tehran includes the delivery of 24 aircraft in batches beginning at the end of this year, in exchange for Tehran's support for Chinese companies to establish themselves in Iranian energy corridor. End of quote. And what do I mean by corridor? You're going to have to think about the Caspian Sea. You have to think about access to Central Europe, Eurasia. I'm sorry, Eurasia. Let me share, because I need to look for a picture here for you to put it in perspective, if I still have that picture. Oh, bummer. Let's see. Yes, right here. I know it's in Arabic, guys, but I'm looking and at the top here: Armenia, Azerbaijan, Turkmenistan, Afghanistan, Pakistan, and Iran here. So this is what Iran is hedging its bet on vis-a-vis its cooperation with China. It's going to pave the way for Chinese to have access to, because this area here is natural rich, and if China, which is known for its infrastructure, can you imagine what they can do? So, in addition to that, when you consider also Iran's access and control of the Strait of Hormuz. This is what I'm saying for considering what Iran is thinking about. So, and to Iran, this this potential strategic move is also reflecting China's role in the region. So remember that. So, and that is why I always, when I do this analysis for you guys, you don't just focus on one particular aspect. There are other elements that comes into this. So, okay, this is what I need you guys to understand. The role of China in this region is because China's ascendancy now to global superpower status is fait accompli. We are in denial in Washington. Don't want to accept this one. Yesterday, I got a message from my dear friend, Dr. Dashan Thang, in which he shared with me about some sort of assertions by three thinkers, Professor Mersheimer, Professor Kishore, and Professor Sachs. And it was only Professor, which I disagree with Professor Mersheimer, which, by the way, I extend him an invitation to come over here and we address the China topic. And his argument is the US is going to contain China. And I was like, I respectfully disagree with your assertion, Professor Mersheimer. It's because what the mistake in Washington is, because there is a mistake in Washington, is that the assumption that we could do to China what we did to the Soviet Union, it won't work, because the landscape, the geopolitical landscape has changed, the global order has shifted, and now we're entering into a multipolar setting. So I didn't understand where Professor Mersheimer was coming from there. So, but suffice it to say, for now, this is my point of why I am sharing this with you. And my final point, third point, it has to do with none other than the little pharaoh of Egypt. Now, would you call him a dictator? I don't know. I don't care. All we know is we know how he came to power. He came to power because of the blessing of the United States and Saudi Arabia. Conducted a coup against Mohammed Morsi, who won the elections fairly based on the votes of what the Egyptian people want. And because Mohammed Morsi wasn't willing to follow what the US wants. So what we end up doing is giving him the green light. You know, Sisi, and I don't shy away from saying it, is as corrupted as any of other Arab leaders, no exception. They all put them all in one basket, and that basket called a basket of hypocrisy. This is why I always say Houthis have exposed the Arab leaders' incompetency and hypocrisy. So, and anyway, suffice it to say, this guy sitting here in uniform, this guy is General Kurilla, the commander of the Central Command. That begs the question, why the heck is General Kurilla doing in Egypt yesterday? That was yesterday. So this is where Sisi met with the commander of the US Central Command in Cairo yesterday. And it becomes the question, because here is what the official statements are saying. Oh, we just discussed ways to develop bilateral cooperation and joint coordination in all fields, particularly military and security, end of quote. Like I put this already to the community yesterday, to those who are members of the, those who are subscribing to the channel. Usually you get these notifications when I put something for the community. And I wrote to the community, read between the lines. I'm going to repeat the statement. Discussed ways of developing bilateral cooperation and joint coordination in all fields, particularly military and security. Well, two things that comes out of this, actually three, but two things. The first one is, when you hear about military cooperation, is because we are concerned that the Egyptians are moving forward with purchasing the Chinese weapons, which means US weapons will become obsolete for the Egyptians if they want to modernize. Because don't think we give them top of the lines. No. We give them the old stuff, the F-16s and all, Yeah, they're not gonna get the top of the line. Second has to do with what's going on in Gaza, because remember, it was Sisi himself who blocked Gazans from entering into Egypt to flee the massive starvation and the aerial bombings by Israel. And by the way, shame on the UN. Shame on the UN never moved forward with the declaration of the starvation region inside Gaza. Till today, they still didn't do it on an official statement. They haven't. Are you going to trust the UN? You'll be mistaken if you do. But suffice it to say, for the Egyptian, because Egypt and Sisi is under the thumb of both the US and Israel. I saved the picture here for a reason. Here's the picture. This is Sisi with Bibi Netanyahu, and this is the translator in the back here. So we dictate the term, and that brings me to the third point in this. This is not about just discussing military and security. This is also about getting marching orders. And that's exactly how this is going. So when you hear all this, this is why I wanted to provide you the big picture into this analysis. And I'm going to end right here, guys. I wanted to provide you this so you understand the big picture as to what lies ahead.
Thanks for having me.
I want to start, Scott, with what has happened with the case of Ukraine. It seems that the United States, as time goes by,
his analysis on Russia and Iran is flawed. Russia can't do everything. It's by time China step up and prove they absolutely is a big dog, and Russia giving them opportunity to prove that they can actually, pull some of the damn weight.
Is considering sanctions on Brazil, China, and India, and to bring some sort of pressure on Russia. Here is what Lindsey Graham said, Scott, on Fox News.
Tell China, India, and Brazil, if you keep buying cheap Russian oil to allow this war to continue, we're going to tariff the hell out of you, and we're going to crush your economy, because what you're doing is blood money. You're buying cheap Russian oil at the expense of the world, and President Trump is tired of this game. If I were President Putin, I would get to the table soon, because he's about to get crushed.
It's what's so tragic. During the Biden administration, we have to follow Lindsey Graham, because his policies were the official policy in Washington. It seems that for the Trump administration, it turns to be the same case. He's leading what's going on in Washington.
We're talking about domestic politics right now. And, there's a tremendous amount of anti-Russian sentiment in the United States, and it's politically easy to beat up on Vladimir Putin in Russia. But we're also, you have to understand that Lindsey Graham and I think it was Blumenthal, the senator from Connecticut, were posturing for 500% tariffs to be placed on these nations, India, Russia, Brazil, and to be done immediately. Lindsey Graham went and sat with Zelensky and the Ukrainian government to work this out. And yet what the president has done is said, pass your bill, but you have to give me complete control over this. I get to determine when, how much, and how to lift it. Congress has no say in this. So all Lindsey Graham did is create a talking point. There's no real policy here, none that obligates the president to do anything. The president has said he's going to wait 50 days and give Russia the time to reconsider its actions. But at the same time, we have Seymour Hersh writing in his Substack that the Trump administration is seeking to remove Zelensky from power. Zelensky, the man who met with Senator Graham to come up with this grand sanctioning idea. You know, the moment that this was announced, the sanctions and the European sanctions were announced, the Russian stock market went up 2.7%. Russians aren't worried about this. They're not afraid of this. China's already said that they won't yield, that they'll use whatever resources they have to strike back. Brazil has said, if you don't want to do business with us, then we won't do business with you. You know, India is the weak link, but India has to be careful because they could find themselves on the losing side of a supply chain war with China. And that would crush the Indian economy. The United States isn't willing to step up right now and bail India out of any economic problems it gets into because it blindly follows American diktat. So, you know, there's no guarantee that India will do this, but there's also no guarantee that Trump's going to do this. Lindsey Graham doesn't have any decision-making capabilities. He is one senator in a United States Senate that has already punted to this president. The only decision-making authority is with the president. It appears that the president is simply using Lindsey Graham's tariff threat as a political shield behind which to hide the fact that they have no real policy regarding Russia and to buy time for them to, you know, try and shape the battlefield, so to speak. I think they want Zelensky gone. They need him removed, and they want to replace him with somebody that, you know, might be able to make the concessions necessary to get the Russians to the negotiating table. Zelensky's afraid of this. Look at all of a sudden, Zelensky wants to talk to Russia now. I'm the guy that can talk to Russia. Russia won't talk to him. Zelensky's history. I don't think Zelensky is going to be the guy, but that's a different, you know, different issue altogether. But, you know, you're talking about these sanctions and the threat of sanctions. This is just Lindsey Graham being Lindsey Graham, the world's dumbest man when it comes to all things Russia.
I think it was last week that Merz said that we're going to support you till the end. We're going to be with you. He meant that he was talking about Ukraine or Zelensky, in your opinion?
I don't know. I mean, you know, Merz is all over the place. It seems that he and his, you know, those in the German government who share his philosophies have tied themselves to Ukraine as sort of the locomotive that's going to pull them through the current problems. You know, the Russians have pointed out that when we speak of Germany, we're speaking of a nation that is de-industrializing as we speak. You know, their economy is collapsing. They have an energy crisis. And they're politically divided. I mean, they're about ready to step into literal, you know, dictatorship. The second largest party in Germany, Alternative for Deutschland, could very well become illegal, outlawed. Is this really what a democracy does? And so, you know, Merz, when he speaks, you have to keep in mind that he is not the strongest chancellor Germany's ever had, and his government is a fragile government that could very well collapse if it's, you know, if its policies are challenged effectively. So what he's done with Ukraine is buy into a policy that allows him to wrap himself in the European Union flag, and he's trying to wrap himself in the American flag as well, to say that this is a common cause, a united cause, a just cause around which we must rally and make sacrifices, and then use the concept of sacrifices as the excuse for failed policy. But I don't think Merz is going to survive much longer. I think the German economy is checking out as we speak, and at some point in time, one can only hope that rational thinking takes hold in Germany, and they evict these people like Merz and others who are willing to sacrifice the German nation for a, you know, Eurocentric cause that is not viable, not linked to reality.
You've mentioned 50 days that Donald Trump has some sort of deadline for Russia, but with what's going on the battlefield, what is, when you look at the way that Russia is going on the battlefield, what is the strategy on their part, in your opinion, when you look at the scene?
What is the Russian strategy?
Russian strategy.
To win?
But is that mean that they're going to escalate? They're going to go on?
Why would they escalate? Russia's not tied to 50 days. Russia's not tied to any calendar. There's no calendar pressure on Russia whatsoever. Russia is just going to win, which means every day the commanders get up and deploy their forces, and their goal is to kill as many Ukrainians and push the Ukrainians back as far as they can be pushed that day without putting too many Russian lives at risk. On the strategic front, it appears that Russia has made a decision that they're going to do a full court press on attacking Ukrainian infrastructure and military targets. There's not going to be a period of time where Ukrainian cities get to go weeks without any Russian activity. The Russian intelligence coverage over Ukraine appears to be very tight, meaning when they detect movement, they strike. And they're right now in the business of striking. Every day, 400, 500, 600 drones fly in. There's nothing to shoot them down. Then they're followed by precision strike weapons. There's nothing that can shoot them down either. And the Russians are just grinding Ukraine away. And they will continue to do this until Ukraine no longer exists or the Ukraine accepts surrender on Russia's terms.
Do you feel that any time in the near future, or maybe during these days, Poland gonna get involved because they're asking their citizens to leave Russia? And what is the role of Poland at this stage?
Get involved. Sorry.
Because are they gonna? Why are they asking this if nothing's happening behind the scene?
The Poles may know something about what's going on inside Ukraine. Seymour Hersh believes that Zelensky will either be thrown into exile or be compelled to leave internally or externally. But then there's the question of what comes after that. There may be a period of uncertainty, and the Poles may have an understanding that this could lead to some sort of civil breakdown and maybe civil conflict, and they're asking their citizens to leave. It's laughable to think of the Polish military intervening. The Poles acknowledge themselves to run out of ammunition in 14 days. So why would you want to intervene only to run out of ammunition in 14 days? And intervene with what? They don't have an offensively inclined military. They could begin crossing the border into Western Ukraine, but almost immediately they'd be engaged by forces coming out of Belarus, and they wouldn't be able to handle that. The Russians believe in the counterattack, so if Poland begins cross-border operations from Poland into Belarus, that's the end of Warsaw. It will fall. The Polish army can't defend. They can't fight. The Poles know this. The generals know this. They're not going to get involved in a fight. I think Poland is taking a look at the deteriorating situation inside Ukraine and making the decision to get the Polish citizens out of harm's way.
You've mentioned Zelensky may be the case in the mind of those people in the West. We know Zelensky we were talking actually, I was asking you before, I think 6 months ago, if Zelensky would be the case, because it seems that the British government, the British intelligence, they've been preparing him for this position. Is that going to be acceptable for the case of Ukraine? And who's going to guarantee that he's going to be a better option for Ukraine and he's going to change anything in Ukraine?
Look, the British and the Americans and NATO continue to operate as if they matter, as if their opinion counts when it comes to the future of Ukraine. Russia's sort of on record that it doesn't matter, it doesn't count. Russia alone will pick the future leader of Ukraine. Russia would prefer to do that. They're willing to allow an interim leader to be picked using elections, But the elections only serve to eliminate the illegitimate president, Zelensky, and replace him with somebody that constitutionally is capable of accepting the terms of surrender. This is why the Russians don't say surrender, then elections. They say elections and then surrender, because they need Zelensky gone. Zelensky, I don't think he's an attractive candidate. I don't think I can't speak for the Russians, but I mean, this is a man who took a selfie with Stepan Bandera's photograph behind him. If you're talking about denazification, there's a Nazi right there. So Zelensky's future is probably a bullet in the back of his head, as opposed to the presidency of Ukraine. He would be best advised to stay in the United Kingdom and not seek to return to Ukraine. He was the commander of Ukrainian forces when many crimes were committed against Russian soldiers and Russian civilians. So I would imagine that he's high on a list of those people who will be held to account by the Russians in a post-conflict environment. The Russians right now, again, I can't speak for them because I'm not privy, but, when you take a look at what's going on, the Russians do have something called the Union State. And that is it's a political and economic relationship between Belarus and Russia. And the Union State right now is very active in talking about the future of Ukraine, because I think the vision for Russia is that post-conflict Ukraine, once it's been denazified and normalcy brought in, will become part of the Union State, that they will join the same political and economic union as Belarus and the Russian Federation. This means that there's no EU. It means that there's no British appointed leaders. There's no American control of Ukrainian rare earth minerals. All of that is garbage. This is the reality. The West just hasn't woken up to this fact. And the Russians, they're in no hurry. They're in no hurry. Sanctions won't work. There's no military pressure that can be put on Russia in a meaningful fashion. NATO, the more NATO tries to posture and position itself as militarily relevant, the weaker they get. I liken NATO to, if you go out and buy there's a house down the road that was abandoned by its owners, I guess a year and a half ago, and it was, overgrown. The lawn wasn't mowed, trees weren't cut back, bushes weren't cut back, and it's just a mess. Somebody bought it, and now they're in the process of renovating it. But those things sometimes have the nickname the money pit, meaning that you bought it and you're just pouring more money into it. And Ukraine is a money pit. I mean, it's a mess. The West, and NATO's a money pit. NATO, the more NATO tries to, modernize itself, the more sometimes it's just best to sell the old car and not try to modernize it and just buy a new car. And NATO probably should be dissolved, and Europe rethink what they need, because right now, to bring in NATO, you're bringing in legacy structures and institutions and ways of thinking that just don't make any sense. Europe needs to think about European defense, not becoming a continuing this 1990s, early 2000s fantasy of being a springboard of American hegemonistic imperialism. And NATO's problematic across the board, and I don't think Russia has anything to worry about from NATO.
Is NATO without the United States, or maybe shall I put it this way, can NATO survive without the United States?
No.
Is it just militarily or politically there cannot survive as well?
Both. Without the United States, NATO will fracture into, at a minimum, two different schools of thought, more likely three different schools of thought. You'll have the big power school of thought, the British, the French, and the Germans, thinking that they can dictate the future of NATO. Italy would like to be a member of that club, but it won't. So Italy instead become the leader of the other Western aligned powers: France, Portugal, Italy, etc. Belgium, Netherlands, Denmark. These will be people that will be trying to prevent the French, the Germans, and the British dictating things. But then there's the Eastern Bloc nations, plus the two new nations, Finland and Sweden, which consider themselves to be frontline states, and they'll have their own position. And the West isn't willing to back up the East. They're not going to let the East dictate terms of coexistence, meaning the East says we have to be positioned to go to war against Russia. The West, I think, will say, well, no, we need to be positioned to defend ourselves, and we'll plan accordingly. So you'll have three different schools of thought in NATO splitting apart. Unless you have daddy there, I mean, here's where Mark Rutte was correct. You know, daddy has to come in and bap, 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 line up. This is what we're going to do. Without America, NATO just falls apart, and NATO can't afford it. They can't sustain it. There'll be no discipline. There'll be nothing. Just a bunch of bickering children. That's the future of NATO, which is why, as I said before, it's probably best just to get rid of NATO, kick the United States out of Europe, and deal with European security issues on their own.
You mean that the security issues would be the pact, that the kind of that they had between the United Kingdom and Germany, a military pact between two countries, three countries among them, or something like that? They're going to make some sort of bilateral and trilateral accords between the countries in Europe, or how is that going to work for them?
That would be suicidal, because now what you've done is made the haves and the have-nots in Europe. I think if they're going to succeed, they need to have a European Union defense agreement. But the problem is the European Union itself is not viable. It's falling apart. So at the end of the day, I think the best thing for Europe is, first of all, to seek normalized relations with Russia, and understand that rather than a traditional military alliance, what they should have is a military committee that just seeks to resolve issues in a non-military manner. Europe needs to demilitarize. There's no reason to have large standing ground armies in Europe nowadays. What's the purpose? Are they going to invade Africa? Are they going to invade the Middle East? Do they really want to go to war against Russia? What's the purpose of a large ground army? What will happen if Europe has large ground armies? That Europe will go to war against Europe. You'll get these smaller organizations, and you'll see, I mean, you already see it happening right now, where Croatia, Albania, and Kosovo are coming together with a military alliance, and they're being countered by Serbia, Hungary, and Slovakia. You know, these are mini NATO alliances within the NATO alliance, each of which incorporate non-NATO membership. And they're doing this because they fear one another and the potential of war. So this is the future of NATO. NATO will break up into different blocks. And then they'll go to war against each other. So Europe's best bet is to start taking the military out of European consideration. You don't need to have a large defense industry. You know, what you need to have is a viable civilian industry that keeps people gainfully employed, then use your collective economic strength as a way of engendering prosperity, peace, etc., especially with Russia, which really doesn't want to have a large standing army itself. Would prefer to have a smaller army and spend more time focusing on, you know, the things that are important to them. So we'll see. I just think Europe's in a lot of trouble right now. A very dysfunctional continent.
Scott, when I look at the European Union, it seems that what has happened to Europe in the aftermath of creation of this union, and how the United States was playing a role in the whole situation there, it somehow didn't let them to grow up. They don't know how to deal with their issues without the United States. And it seems to be the case, especially right now with the case of Ukraine. Without the United States, they don't know how to deal with their problems. Is that gonna? Do you think that the disintegration of European Union would somehow let them to grow up to somehow being more sane, more objective toward their goals, toward their future?
Well, I mean, you have children, right? You're a parent. How do you encourage your children to grow up? There's a period of time where you have to provide security for them, provide a home, provide food, provide, shelter, safety. But at some point in time, the children reach the age of maturity, and you expect them to go out on their own. You do what you can to prepare them for that moment, but they go out. But if at that moment you instead convert your basement into a home where they are allowed to stay, and you say, don't worry about getting a job, I will continue to give you an allowance, and I will pay for everything. And you do that for 30 years. Next thing you know, you got a 50-year-old kid living in your basement who's incapable of operating on their own. That's Europe. Europe at the end of the Second World War became almost totally subordinated to the United States. The Marshall Plan, impacted Europe economically and, by an extension, politically. Europe never matured as a continent, as a people. They were always under the control of the United States, or at least the influence. It's not that the United States was aggressive in its assertion of control, although if you take a look at the 1950s and 60s, the CIA's effort to bring down the Communist Party in Italy and in France, etc., we definitely wanted to shape events so that the governments there would be easily, more readily controlled by the United States. But Europe did this willingly. They allowed themselves to become that 50-year-old kid in the basement of their parents' house, and that's where they are today. They've never matured. They've never grown up. They don't know how to. They don't know what to do without daddy. They don't know how to behave. They can't make their own decisions. Let's look at the European Union itself is look economically. It's pretty much subordinated to the G7. And the G7 is dominated by the United States. They don't make decisions independent of the G7. The G7 is a control mechanism used by the United States to control Europe and our major Western-oriented Asian powers, Japan and South Korea. Europe, in terms of security, is linked to NATO, and NATO is dominated by the United States. Literally, Europe is an adult child that's never been allowed to grow up. It doesn't know how to function. They can throw a temper tantrum. It's again, I take a look at France, Germany, and in the United Kingdom now, getting together and we're going to do this, we're going to do that, we're going to do this. Well, that's a lot like the 50-year-old kid getting together with his friends in a bar saying, I'm going to declare independence. I'm going to go off and do this. Meanwhile, he's buying beer with the money that daddy gave him to buy beer. And he's going to get back in his car and drive home in the car that mommy bought him. And he's going to go back and living in the basement of the parents' house. There's nothing serious about Europe nowadays. Literally, they're not adults. They're children pretending to be adults. And if the United States actually pulled the plug, they would collapse and wouldn't know what to do.
Did you watch the interview that Tucker Carlson had with the German journalist? He was asking him, what's happening to Germany? Because I think Germany's case is the worst case. You see some sort of sovereignty in Italy, in France, but when it comes to Germany, they're totally, you don't see the leadership. You don't see their somehow standing for their benefit. And what has happened to Germany? Why they're so much hesitant to express what they're feeling, what would be their benefit? And it seems that you look at them, somehow there's all the leadership, the people who are somehow running the mainstream media in Germany, they're so numb. You don't feel that they have something to say for the benefit of German people, for the benefit of Germany and future of Germany.
Well, the Germans have for so long forgotten what it means to be German and instead focused on what they thought they had become, which is the largest, most powerful bank of Europe. It's superficial to say this, but I'll say it anyways. I don't think the Germans love being German. In fact, I think a lot of Germans resent being German for a number of reasons. And their posturing in a way that they believe the United States wants them to posture. And this is dangerous. It's dangerous not only for Germany in terms of, the lack of sovereignty. The fact that, remember, Olaf Scholz stood in the White House while Joe Biden threatened to blow up the Nord Stream pipeline. It didn't say a word. My God, if I were a German leader, I would have put my fist down on the table and said, you will never do that. If you do that, it's an act of war. We will literally take over the bases, capture all your personnel, and declare war on you. You will not attack Germany. Germany alone makes a decision about its energy policy and its major energy infrastructure. If you have concerns, you can come and talk to me. I was just here, but you don't get to stand up and tell the world you're going to attack a major piece of German infrastructure and expect me to be silent. That would have been a German leader. Instead, Scholz was silent. Why? Because Germany doesn't know how to behave without American leadership. Now, you take a look at Germany and the things that they're doing, from a militaristic standpoint, and people say, well, Scott, so you keep talking about the Fourth Reich and the emergence of the Fourth Reich. Isn't that Germany acting out on its own? No, you guys don't know German history if that's what you believe. The Fourth Reich was born in the immediate aftermath of the Second World War, where the United States began the process of whitewashing the German crimes of the Second World War so that they could have this large pool of German military manpower ready to be mobilized to take on the Soviet Union. The whole whitewashing scheme goes back to Nuremberg. Yes, there was people who got there, but it was Eisenhower himself, together with Donovan, that encouraged German generals to begin rewriting the history of the Second World War. One of them, Seidel, wrote a book about the Normandy invasion, 1944, and it showed that the Germans were noble soldiers. It had nothing to do with the Nazis, just fighting this war, as professional soldiers do. Seidel was arrested and put on trial together with a dozen other German generals for committing, war crimes, mass murder. Hundreds of thousands of civilians died under his watch while in areas of Europe that he occupied. He was found guilty, sentenced to 20 years in jail, but he was released by John McCloy, Truman's man who came in and took over, the occupation of Germany and basically freed all the Nazi generals and then oversaw the incorporation of Germany into NATO and the creation of the modern day Bundeswehr, which was commanded by Nazi generals and it comprised a lot of former Wehrmacht soldiers. And the Bundeswehr, together with the BND, German intelligence service, which simply incorporated General Galen's Eastern Intelligence Organization that was set up against the Russians, against the Soviets, to include their operatives inside Ukraine that were working with the Banderists. The CIA took that over and ran it for a decade. We ran operations using Nazis to coordinate with Nazis to resist the Russians. And so the Germans, they've been conditioned for two things. One, to be subordinated to the United States, and two, to whitewash their Nazi past and encourage that kind of posturing because they believe that's what the United States wants. It's very dangerous, a very dangerous thing to be, going back to behaviors that were reprehensible the first time around, and Germany expects the world not to be repulsed by it the second time around. When you have a German chancellor talking about how they won't make the same mistake, well, what mistake did you make in World War II? I would hope you believe the same mistake as you won't ever again engage in an illegal war of aggression, and reflect back on the one Nuremberg trial, which had meaning, which was the first one where Judge Jackson, the prosecutor, and worked with the other judges to find that war of aggression was the ultimate war crime, because from the war of aggression, all other crimes take place. And yet Germany tends to believe right now that it can carry out a war of aggression against Russia, and somehow the United States will tolerate this, that it's okay. Does Germany want Lebensraum now? Do they want to go in and move to the Ural Mountains and take all the Russians that live west of the Ural Mountains and kill them and enslave everybody else so the Germans can live back to their World War II ambition of having vacation homes in Crimea, where you have Russian slaves serving them? I mean, that's what they did. Is what mistake is, we're not going to make the same mistake. Mertz said, well, yes, you are. You're making the exact same mistake. But I don't know what's going on in Germany. It's a dysfunctional nation. Truly is a dysfunctional nation, and increasingly it's becoming a nation that it's not brought under control by the German people, will be a nation that, you know, I've often likened Ukraine to a rabid dog that needs to be shot, taking a cue out of, you know, To Kill a Mockingbird in the role play by Atticus Finch, and shooting a rabid dog that was terrorizing the streets of the town. Germany's about to become a rabid dog too. And maybe we need an American Atticus Finch to put the German rabid dog down once and for all, because the third time's a charm. You know, Germany's already done this a couple times. They shouldn't be allowed to do it again.
Do you see the United States moving toward some sort of talks, direct talk with Russia? Because
well, we're in
that
direct
is-
talks.
No, but they're somehow putting Ukraine on the table. They're trying to let Ukraine be on the table to talk with Russians. But when we're gonna have the three parties, I'm talking about the United States together with Ukraine on one side and Russia on the other side, that would somehow
Never.
facilitate.
Never. What right does the United States have?
You mean the main barrier would be Zelensky and his administration?
No, the main barrier is Russia. Why would Russia give the United States that power? What has the United States done to earn that power? I mean, Russia's not going to complicate things. Russia's made it clear what their goals and objectives are. And it's an issue of Ukraine and Russia's relationship with Ukraine, not of, you know, the United States suddenly stepping in after, you know, just like the arsonist sets the building on fire. And then when the fire department comes and says, I'll tell you how to fight the fire. No, you set it on fire. Get the hell out of the way. The United States set Ukraine on fire. So why do they now get to come to the table and start dictating anything? The United States is in no position to dictate. And I don't think Russia's in the business of listening to America dictate. What Russia would like to do is work through Ukraine to get to the other issues that they should be discussing with the United States. You know, strategic arms reduction, the resumption of economic benefits, the normalization of diplomatic relations. These are things that should be discussed. But Ukraine, Russia's already made it clear what their Ukrainian position is, and that's what's frustrating to Trump, is that, you know, he's confronted now with the reality that Russia is not listening to him because he doesn't matter. He's irrelevant, especially when you try, you know, what are Trump's real motivations here? He wants credit for stopping the war. Why? What's his the Nobel Peace Prize? Of course, that's what he wants. He always talks about it. Is that really your motivation for stopping this? Means that it's all about Trump and it's not about the reality of the conflict between Russia and Ukraine. You know, and then to stop this war in a way that gives him some sort of advantage. Well, the Russians are tired of that game. They're tired of entering negotiations with the United States that the United States uses just to retain advantage over the Russians. Russia didn't start this war, but Russia will finish this war on terms that are acceptable to Russia. And that's the reality the United States has to say. I don't believe there will ever be three-party negotiations. I think at the end of the day, Ukraine surrenders to Russia, and that's it.
But the security architecture, I think what Russia wants from the conflict in Ukraine, for any sort of settlement happening to the conflict in Ukraine, is the security architecture of the region, which would be Europe and together with Russia. Is Donald Trump prepared to facilitate that process? Do you see that coming in the Trump administration?
The problem is, I don't think the Trump administration knows what it wants for a European security infrastructure. On the one hand, Trump has talked about how NATO is a leech sucking the life out of America, and America needs to disentangle itself from Europe. And then he turns around because he's mad at Putin, and now he's talking about, you know, America, you know, getting back into the game in Europe. But then the way we get back into the game is just insulting to the Europeans. We get back in the game not by putting up America's economic resources, military resources, and diplomatic resources, but is the way that a grifter does. You know, buy the weapon twice. That's what we're telling Europe. Hey, you already bought one of those Patriots from us. Give it to the Ukrainians and buy another one to replace it. And that's our contribution to the war. It's a scam. It's a grift. It's a con, which means he's not serious. And so I think at some point in time, once you remove Ukraine from the equation, Donald Trump will be politically empowered to start making decisions that make sense for the United States. And one of those decisions will be, I think, to move to improve relations with Ukraine and get the United States out of the NATO entanglement. But right now, because Ukraine has become a political hot potato for the president because of his inability to stop the war and therefore seeking to blame Vladimir Putin, he's trapped. He's in the NATO trap. But long term, I don't think neither he nor his like-minded people want to stay in the NATO trap forever. I think that J.D. Vance, potential future president of the United States, isn't enthralled about either Europe or NATO.
The problem is, in my opinion, the United Kingdom would not let Ukraine to get out of the equation.
How do they stop it?
They're just preparing everything.
But they got nothing.
Zelensky going to be in power?
Zelensky's one man. He's a corrupt Ukrainian general resident in the United Kingdom right now, whose only power comes from the British press.
Scott, do you really believe what has happened to the Russian nuclear bombers was somehow the United States? I don't believe it was the United States.
No, it was the British.
It was all cooked up in the Europe. I
never said it was the United States. I always said it was the British.
So it shows how important, how seriously they're involved in.
They're serious, but Nima, it's a trick play. I mean, do you follow American football?
Yeah,
I like American football. I played it all my life. Can't play it anymore because it's a young man's game. But I just know this. When I played in college, and my coach, great guy, classic football guy, Syracuse graduate, played for the Baltimore Colts. And now he's our coach, and he's about the fundamentals. I mean, we blocked, we tackled, and we ran, and we passed, and we focused on. Are we back? Yeah. All right.
You're back, Scott.
Yeah, my internet is goofing up, but the point is, we focused on the fundamentals, and we would practice the fundamentals. And only after we had the fundamentals down did we throw in some trick plays. That we'd say, okay, this is a special play. We're going to rehearse it a couple times, but we don't spend too much time on it because it's a trick play. And the bottom line is, if it comes down to you have to use a trick play, it means you had problems with the fundamentals and you need to turn to a trick play. The drone attack against the Russian strategic bombers was a trick play. It's not fundamentals. The Russians are doing the fundamentals on the battlefield. The Russians are doing the fundamentals over the airspace over Ukraine. They're dominating. The Russians are doing the economic fundamentals. All England has is trick plays. You don't win games with trick plays. That's the bottom line. Yeah, you have to take them seriously, but at the end of the day, even when they execute one properly, as they did with the strategic bombers, it doesn't change anything. Actually, it made matters worse because now it caused the Russians to up the ante on their aerial pressure being placed on Zelensky. It's caused the Russians to, maximize production output of their geranium drones and to launch, be prepared to launch up to 1,000 drones a day against Ukraine for a sustained period of time. That's what the trick play got you. Now, I'm not worried about the British. I don't think the Russians are worried about the British either. It doesn't mean you ignore them, but it's not game changer. What do the British have to offer besides trick plays? I mean, they brought Zelensky in, but Zelensky's run his course. They're trying to position Zelensky, but Zelensky has no domestic base. And at the end of the day, I understand Zelensky's a very corrupt individual. And if he tries to come back into Ukraine and take over, it's only because he wants to make money, and the other corrupt Ukrainians will tear him down. Zelensky won't survive a democratic process. He can't survive. And the Russians will never put up with a man who, poses with Azov veterans while Stepan Bandera is in the background. I mean, he is literally the definition of a Nazi, and therefore he will be denazified. That's the best the British have. Trick play. That's it. They don't have fundamentals.
Scott, we had the Iranian foreign minister. He had an interview on Fox News. And how do you find the way that Iranians are somehow trying to communicate with Americans, especially with the Trump administration in the aftermath of those attacks?
I think they've taken a page out of Vladimir Putin's book, to be honest, where Putin will say, "Oh, we want to have negotiations. We want to have discussions. We'll sit down at the table, send a team right now to talk to you, but we're not going to change anything we're doing on the battlefield." That's just the reality of the way it is. I think the Iranians right now are saying, we're willing to talk with the West, with the United States, but we don't trust your negotiations because you screwed us over. So we got to figure that one out. We're willing to work with the IAEA, just not grossly or the way it's currently configured. We got to work that one out too. I think that's what's happening here. What they're doing is they're making sure all doors are left open, not to provide any excuse for not having a diplomatic off-ramp. But it also appears that are very, unified and solidified in their position on, where Iran is and where Iran's going and what Iran will accept. A lot of the decision making now has been taken out of, the hands of the foreign ministry, the presidency, and the Atomic Energy Agency, and put into the Supreme National Security Council. Now, the president sits at the head of that. There's no doubt about that, but it's also, there's other major actors in there, and has, it's under sort of the direct supervision of the supreme leader and the office of the supreme leader. So there's no more room for the president coming up with an idea and running with it, and then then you have the Guardian Council review the parliament's decision, then it goes up to the what's after that? The Expediency Council, and then maybe the Assembly of Experts will weigh in, and nope, they've swept it clean. Supreme National Security Council. That's it. That's the decision-making body right now. Everything goes through this, and I think that what that's designed to do is eliminate uncertainty within Iran, because I think you would agree that there was a split between the presidency and the Iranian Revolutionary Guard in the lead up to this 12-day war. I think what the Iranians have said is we can't allow that split to happen, because what happens is our enemies exploit that split. And so now they're together. There's only one voice, and that's the voice that comes out of the Supreme National Security Council.
We had Ali Larijani. He's so close to the Iranian leader. He went to Russia to talk with Vladimir Putin. It seems that on the Iranian part, on their side, Iranian side, there's so much connected with Russia and China. They know, they communicate, they know what would be the next step on their part. Russia knows, China knows. But on the part of the United States, you don't see that happening. Even you don't see Marco Rubio talks the way that he wants. Donald Trump talks the way he wants. And you see some sort of chaos, if you put it. Are they gonna bring all these forces, all these mindsets together to reach a unity, some sort of unity toward what's going on with Iran, or we're gonna see the same sort of chaos that we've seen so far?
I think chaos is is what we're going to see out of the Trump administration. First of all, to avoid chaos, you have to have systems in place for policy coordination. That's normally the way things have operated the last couple of decades. A strong national security advisor at the head of a strong national security council. If you've seen over the course of years the growth of the National Security Council, you start with Kissinger, a very small group, and you go up, and each presidency seems to expand the size of the National Security Council. Trump was betrayed by the National Security Council in his first presidency. If you go back to Alexander Vindman, who was, on the NSC staff and coordinating with Ciarello, the CIA asset, Trump doesn't trust the National Security Council structure. He feels that he was betrayed by it. So this time around, Trump also early on, he had to fire, I think it was Michael Waltz, the national security advisor, because Waltz was doing his own thing, which is something Trump always fears out of the National Security Council. So now you have Marco Rubio dual-hatted. This is a horrible thing. It's constitutionally questionable whether or not he can do that, because as the national security advisor, he works for the president, is not held accountable to Congress. But as the Secretary of State, having been, ratified by the Senate, he's responsible to the Senate. They can summon him in. And so now now Rubio can just decide, am I advising the president, Secretary of State, or am I advising the president of the National Security Council? Henry Kissinger is the only other person that had that kind of strength, and he himself recognized the constitutional limitations of this. But the other thing is that the State Department is downsizing. I mean, you saw they fired 1,300 some odd staffers. Many of them came from the Intelligence Bureau. They were fired. Why? Well, because, gosh, they have opinions. They represent the permanent bureaucracy of people who have inherited policies from previous administrations, and their job is to keep those policies going in a relatively consistent manner. Trump doesn't want to do that. He wants to have his own policies. So they've gutted the State Department. The National Security Council is dysfunctional, almost non-existent, in the role that it plays. There is no structure of policy coordination. And as a result, policies tend to be made in a very knee-jerk reaction by the president. And if anything, the National Security Council then backfills and works with, but normally the president in a meeting will say something. The National Security Advisor will then hold a principals meeting and say, the president had said this, I need you to go back and, start developing thoughts on it. We're going to turn it over to my deputy, and you guys need to delegate. And the deputies' meetings now will take over the interagency coordination process. And they get together, they break down, and they create working groups, and people get into these working groups, and they start to discuss things. They share it, they write up papers, staff it back and forth till it gets briefed up to the deputies level. And the deputies go, we got something. They convene the principals. They say they got something. They take it to the president. Now they have policy. Everybody agrees on it. That ain't happening right now. The president just makes his own damn decision, and everybody's playing catch up. So they flip the script, and it's dysfunctional. So I don't see anybody coming together on Iran anytime soon. They will all be prisoner to the whim of the president. That's the case of Ukraine as well.
Two cases are happening in the United States. The case of Epstein and Russiagate. It's coming out, and Tulsi Gabbard was talking about it. Do you feel these two cases are against each other? Somehow they're fighting each other, the two sides?
It'd be easy to see that, except that then you have to, if you take a look at the roots of each one. I think Epstein is a huge political problem for this president, and not a political problem. Again, I could be proven wrong. I don't know. I don't think the president is guilty of anything involving Epstein, except bad judgment. The problem the president has is that the Epstein file, that's not a file in the classic sense, we'll just call it the file in terms of the concept of Epstein and what he was doing, is highly likely is an Israeli intelligence collection operation built around sexual blackmail of the worst kind. And if the truth gets out, it could permanently damage U.S.-Israeli relations. In fact, it could make it impossible for us to have normal relations with the state of Israel. And given the power of the Israeli lobby, there's just pressure on the United States to make this thing go away. I mean, this is why you see Pam Bondi now. I guess she's going to go meet with, Ghislaine Maxwell, and maybe even Congress is going to call it. I think they're just looking at a way to bring out the one person and try to whitewash this whole thing and make it go away, so they don't have to talk. They don't have to mention the state of Israel. Tulsi Gabbard's efforts at declassification, having been involved in the intelligence community and knowing what it takes to declassify documents, understand that she's only been DNI for 6 months. To try and declassify top secret documents and things of that nature, it's a lengthy process. And so I just see the timeline for declassification being consistent with, the product that she's produced. And I think it was developed independently of the Epstein problem. That's my opinion. It could be that she accelerated it because someone said, hey, that thing you were getting ready to release last month or next month, could you release it now? Who knows? But I think that, because this is being referred to for criminal prosecution, I think it's a tighter investigation than simply saying, oh, let's do this because we have problems with Epstein. We need to release something. I think the two are separate.
Today I talked with Miranda Scott. He said that Iran somehow is prepared. Iran is prepared to defend itself against Israel. And they expect that Israel is going to attack Iran again. But you're looking at Israel and their attack, and if we put ourselves in the Israelis in their shoes and to understand what would be their attitude, what would be their policy, what they're going to gain from any sort of attack, I don't see that coming. They're coming out of a new war with Iran in the Middle East that it doesn't seem that would be beneficial for the state of Israel, for the administration, even for Netanyahu himself.
Well, Netanyahu has long positioned Iran to be the greatest existential threat to Israel, and using the Iran's nuclear program as the justification. I think the Israelis have bought into a policy of regime change, and I think the United States has voiced its support of this policy. And so this becomes an existential struggle, something that Netanyahu has been trying to get a long time. He's finally been able to get the United States to bomb Iran. That's something he wanted a long time ago. May not have been exactly what he wanted, but I think that Professor Morandi is 100% correct. I think there will be a continuation of this conflict. But Israel gave up a couple very valuable resources to strike Iran this time in an effort to achieve regime change. I understand that's what they were trying to do. They failed. They gave up a program that was at least 10 years old of deploying these drone factories into Iran. We don't know the extent to which these drones have been cleaned up by the Iranians. There was a story in the Iranian press. I don't know if it's just done for propaganda purposes, of the thief that broke into a home and found a drone factory and called in the cops and said, "I'm a thief. I broke in, but I have to report what I've seen." I mean, that could just be a story, but the point is, if it's true, that means there's still capability resident inside Iran to carry out the kind of drone attacks that frustrated the Iranians in the last conflict. The other thing that the Israelis gave up was this the ability to fly out to the Caspian Sea and hit Tehran coming out of the Caspian Sea. I think the Iranians now are developing the ability to deploy very capable combat aircraft over the Caspian Sea and a combat air patrol to prevent that ever happening again. So in order for there to be another conflict, Israel would have to have other cards up their sleeves, other approaches to this battlefield that would take the Iranians by surprise. And the fact that Israel seems to be hell-bent on having a follow-on conflict with Iran means that I think the Israelis may have other surprises for the Iranians. The unprecedented penetration of the Iranian intelligence services by the Israelis is something that should scare the out of the Iranian leadership. I mean, the assassination attempt that took place against Pezeshkian on June 15th means that they had knowledge that the Supreme National Security Council meeting had been scheduled for a specific time and the specific location. And then they also had knowledge of the technical aspects, the design aspects of the building, because they attempted what they called the Nasrallah solution, which was to blow up all the exits and have the people die of, Nasrallah wasn't blown up. He died of asphyxiation because all of the exits where the bunker he was in were sealed off and he couldn't breathe. That's what they tried to do to Pezeshkian and the others. The amount of intelligence involved in that is, unreal. That shows a deep penetration of the Iranian, security mechanisms. Has Iran rooted all that out, solved those problems? I don't know. But I think the fact that the Israelis are so aggressive on this, there's other tricks. If I were the Iranians, I'd be very concerned about cyber penetration. We know that the United States, back in the Stuxnet area, was working on a follow-on virus. I can't remember the new Zeus or something of that nature. That takes control of all of the infrastructure, the ability to turn on and off traffic lights, to shut down electricity, to create chaos and sow confusion. Is there a death switch the Israelis can hit, the second time around that shuts down Iran? Has Iran solved that problem? It's a big gamble for Israel, because the one thing we know is that the Israelis haven't solved the Iranian ballistic missile problem, and that whatever punches Israel plans on delivering, Iran is now prepared to, engage using a higher caliber missile force. That Iran has absorbed the lessons of this conflict. We saw over the course of the conflict, their ability to penetrate Iranian air defenses increased as the war went on. They developed greater sophistication in their attacks, and they started to deploy more advanced weapon systems. So I'd imagine that the Iranians would be able to achieve the same level of penetration of the Israeli air ballistic missile defense system to bring punishing blows against Israel quicker than before. And so it becomes a race to see who can knock who out. Very dangerous situation, but I do agree with Professor Morandi that the Israelis haven't backed off of their plan. Why do they do it? Because Netanyahu's political future depends on him being able to posture himself as a wartime president, the only man capable of defeating Iran and securing Israel.
Scott, just to wrap up this session, how do you find the case of Gaza? 25 countries, somehow they're criticizing Israel for what they're doing in Gaza. But when it comes to the reality of what's going on, nobody seems to do something substantial, do something practical in terms of forcing Netanyahu and his administration, Israelis, to accept something in Gaza. You look at the scenes, videos, pictures, it's unbelievable what's going on
there. Look, I said this a long time ago. I may have even said it with you. The saturation factor, the exhaustion factor. The Israelis have saturated death, Gazan death, across the global airwaves to the point where the world just wakes up every morning expecting that it's normal that 200 Gazan civilians will have been killed, many of them women and children. We're no longer shocked by seeing dismembered children. We're not shocked by Israeli snipers shooting innocent people. We're not shocked by any of this. It just becomes the background noise. And the concept of genocide, likewise, is it no longer has meaning, the word, because it's been used so often with no consequence, to the point where the world accepts that Israel is committing genocide, and yet, because of the saturation, we're not shocked by it. We just continue to go on. The indifference of the world to the suffering of the Palestinian people. And it's one of the great tragedies of what's happening right now. The absolute indifference. It's like we're watching, instead of seeing reality, it's almost as if we're watching reality TV. It's entertainment. And there's a certain genre of film that are designed to shock people and scare people, and that's what's happening here. This is tragic. It disgusts me. It sickens me. But what do you do when you're confronted with a world that collectively has no conscience? None whatsoever. And, I also, if you recall, warned people. They said, oh, man, we need Hezbollah to come in. I said, no, you don't. Because the second Hezbollah comes in, you got a different conflict with other people dying. It'll steal the show because it's fresher. It's different. You mean dead Lebanese? That's new. Let's look at dead Lebanese. We're tired of looking at dead Gazans. We've seen that film before. And now we have Syria falling apart. They're shooting Druze. We got videos of Druze being gunned down as they're. Let's see that. That's really cool. That's interesting. We haven't seen that before because we're tired of seeing dead Lebanese and dead Gazans. I mean, this is the perversity of the human condition, where we have made death so normal, so utterly normal, that we forget how horrible it is. Khenrad should have brought tears to everybody's eyes, but there's a freaking 20 Khenrads dying a day in Gaza right now. And we're just saturated with it. And there's, I don't know how to defend what's happening in the world today. I can't defend it. I can't defend what's happening in my country. The fact that we continue to facilitate this or allow this to legitimize this. Europe has lost all conscience. There's nothing there. They continue to say that they object to this. I mean, Kaliakalis has came out and said, if you don't stop, we're going to do something. What are you going to do? Nothing. China, at least, has come out and said the continued killing of Gazan civilians is going to compel, and nothing happening in the West is going to compel China to do things that the West will never expect China to do. I don't know what that is, because China doesn't have the capacity to militarily intervene. But at least China might be waking up with a conscience to do this. But come on, Nima, this sickens me. It sickens me. I mean, I don't know what to do. Wrap a keffiyeh around me and go out and demonstrate? Yay, I'm one of tens of thousands to do that and nothing has happened. Write another article? I could do that, but that's just one of many articles that has been written. Lobby? Lobby for what? Congress doesn't care. The pro-Israeli lobby has such firm control over the Congress that Congress can just ignore this. We criminalize dissent. We criminalize, anybody who speaks out against Israel. America's dysfunctional in this regard. So is Europe. And as a result, this tiny genocidal country of Israel gets away with literal murder. The only way the Israelis are held to account is by the bravery of Hamas. The only way. Every day, Hamas scores another victory against the Israeli occupation forces. And that's ultimately what's going to bring this war to an end, is the courageous resistance of Hamas. And tragically, the stoic resilience of the Palestinian people, who will refuse to bend the knee and yield as they're being starved to death, bombed to death, beaten to death. I mean, I could go on forever. It's just because I don't know what to say. I mean, that's the truth. I don't know what to say because words can't do any of this justice. Words are meaningless. What's needed is action. What's needed is the Egyptian army to mobilize and move into the Negev and take over Dimona. What's needed is the Jordanians to make a thrust out of the West Bank into Jerusalem and seize Jerusalem. What's needed is Turkey to come driving through Syria and capture Tel Aviv. What's needed is for the Israeli nation to be removed from the face of the earth. That's what's needed, because Israel is a cancer on the Middle East and on the world. And if you don't believe that, then you're ignorant. There's no way you can sit there and justify what Israel has become. Listen to the words of the Israelis themselves, even those who want the hostages removed. They don't want to stop. Majority of them believe it's okay to continue to kill the Gazans. The majority of Israelis believe it's okay to continue doing this. Israelis are saying that there is no such thing as a civilian. Hell, Alan Dershowitz is saying that on American TV. There's no such thing as a civilian. There's no such innocent civilian. My God, Alan, there are. And I talked to Alan. He talked about having compassion. There's no compassion there because we've eliminated the status of civilian. Therefore, everything's a legitimate military target. You have Israeli ministers that say, we'll kill everybody. And yet the world allows them to exist. Now, the only solution is to eliminate Israel. And the world's not ready to do that. And what will it take? And sadly, I think that the world will be willing to let all the Palestinians die before they take any action against Israel, because we've just become immune to Palestinian death. One day we'll wake up and they won't be there.
Just or just not to be in this sort of mood, Scott, do you feel that the case of Syria is somehow going the way that Israel wanted it to be, or the situation is somehow much more complicated? You see the factions within the Druze community.
It was always complicated, Nina. It was always complicated. It's just like Iraq was always complicated. Saddam Hussein held Iraq together, understood the complexities. If you go in and take a look at the Ba'ath, I didn't have a chance to go through the totality of Ba'ath Party documentation, but I reviewed enough of it while I was a weapons inspector there. The way that Saddam Hussein had organized Iraq was designed to bring the factions together, to simplify things, to streamline things. It was actually fairly democratic in terms of empowerment of minorities, etc. And then we removed him, and Iraq fell apart into these factions, etc. Syria is the same thing. I mean, the Syrian Ba'athist Party was a glue that held it together, imperfectly, but it held it together, seeking to streamline and simplify and get rid of these. But you removed Bashar al-Assad without a plan, and what you brought in was Al-Qaeda, whose only plan is violence. And this was inevitable. I said it from day one. This is what's going to happen. It doesn't take anybody by surprise who studied Syria, who knows Syria. Just those dreamers who thought, oh no, this is okay. This is fine. Everything will be okay. It won't be okay, because there's no such thing as a singularity of votes. The Druze have different factions. The Shia have different factions. The Sunnis have different factions. What is ISIS in Syria? People tend to forget that the majority of the ISIS fighters that fought for ISIS were Syrian tribal people. Yes, they brought in foreigners, but at the end of the day, it was the ability of ISIS to take advantage of the dysfunction of the Syrian government, the dislocation of Syrian power, to exploit the vacuum, to go into the Bedouin tribes and recruit the Bedouin tribes and make them part of that, what's led to the massive expansion into Anbar. Similar things, Arab Bedouin tribes moving into Tikrit region through Mosul. That's what made ISIS work. And ISIS, at the end of the day, is an ideology that thrives in a vacuum. What is Syria today? A vacuum. So what do you see? You see the resurgence. You're seeing the resurgence of ISIS again, because they thrive off of this lack of central authority. The Bedouin tribes of Syria is the basic recruiting ground of ISIS. And you're going to see a resurrection of this. They may call it something different, but it's going to be reborn. And that's just going to lead to more death and destruction, because ISIS can't exist with anything other than pure Wahhabist Sunni fundamentalism. So they'll kill the Druze, they'll kill the Shia, they'll kill the Alawites, they'll kill the Christians. That's Syria right now. It's the killing fields, literally the killing fields. It's not good for Israel. It's not good for anybody. It's a tragedy. Yeah. But it's entertaining as hell. I mean, come on, we get to watch different kinds of ways of people dying. You know, all the sickos out there that you know, wake up every morning, look at these videos and all this stuff. I mean, I scroll through them, but I stopped watching. I'm just tired of watching people die because it's meaningless. I mean, it'd be one thing if you watch death and you say, okay, rally around, let's go in, let's take care. That's what America should be doing. You remember when Donald Trump fired the cruise missiles into Syria in 2018 because the white helmets exploited falsified videotapes of people, of children being decontaminated who weren't really, we care. We saw this. The human suffering was such that we had to respond. Why aren't you looking at the videos of the Druze men being forced to jump off of balconies where the families lined up and gunned down? Why aren't you looking at that, Donald Trump, and make a decision, oh my God, we can't allow this to happen, and send American military power in there? Kill Giuliani. Kill Giuliani. Kill Giuliani. Give him the death sentence he deserves. Kill every single one of these ISIS head-chopping idiots that are running around there. If you're on a videotape murdering civilians, that's an automatic death sentence. Automatic. Capture them, put them against the wall, shoot them. Kill them all. That's the only way to finish this, is to kill all of these head-chopping murderers instead of legitimizing them. But that's not what's going to happen. Instead, we're going to play stupid games and we're going to win stupid prizes. And the only people who are going to suffer are the people of Syria, or what was formerly called Syria. The solution may be Turkey. I don't know. Maybe the Turks can come in and bring some order to this. You know, one thing I know about the Turks is that they'll have no hesitation in killing people that they feel are, I mean, they've committed horrible crimes against the Kurds because they view the Kurds as terrorists. And maybe if the Turks turned on HTS and treated them that way, you could eradicate it. But Turkey's got a big problem because, you know, a large part of HTS are these Turkic peoples that have come in from the Uyghurs and the Uzbeks and everybody who's coming from Central Asia who are there now, tens of thousands of them with families, women and children. What do you do with that? We created a nightmare. Bashar al-Assad held this dysfunctional fake state together because Syria is always a dysfunctional fake state. Manufactured, Sykes-Picot, draw lines on a map, fake, put in a Hashemite king. I mean, the Ba'athist Party was the logical reaction to this, to try and bring these things together. And yet we declared war on Baathism when we declared war on Bashar al-Assad, and we finally got rid of him. And now we're paying the price. And the same thing in Iraq. Iraq is a dysfunctional state. Can we come up with something positive to talk about? Because this is about as depressing as it gets, man.
Yeah, nothing positive coming up these days. Yeah. Thank you so much, Scott, for being with us today.
A few hours ago, the commanding officer of the planning and leadership staff of the Federal Ministry of Defense, German Army Major General Christian Freuding, made a rather provocative statement. In particular, speaking to German journalists, this Major General bluntly stated that NATO countries, including Germany, should directly intervene in the current conflict in Ukraine, and launch air and missile strikes against Russian military airbases, located on the territory of the Russian Federation. Christian Freuding notes that the North Atlantic Alliance is very concerned about the rapid advance of the Russian army in Ukraine. Against this backdrop, this German general stated that over the past 12 months, the Russian military-industrial complex has significantly outstripped the United States and other Western countries in the production of all types of weapons, including ballistic and cruise missiles. Christian Freuding expressed confidence that only NATO air and missile strikes on industrial facilities, located on the territory of the Russian Federation, will make it possible to deprive the Russian military-industrial complex of this advantage over Western countries. Unfortunately, the Russian army continues its advance on the battlefield. To alter the situation in Ukraine, the only option is for us to initiate offensive surface-to-air operations with combat aircraft and long-range missiles. We need to target Russian airfields proactively, even before any fighter jets or bombers take off from these military sites, German General Christian Freuding said. Well, my dear truth seekers, listening to the statement of this high-ranking German officer, it becomes clear that this general is either a provocateur or a complete idiot. It seems that Christian Freuding does not understand that if German warplanes launch missile strikes on Russian territory, Moscow will not coddle Germany the way it does with Ukraine. The fact remains that, in contrast to Ukraine, Moscow does not regard Germany as a place where historically Russian cities are situated. Consequently, the Russian army will not show mercy to Germany, and will enter Berlin in a fairly short period of time. Meanwhile, the Ukrainian army's position continues to deteriorate rapidly in all key directions of the front. So, on July 20th, it became known that the head of the Kiev regime, Volodymyr Zelensky, gave the order for Ukrainian generals to hold the city of Pokrovsk at any cost. Zelensky emphasized the importance of Ukraine maintaining control over the principal city of Donbass, before the expiration of Trump's 50-day ultimatum. By the way, the insiders in Kiev confirmed that the commander-in-chief of the armed forces of Ukraine, General Alexander Syrsky, promised Zelensky that the Russian army would not be able to take Pokrovsk within 50 days. Indeed, a few hours ago, it became known that the Ukrainian General Staff had sent elite assault groups of the Ukrainian Army and Special Forces units of the National Guard of Ukraine to the Pokrovsk direction. According to war correspondents, these Ukrainian elite units have already joined the battle against Russian troops. Currently, they are trying to push back the Russian army from the city of Rodinskoye, and cut the path to Kramatorsk and Sloviansk. However, as of July 20, 2025, these elite Ukrainian units had only succeeded in slowing down the Russian army's advance in this direction of the front. It is also worth noting the rapidly deteriorating situation of the Ukrainian army in the Kupiansk direction of the front. According to war correspondents, everything that is happening in Kupiansk indicates that the Ukrainian High Military Command is preparing to surrender the city to the Russian army. The fact is that on the morning of July 20th, an authoritative military expert, Alexander Marachko, confirmed that Ukraine had evacuated all high-ranking officers from Kupiansk. However, at the same time, ordinary Ukrainian soldiers were ordered to stay in the city and fight to the end. In addition, Alexander Marachko confirmed that the Ukrainian command had deployed barrage detachments to the west of Kupiansk in order to prevent the escape of Ukrainian soldiers from Kupiansk. According to him, these barrage detachments, consisting of ardent Ukrainian Nazis, worked quite effectively, preventing ordinary mobilized Ukrainian soldiers from leaving their positions. Meanwhile, the commanding general of United States Army Europe and Africa, and commander of Allied Land Command, U.S. Army General Chris Donahue, made a rather shocking confession. Speaking at the Defense Exhibition Land Euro, in the German city of Wiesbaden, this American general bluntly stated that NATO had developed an effective plan to wipe out the Kaliningrad region. At the same time, Chris Donahue mentioned that the North Atlantic Alliance can rapidly destroy the Kaliningrad region, as it is completely encircled by NATO countries on all sides. Furthermore, this American general even announced the name of the military plan for the destruction of the Russian enclave: Eastern Flank Deterrence LIN. By the way, Russia's response to such a provocative statement by NATO leaders was not long in coming. In particular, Vladimir Putin recalled that Russia's military doctrine allows the Russian army to launch a nuclear strike against aggressors in the event of an attack on the Kaliningrad region. At the same time, the Russian military admitted that in the event of a NATO attack on Kaliningrad, countries such as Poland, Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia may disappear from the map of Europe forever. Well, as you can see, the West continues to provoke Russia with its actions and statements, forcing Putin to launch another special military operation, but this time in NATO countries.
On the surface of it, a lot of people want to say, hey, we're making progress towards peace. We're getting closer. But when you look at the actual positions of the two sides heading into this talk tomorrow, it becomes more and more clear that this is basically both sides are just doing whatever they think they need to do diplomatically to keep whatever constituency they want happen. But as Colonel Doug McGregor, who's on the show today, and couldn't have been a better time on this, is going to tell us that nobody should be expecting any big breakthroughs, which ironically is what Dmitry Peskov, the Kremlin spokesman, actually has some of the same comments. Nobody should expect magical breakthroughs. What about you, Doug? Do you see any magical breakthroughs?
Well, in view of the decision by the Air Force to position low-yield nuclear warheads in Great Britain, in other words, gravity bombs, B-12s, that carry nuclear charges, in England is to ostensibly threaten the Russians. That's not a good start for the talks.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, I want to drill in on that for a second. Why in the world would we need to station anything in the UK? They have their own nukes, and we have our own global distribution triad. Why do we need to do that?
Well, this is specifically designed to be delivered by an F-15 or an F-35A. In other words, aircraft that can fly at least within range of targets, something like St. Petersburg, or further east potentially. But St. Petersburg is an easy target. And I think in the minds of some people, this threatening gesture of committing these low-yield nuclear warheads to England right now is going to influence what happens in Istanbul. I don't see any evidence for that. As you pointed out earlier, the two sides are further apart than ever. I don't see any evidence that the Ukrainians are going to behave as President Trump said a few months ago, knowing that they do not hold any cards. They're behaving as though they hold cards. And the card appears to be us, Great Britain, and to a lesser extent, France. And I think that's why the tactical nuclear weapon is being moved there. It's a very dangerous thing to do because reinforces, frankly, what we saw Dmitry Trenin say in RT and on several other broadcasts, that the Russians think World War III has already begun. And they're now trying to organize and mobilize, not the way they did for World War II, but in the current environment, to deal with what they think is the last final great attempt by the United States and the West to destroy them. I don't think any of this is good news, and I don't think it bodes well for what's going to happen in Istanbul.
You know, I wonder, Doug, what you think about, because I'm trying to think about what Trump has said in recent days, and we're going to show you some of what he said regarding the negotiations here in just a minute. But there was a couple of times when the weapons and ammunition for Ukraine had been paused that Trump didn't know anything about them. And he was asked pretty point blank on that. And he like literally was caught with his pants down, had no idea when the reporter asked him. Then he went back and found out later on and made changes. Do you think that this was a conscious decision?
Dan, I don't hear anything.
Yeah, we'll work on this, Doug. We'll see what's going on here. Just occasionally, this is happening.
Okay.
You back
Am
yet?
I back on?
There we go. You're back. There we go.
What in the world? Probably, I don't know. Probably the Kremlin. I don't know. But the question is at hand is: do you think that Trump is actually consciously made that decision to put the nuclear weapon in Ukraine, or in England? Or do you think that this is something that somebody on the Pentagon might think, and maybe Trump doesn't even know?
Well, these things are hard to know, and we're always condemned to speculate because we're not in the room and we're not on the ground, and we don't know exactly what was said by anyone present in front of the president. But I can tell you that Robert Kaplan wrote a book many, many years ago. I don't see too many, but certainly more than 20 years ago. No, I guess it's probably less than maybe 15 years ago. It was about atomic war, and it's entitled The Bomb. And Fred Kaplan, in this book, The Bomb, recounts some advice that then Mr. Trump, long before he had embarked on his political career, had offered to a chief negotiator with the Soviet side in the 1980s. And I guess this late 80s, early 90s. And it was about intermediate range nuclear weapons and the nuclear arsenal. Ultimately, we got a good agreement. We both reduced our arsenals by a third, which was very, very smart, frankly. But President Trump said, well, I've got advice for you. This is to the negotiator. You're going to walk up to the Soviet opponent who's negotiating against you. You're going to walk in the room. You're going to put your finger in his chest and say, screw you, as the opening salvo of the talks. Obviously, this advice was ignored. We did get an agreement. It was workable. So, I mean, having gone back and reviewed some of the things that President Trump has said and done in his lifetime, where he thinks, based on his art of the deal, that the best way to do business is to bully people, I'm afraid that he might well know that this has happened. And he may think this is going to have some sort of salutary effect. I don't think so. I think the opposite is the case. But you and I are not inside.
We're not, but as you say, there is some evidence that makes that a concerning thing. But what also is concerning, speaking specifically about the commander-in-chief, is his judgment on several things, and specifically about the trying to get an end of a war settlement with Russia and Ukraine. Now, obviously, we've talked about many times how he was going to get this done in a day, and then 100 days, and then, well, actually a couple of weeks, and then, well, okay, now 50 days. So obviously he's all over the map on that. But there was something he said in a BBC interview a few days back that I think is really worth noting, because it shows, or at least what he said in public, was that he has an expectation that is pretty far divorced from reality.
You've said you were 4 times close to a deal with Putin.
Yeah, I thought I had a deal 4 times.
Are you done with him? I mean, I know that sounds a simplistic thing.
But I'm disappointed in him. But I'm not done with him. But I'm disappointed in him. So we had a deal done 4 times, and then you go home and you see he just attacked a nursing home or something in Kiev. I said, what the hell was that all about?
Do you trust him?
I trust almost nobody, to be honest with you.
So how do you deal with someone you can't trust?
Well, it's not a question of that. It's like I'm disappointed that this hasn't been done.
I mean, aside from the fact he doesn't really answer the questions, he says, and this is not the first time or only time he said it, is that he thought he had a deal 4 times. There is no way on earth you can think you had a deal with Putin when he has never deviated from his requirements for end the war. What do you make of that?
Well, he doesn't understand that there's this thing called negotiations, and these have to happen, and these take time, and they involve people systematically moving through all of the details on both sides, coming to an arrangement that both sides can accept, an arrangement that will not give everyone everything they want, but an arrangement that is at least satisfactory and satisfies the legitimate security interests of all concerned. That takes time and patience, and President Trump has neither time nor patience for it. He thinks that he can get on the phone and, much like a real estate deal in New York, we'll give you this. What are you going to take? Oh, well, don't be stupid. Take this. This is a beautiful deal for you, and everything will be great if you do it. Well, that's not the way things work in international relations. That's not the way things work between governments. I'm sure that President Putin was always very polite to President Trump. It may be that he misinterpreted politeness as weakness or as a readiness to sign on for something that President Trump wanted. Who knows? There are times when I just don't think President Trump is operating in the same universe as the rest of us. And I think that's particularly true when it comes to the Russians.
You know, we talked about that's kind of how Trump sees things. I want to look here at this. This is just a representative sample. This is Mick Mulroy on ABC News talking about the upcoming talks, and I think that he gives a pretty common view of how these things are going to work from the Western side. And I wanted to get your view on the backside of whether this is somebody detached from reality or whether they have just been confused and think this is reality.
So I think it's maximalist. I think they're in many ways they're just trying to keep this ceasefire negotiation talk going. But the only way that's really going to be effective if there's an actual ceasefire during the negotiations. If not, I believe Russia is just going to keep continuing to strike civilian targets in Kiev. They're going to try to incrementally take up territory in the east. And that is their plan. They have 50 days to do so before there's even consequences. So the only way to change that is to make consequences, which is to get ready and potentially speed up putting sanctions on Russia, potentially even secondary sanctions. They can also start releasing some of the frozen assets that Russia has in Western banks. There's over 300 billion, and that could also be substantial and something that Russia would want to see. But right now, it looks like Russia's going to keep doing what they're doing, potentially increasing their attacks, but with no real interest to see any kind of negotiated ceasefire.
Because, I mean, there's not an issue about whether there's an interest. Russia definitely has an interest. They have been very clear on what their conditions are. And yet you still see this comment here that, well, they're just not interested in a peace. What do you make of the view of what he said specifically, but also just how it's generally in the West?
Well, you heard this statement that President Trump said, I don't know, they attacked a nursing home. Well, that's nonsense. The Russians have bent over backwards to avoid civilian casualties and collateral damage, more so than almost anybody else in the last 50 or 60 years. I certainly think more so than we ever did in Vietnam. So I reject this notion that the Russians are evil. The Russians intend to harm everyone they can. Nothing could be further from the truth. If they were that interested in harming people, this war would have proceeded very differently from the way it has. So that's the first problem. And this man has simply signed on for all the nonsense. You know, the Russians aren't serious. The Russians are this or that. Look, if we are steadfastly opposed under any and all circumstances to identify and subscribe to Russia's legitimate security interests right off the bat, there's no chance for anything good coming out of this. And again, as we've talked many, many times, this is sort of like saying, well, we tell the Chinese, don't you dare invade Taiwan or it'll be war. And they look at us as though we've lost our minds. Would China basically say to us, don't you dare threaten Cuba or it'll be war with China? Of course not. It makes no sense. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
We're in this kind of utterly bizarre universe where we are always right, we are always perfect, we are always morally justified, and everyone else is wrong. And Zelensky who is ostensibly our puppet in Kiev, although sometimes I wonder if he's not pulling strings as well.
Right.
He has lots of friends in Israel and in New York City and Washington are pulling strings for him. The bottom line is that this is all the theater of the absurd. The only thing that the Russians can ever do that will make people happy in Washington, D.C. is to get on their knees, beg for forgiveness, and then put a gun to their head and kill themselves. It's a lot of nonsense. So I think we ought to just ignore what goes on there. Let's see if anything comes out of it. But I can't conceive of anything positive emerging. And now at the same time, you've got all these things coming out of the CIA and MI6 rumors suggesting that Zelensky's on his way out, that there's a desire to remove him and replace him with Zelensky over in London. This Zelensky, of course, was a former commander of Ukrainian ground forces. I don't know why anybody thinks that the Russians would be inclined to accept Zelensky, who's an MI6 puppet for London, as somehow better than Zelensky. It's inconceivable. I don't see any evidence that would be the case. But, all of these things are swirling around constantly. And we don't really know other than to say the following. The Russians are pressing ahead. And I think they have finally concluded there is no alternative to ending this war but on the battlefield.
Well, certainly it's moving in that direction. And before I get to the Russian part here, one of our audience members has asked a question that I wanted to run by you. He said, the thing that scares me is that the Gerald Ford carrier group has entered the Mediterranean. Last time they entered the sea, the U.S. bombed Iran. How possible is it for the U.S. to bomb Russia? What do you think about that?
I think it's extremely unlikely, but nothing is impossible with this administration, given the attitudes that are expressed and the sort of level of disinformation and self-delusion. I think we should be more concerned that carrier is there for Israeli use against Iran than anything else.
Yeah, that's a whole separate can of worms. But yeah, whatever it is, it's nothing there for American national security interests. I think we can pretty safely say that. But I do want to shift over to the Russian side. So that's kind of the view from the U.S. side, kind of how we're viewing things, which is, as you say, kind of detached from reality. But the Russians are continuing to say things that they've said all along. In fact, this is going to be, if everything works out right, tomorrow is going to be the third meeting of Russia and Ukraine in direct talks at Istanbul since the abortive time in 2022. And on the second one, there was a list given, a 12-point plan by the Russians, a memorandum, which basically was, I mean, if you're just being honest, it was basically terms of surrender. That's what was on the table then. Yesterday, or maybe it was even today, Dmitry Peskov says that this meeting, the one for Istanbul third meeting, is going to say, Gary, if you can put that one back up, the one from Dmitry Peskov. He's saying that RIA Novosti is reporting that Russia and Ukraine will have to discuss difficult topics at the talks, including draft memorandums on the settlement. Said Peskov, the topic of negotiations is quite complicated. In addition to other issues, of course, it will be necessary to discuss the very draft memorandums that were exchanged during the second round. So while it seems many in the West want to change the terms and make it something, and I can't believe I keep hearing people say this, terms that are beneficial to Kiev, just somehow think they can negotiate that away. The Russian side has said, we haven't moved since the last one. We're still here.
I think the Russians know that the key to all of this is Washington, D.C. President Trump has always had the power to tell Zelensky, enough. Remember his little meeting in the Oval Office where Zelensky behaved so badly while he was wearing his costume as a military leader. And President Trump said, you have no cards to play. You hold nothing. You need to sit down. Well, President Trump was right when he said that. The cards that Zelensky is holding are American cards, primarily, not even British or French or German, but primarily American. It is up to us to decide whether or not we're going to allow the Germans to provide Taurus missiles to the Ukrainians, whether or not we're going to allow the British to launch missiles that they've manufactured or created against Russia. The same thing is true in France. In other words, the man in charge of everything is, in fact, Donald Trump. He has the authority to suspend all of it, or he has the authority to move forward. Thus far, he's not suspending anything. And so Zelensky is happy to send his crew to Istanbul with instructions to stonewall, give up nothing, demand everything. And I think that's what we're going to see. So the whole thing stands or falls on the basis of what President Trump's willing to do. I don't know how much goodwill there is left in Russia. I mean, the Russians have been lied to so prolifically over the last 20 years, over and over and over again. We go back all the way to 2014 to the coup, and then what happens in the Minsk Accords and so forth. Nobody in the West ever bothers to point that out. It's all very one-sided. We're good, they're bad, ergo they should do what we say. That's not going to happen. But President Trump needs to sit down and very carefully evaluate the wisdom of his latest move, of moving those gravity bombs, the B-12s, the low-yield nuclear warheads, to Great Britain, to be ostensibly loaded onto F-15s and F-35s. Now, if that's his intention, and that's his card that he's playing right now with Zelensky, he's on the path to a confrontation with Russia. That's the truth. There needs to be an understanding in Washington, where there is none, that the Russians are deadly serious. This is not open for debate. Ukraine presents in its current form an existential threat to Russia. It will not be tolerated.
Well,
if we take that seriously, we will end up at war with Russia.
And it certainly looks like Russia completely understands what you just said, because Dmitry Peskov understands, number one, that it's Trump that's actually calling the shots here. And then number two, that they're not backing down from anything here. This is 2 days ago where Dmitry Peskov was addressing the possibility of a Trump-Putin meeting, which he said was possible but difficult. And then he listed some other conditions.
Возможно все-таки и в таком формате, или она должна быть именно подготовлена?
Она возможна, и со временем она обязательно случится. Она необходима. Возможно, она будет необходима и для фиксации каких-то крупных договоренностей, которые со временем будут достигнуты после того, как будет проделана огромная работа. Но пока это время еще не настало. Эту работу еще только предстоит сделать. И да, Россия готова двигаться быстро. Нам главное достичь своих целей. Наши цели понятны, очевидно, они не меняются. Вот. Но процесс зависит не только от нас.
So he says our goals are clear, unambiguous, and unchanged. So it sounds like that Russia recognizes that. And you talk about the Russians, I think they, if anything, are very patient. They seem to want to avoid a conflict, but it also seems that they will have some hard stops somewhere that they say, no, we're not going to go further than this.
I think we should watch carefully over the next few days to see what Russia decides to do on the ground, not only in Ukraine, but also in Belarus, in terms of moving capabilities forward. I'm thinking in terms of so-called tactical nuclear weapons. I think we may see some of that as a definite and unambiguous signal to us, is that they haven't missed it. They understand what we're doing, and they're not going to play games with us. The other thing he mentioned, which again it falls on deaf ears right now in the Trump White House, is this comment of tremendous work. You know, this instant gratification culture in the United States is, I'm afraid, typified in much of President Trump's rhetoric when he talks about tariffs and he puts down this 60-day time limit. Either you sign up or you face worse tariffs and so forth. There is this notion that everybody and everything can be systematically packed into the policy microwave. Then you hit the button, and then when the button rings, bing, out comes your answer, and your answer is what you want, that you're going to get everything you asked for or demanded. That doesn't apply. You and I know that. Everything takes tremendous effort, tremendous work, long, strenuous, and determined negotiation. But that's not what we're doing. Everything is a matter of bullying and microwave tactics. Get in fast, do what we want, or else you're going to be fried for all intents and purposes. I just don't think it's working very well. I don't think it has any chance of working in the future. But remember, right now, you've got a lot of people who are saying, well, look, we signed the big, beautiful bill. We're now up to $1 trillion defense budget. That nothing bad has happened yet. Interest rates are down. Well, yes, bond yields are rising. That reflects a certain lack of confidence, a lack of foreign investment in the United States. I know, but things are really actually pretty good. And look at the border. People are not coming in. Yeah, we're not really deporting very many people. Biden deported more than we have thus far, but we're getting there and we're locking up criminals. So, look at the bright side. Well, I think they're in for a hell of a awakening coming up in the near future. And it's unavoidable because things aren't what they seem.
Yeah, that and we're actually going to touch on that in a second because you got a piece coming out in the American Conservative tomorrow, which we're going to talk about in a second related to that. But before we get there, I shows you what the Russians think. We've talked about what the Westerners and Americans think. Let's go to Ukraine, because Volodymyr Zelensky has a very different definition of what diplomacy is supposed to produce.
The main task of Ukrainian diplomacy is to promote everything that protects Ukrainian life in Ukraine first and foremost, and everything that hurts Russia for this war. And each of you must be specific in your own results for the sake of our people, for the sake of Ukraine. This is not pathos, it is true. I believe that this is the main goal. The first is weapons. Of course, we will not publicly discuss the details in each area now, but each of you knows what is in your countries, what are the opportunities for cooperation between joint productions. We now have a truly global cooperation, the largest ever built for Ukraine. But this does not mean that we can stop expanding the activity. We should always look for a new format.
So his first diplomacy objective is protecting his country. That's fine. That's everybody's supposed to do that. But then simultaneous with that, and apparently co-equal, is to harm Russia. It's one and the other. And then, of course, everything is focused on getting more weapons. So if that's the comment from the leader, what do you think the delegation is going to do when it comes to Russian delegation tomorrow in Istanbul?
Well, this is the new long war. Remember, I discussed that a few weeks ago. And we need to understand that the people that were behind the long war when we were involved in this global war on terrorism that now seems to have vanished like, nonsense on the wind is now being replaced by a new long war, the new long war against Russia. I would argue you've got a new long war against Iran and potentially Islam, as long as it fails to bend the knee to Israel. So this is all part and parcel of the same thing. The same people, the neoconservative figures and Zionists who are pushing us to war in the Middle East are also pushing us back into war against Russia. Now, they're betting, and this is very dangerous, they're betting that the Russians will simply sit and take it. In other words, okay, that's fine. We've gone far enough. We'll sit here and, let us know when you want to talk again. No, I don't think that's the case. I think we're pushing the Russians over the edge where they're going to have to take dramatic and decisive action. They have been reluctant to do that for good reason. But I think after these talks in Istanbul are over, becomes clear what's really going on, which Zelensky, in my judgment, has said in a very straightforward manner. We're not going to sign up for anything that does not hurt Russia. I mean, just stop and think about that. It's incomprehensible. How do you reach a peace agreement with your opponent if the agreement itself is supposed to perpetually harm your opponent? I mean, that was the problem with the Versailles Treaty. If you go back and look at it carefully, it essentially consigned Germany to a permanent pariah role. And for that matter, Russia as well, that had then become the Soviet Union. Everyone was pushed into a corner. And of course, we know how that turned out. You push people into a corner, they're going to strike back at you. Now, we're not the country we were then. We're not as strong as we were then. Neither are our allies. We are actually in a much weaker state in every category of national power. That's why when we use this term from Lenin, the correlation of forces, we say often, I know you have, and I have, and others have said it, Larry Johnson, the correlation of forces doesn't favor us in this collision with Russia in Ukraine. It simply doesn't. And it's not favoring us right now in the Middle East. We're working with 9 million or 7 million people in Israel versus not just 92 million in Iran, but potentially hundreds of millions of people. It's not a good thing. It's not sensible. It's not going to lead to any sort of stable peace in the near future. So I'm glad that Zelensky spoke and said what he did, because at least he's being honest. Give us more weapons. And by the way, he has no one to use the weapons on the battlefield. So he wants more weapons in terms of unmanned systems, rockets, and missiles. He's not asking for weapons to put in the hands of tens of thousands of Ukrainian soldiers. In fact, I don't think that even bothers him anymore or worries him anymore. You know, Ukraine is effectively a graveyard, if you want to look at it from the realistic standpoint. You've got well over 1.5, almost 1.8 million dead Ukrainian soldiers. How many others have been injured or wounded, I don't know. But that's not what he's interested in. He's interested in these, what we have talked about in the past, revenge weapons, the Storm Shadow, the Taurus, and unmanned systems that he can ship drones through airspace and launch from inside of Russia. All of this is what he's about. That just drags this thing out. And at some point, your opponent says, these people aren't serious. And they're not. And I think President Putin knows that. The problem is, I don't think President Trump understands this. He's caught up in this false dichotomy. We're good, they're bad. You know, no, that's not the case. This is not, he keeps saying it's not my war. Mr. President, it's your war. You've made it your war. That's the problem. You should get out of it. You should have gotten out of it the moment he took over and said, we want nothing to do with this. He should have made restoring relations with Russia, good relations, his top priority. He didn't do it. He finally fell victim to the same people that sabotaged and diverted and distracted him the last time around. So at this point, I don't pay too much attention to President Trump anymore when he says these things. What does it really mean? I don't know.
Yeah, it only matters what is done, not what is said. And in terms of what's done and said, one of the other things that Zelensky is doing, you talked about how he's looking for these revenge type weapons, and he's taken action on it. One of our viewers just showed that he launched another strike into Moscow last night. I haven't seen any reports of whether they found their mark or not, but at least he did try, because he's shooting back. Russia continues to shoot many hundreds of air attacks into Ukraine per day. They did it again overnight here too. But what really seems to motivate Zelensky, aside from his hatred for Russia and wanting these revenge attacks, is money. We've often seen, Gary's shown a bunch of times this picture from December 2023 when Zelensky was meeting with this whole room full of smiling faces and guys from Lockheed Martin and said all these different places for weapons manufacturing, because that's what they were really happy about, that kind of thing. Well, now then it seems that Zelensky has taken it another step further and made it easier for corruption to take place in his country. Watch this.
We will hold a moratorium, a ban on checking businesses, and about what we have discussed with the government officials. We will hold a moratorium, a ban on checking businesses, and, in general, any interference of law enforcement agencies controlling various state structures into business activities. Of course, in addition to very risky shadow sectors, such as the sphere of alcohol and tobacco products, so that there are no new gray schemes. There is also a clear list of legislative changes, specific measures at the level of the government to really change the positive conditions for business in our country during the moratorium.
And as the Kiev Independent is reporting, that what he's done there is not making it easier to handle business for the war effort, but it just gets rid of anti-corruption agencies and makes it easier for the Zelensky regime to be corrupt. And now then what little controls there were are being taken away. How do you view the process here and the results?
Well, I think he should have titled the speech differently. It should have said, "Message to my donors," because effectively, he's addressing this mountain of corruption on which he privately and personally also depends for his existence. The whole Ukrainian state is a kleptocracy. You know, almost 30-40% of everything we send in terms of cash or equipment ends up disappearing into the black hole of corruption. We know that. We've seen the photographs of Mexican cartel members walking around with Javelin missiles on their backs. So, you know, this is not a new phenomenon. He's simply saying, look, we're giving up. We can't fix it. We can't control it, but we can benefit from it. And so I'm going to allow it. That's all. And it's going to benefit him and his regime. Now, the Ukrainian people, that's another tragic story. And we don't get truthful reports about Ukrainian feelings in the West. But the Ukrainian people have had it with this war. They want an end to it. They would welcome a peace agreement of some kind that would put an end to their misery and to this destruction. But we're not going to see it. You know, there's something else here, and this is something I think the Russians need to learn from us. You and I lived this. In 1991, when the ceasefire was suddenly called one-sided, we stopped. And you'll recall that at the time I was not full of jubilation.
I do remember that very clearly.
Because I felt strongly this war needed to go on for another few weeks in order to go to Baghdad and end this thing. And everybody said, we don't want to occupy. Well, of course, we didn't need to occupy. We never needed to occupy. And you know from your experience with the Iraqi troops and the Iraqi officers that we could have gone there, removed Saddam, and turned it over to them, and they'd have been happy to take it over and run the place. And we could have had a different outcome from what we got. But none of us knew at the time that once there was an agreement being discussed between Saddam Hussein's representatives in the United States, the question Saddam Hussein asked was, what are they doing now? Are they advancing? And the answer was no. He said, they're not crossing the Euphrates River. No, sir. Yeah, with that, he got up and he danced around the table. And he celebrated. They're not crossing the Euphrates River. We win. We've won because we've survived. I think the Russians need to look at Zelensky as kind of a Saddam Hussein figure. The only way he wins is by staying where he is. He has
and
to.
he would consider that a win. His whole country could be burned down, but he personally would consider it a win if he just stays in power.
Yeah, and there was never any evidence that Saddam Hussein was terribly worried about the plight of his nation.
Yeah,
and millions of people living inside Iraq's borders. He could care less. He didn't care about the sanctions or anything else. So I think the Russians need to sit down and understand what they're dealing with. They're dealing with Saddam Hussein, somebody who could care less as long as they stay in power, as long as nobody shows up at the front door and says, hello, we're knocking, you're finished. We've got a wagon out front for you, and you're going to disappear into it and be done with you. Until something like that occurs, or he gets into a jet, which I'm sure is fully fueled and manned and standing by as it is, gets into it and tries to fly away, this will go on. And
well, and here's the problem with that. If that's what Zelensky's thinking is going to be his long-term plan, he might want to take a look at the tactical map, because the front line is starting to buckle in one of the worst places for Ukraine could, in Pokrovsk.
I believe that currently there are very heavy clashes for the southwestern part, and I believe that we're going to receive more and more videos exactly from this area. This is a vital question for the Russians to establish control over this part of the city of Pokrovsk, because if the Russians are able to secure this territory, this let's say area we call it as a contested area, then most likely the Russians will continue offensive operation in the northern direction towards the main supply lines through the city of Pokrovsk itself, as so close as possible to the railways, and in the direction of the settlement of Grishina. Because the Russians, if they are able to secure the western part of the city of Pokrovsk completely, like this is going to be obviously a cauldron without any chances for evacuation. Most likely the Russians will be very fast, because they understand that it's time to finish this as soon as possible.
And in fact, that's been going on. You may recall for our viewers that I guess late last year, Russia was making a pretty big sweep across the eastern of the front, and they moved up to Pokrovsk, and it looked like they were going to continue moving right along there, and Pokrovsk could fall. The Ukraine side rushed a bunch of reinforcements into it, built up a bunch of hasty defensive positions, continued to build it in further, and the Russian offensive kind of lost its steam in November of 2024. But here in the last month or so, Russia has picked up steam. And let me run real quick to the current battle map here. This is Pokrovsk down here, and what we just saw in this area down here. This is the once in November, I guess, they kind of got up to this point here, and then they kind of ran out of steam because the Ukraine side really stiffened its resistance, and that's what led them to start a flanking maneuver. Well, I'll talk about that in a second. But this area here is just in the last 24 hours. Where Russia now then, because I think of what's been going on up here on the northeastern flank, have actually now, as of this morning, started penetrating into the city itself. And so we see this cauldron forming, but that's also part of maybe a pair of cauldrons, because the Konstantinivka over in this area here is facing its own cauldron. And this, I guess, bulge kind of up the middle here is potentially going to put both of them at risk. And this lifeline here coming into Pokrovsk from the north, Russia is now then continuing to move up the flanks of this as well. And they're only 3 kilometers away from Rodinska, which is on this, just astride that route there, which could completely unhinge it. And if you unhinge this one here, Doug, from what I've talked to from some Russian journalists who's actually stationed on the Eastern Front, he said this was unambiguously the main effort for Russia. They had some supporting efforts in the Zaporizhia area and in the Kupiansk, but this was their priority of effort. And if they break through here, he said they do seek to use operational exploitation forces. What would happen if Russia is successful here? And do you see this as a real threat to Ukraine?
Well, the Russians know their own country, and they know the weather patterns, and they have about 7 weeks of good weather and hard ground ahead of them. In other words, if you're going to wrap this thing up once and for all, and I think that's what is going to turn out to be the case, then this is the time to advance, start moving. They know nothing's going to come out of Istanbul. I mean, that's been made very clear. Zelensky is celebrating the arrival of more revenge weapons, long-range strike weapons that he can hurl at people. So the Russians are taking a position. They've got 7 weeks. You got to wrap it up, because at week 7, you're starting into mid-September. That's when you begin to get a lot of rain, a lot of mud. By the time October hits, it's a giant swamp. So you want to get as far west as you possibly can, as quickly as you can, while you have decent weather and good ground. I would be surprised if they didn't do that. Now, I've been surprised before, but I think this is different.
It has a different feel to it.
Yeah, I think so. And I think President Putin knows he's done everything in his power to try and cultivate a good relationship with President Trump. He had high hopes, and I think many people in Russia had high hopes that President Trump's arrival on the scene would be a game changer, that there would be an opportunity to reach a reasonable agreement that kept Iran out of NATO, that made it a neutral state, whatever it turned out to be, and that would recognize Russia's legitimate national security interests as well as the rights of Russian citizens in Ukraine. That's been dashed now, destroyed. So there's no longer any excuse to wait for something good to happen in Washington. It's not coming. So you might as well end this thing. So my view is, he mentioned 2 cauldrons. This is the old German expression, Kesselschlacht, for a cauldron. In other words, a big pot. Those 2 contain most of what's left of Ukrainian fighting power, as far as I can tell. So the only thing you've got left are drones and revenge weapons. And there is a large concentration, let's call it a column or 2, further north, headed towards Kiev. Just within the last 48 hours, there was this almost panicked report that came out of Kiev. There are 160,000 Russian troops, and they're headed to Kiev. Well, that's not really true. There are troops headed in that direction, not 160,000, but they have at the vanguard the Akhmat Brigade. And these are Chechen forces, along with Wagner forces, that have coalesced into a very tough outfit. And they've got lists of names of war criminals, people that have murdered Russians and Ukrainians on behalf of the regime. And they're going after them as they advance west. And I think that scares the living daylights out of the Zelensky inner circle and its regime in Kiev. And it should, because they've got to go there and they've got to deal decisively with these people, or there will be no end to this war.
And that's this is part of the word. Some of the reports are in the Sumy areas where some of these 160,000 are, which is quite close to Kiev. But last thing I want to ask you about is something that you actually have coming out in the American Conservative. You mentioned earlier in this broadcast here that there are some concerns about, even in the United States, if we keep not paying attention to some of our domestic issues here. And in this piece, which will come out tomorrow, which you kindly gave us an intro to, you wrote, in short, Washington is hurtling toward a sovereign debt crisis, escalating foreign wars, and potential domestic unrest without a clear path forward. While President Trump did not create these challenges alone, he now bears responsibility for addressing them. He campaigned promises on accountability, transparency, and fiscal reform, yet have to be realized. The proverbial buck stops with this administration. But, and then you continued on, like the Parisians of 1789, this is what got my attention, America's response powerfully to appeals that honor virtue and condemn vice. It would be a grave mistake for Trump to ignore the impact of the Epstein scandal, especially as it coincides with his administration's failure to fulfill key campaign pledges. What is it about today and the 1789 that has your alarm bells ringing?
Well, you know, I go back and I try to understand what's happened before in other settings. And of course, the French Revolution, which continues to echo today across Europe and the world, as the Chinese once pointed out, is a good place to start. The problems that affected Louis XVI and his government at the time were very similar to what we face. They had a tremendous fiscal crisis because of gross mismanagement and extravagant spending. They also had a lost war on their hands. When I say lost war, well, they helped us gain independence from the British, but it cost them enormous quantities of money. They had to send a fleet and manpower over. We're very fortunate they did that, because otherwise we would not be sitting here talking as Americans, Dan. But the bottom line is those things have to be viewed in the context of the comments, because the fiscal emergency is already upon us. People that live in this country know what the effects of inflation are. They know how the prices rise. They know what they're paying for things. And they know the truth about jobs and unemployment and who's working and who's left the workforce. We don't need to go over all that, but Americans know what's happening. And now on top of that, you have this other problem with Epstein. Now, why is the Epstein issue a problem? Because President Trump was elected in large part the first time, and again the second time, for accountability, transparency. He was elected because people saw him as different, as not part of the larger problem. But the truth is, it looks like he's very much a part of the problem he was elected to solve. And that's very, very dangerous, because that happened in France. There was a time between 1780 and 1789 when the population overwhelmingly concluded that the ruling class was decadent, depraved, degenerate, and unworthy to rule. And when this coincided with the fiscal problems, the inflation, the lack of money, the inability of people to sustain themselves, as we always talk about, they simply could not even buy bread. When that finally came together, you had an explosion in 1789. And that revolution was incredibly destructive. It eventually ends in 1795 to some extent. I shouldn't say ends, but certainly abates. It's Bonaparte, when he takes over, who finally puts an end to it. My point is, there are already people looking at us around the world and saying, look at the United States Republic. It's failed miserably. It's corrupt. It's ineffective. It's inefficient. It's unserious. democracy itself is on trial and people are saying it's failed. All right. That's the problem. And President Trump is at the center of this. He's at the top of the pyramid. And he is too close to people that, frankly, are despicable. And Americans are shocked. Now, you're always going to have the usual suspects in the party structures that see this as an opportunity for them to benefit. He says that he's not wrong. But the point is, he's tainted now very seriously. That does not help his case. And I think that we still have a lot of problems here at home that we gloss over, that we pretend aren't there, involving not just social and cultural and economic things, but also racial things. All of these things we need to deal with. And we've been talking about this for a long time. Bring the forces back. If we're serious about this deportation business, where's the strategy? Where's the plan? Where are the assets? Where's the manpower? How are we going to do it? And people now say, oh, well, the latest polls say Americans don't like that. First of all, I don't buy that necessarily. And I think Tom Homan was right when earlier today or yesterday he was asked about, well, polls said X, Y, and Z. He said, I don't believe it because everywhere I go, I run into Americans who are desperate for us to enforce the law. I think he's right. I think Americans want the law enforced. So President Trump needs to back away, take the broad perspective, look at the wide range of possibilities, and don't underestimate the impact of this Epstein mess. It's ugly, and I don't think it's going to go away anytime soon. It may be like Watergate. I don't know.
And what do you think about this this potential distraction? Maybe there's some substance in it. There apparently appears to be some. I'm not sure it's as strong as what's being claimed about this whole Obama and his senior guys changing the intelligence, et cetera. But it seems like that there's a pretty concerted effort to make everybody say, no, don't look at Epstein. Look at this, Obama. Obama's always the evil one for many on the right. And do you think that they're going to be successful at distracting everybody away from Epstein over to this issue?
Well, there's an easy test. Where are the attorneys in the Justice Department preparing cases? Are they doing anything? Are we going to see any grand juries? Are we going to indict anybody? And if we indict, are we going to go out and arrest anybody? Privately, I don't see much evidence that very much will happen. That's not saying that I don't think it's true. I think Tulsi Gabbard is telling the truth. But I think it's also being released at a point in time that's designed to distract from what you mentioned, the Epstein problem. No doubt about it. At the end of the day, it's back to what President Trump promised: accountability, transparency, good government. Can he deliver? Because in people's eyes right now, that's the real question. And we've got to give him a little more time. But after about 6 months, you would expect to see better. And at the end of 9 or 10 months, in any presidential administration in the first year, you're beginning to lose airspeed and altitude. You know, you only have so long to make your dent, so to say, in things. So,
let me ask you this as sort of the last few minutes we have here, related to what President Trump ran on and what people voted for him on was to get us out of these dumb wars, not start any new ones. And what's going on in the Middle East right now, because it really is starting to look like, not starting to look like, it's really looking like Benjamin Netanyahu is pulling the strings for Trump. And now then Trump says, I wanted to improve relations with Syria so that we could get them part of the Abraham Accords. I wanted to get a ceasefire in the Gaza situation, get that over with. And now that I think I dealt with the Iranian situation, pushed them back a couple of years. So let's go with that. And instead you have Israel attacking into Syria and then saying that instead of having a ceasefire for Gaza, they want to actually move deeper into the Gaza Strip, which seems to undermine American objectives. Do the American people see whether these things are happening, and how do they view Trump, who seems to be powerless to stop it?
Well, this is the key question. How many American citizens on any given day pay much attention to what's happening beyond their borders? I don't think very many do. We destroyed Syria. Let's face it. That's what we've been trying to do for the last 15 years. That's not new. That started under President Obama. Now, I don't think Obama particularly cared about it. I think we've had a series of presidents. You know, I know from personal experience, President Clinton had no interest in the Balkans at all. And he was dragged into the Balkans repeatedly by people that worked for him, Albright, Gore, Berger, and others, and Strobe Talbot. That's what happens, unfortunately, especially when you've got a president who is not grounded in the area, in an understanding of the area, in understanding international relations. It also happens when the president's not terribly concerned. Now, I think President Trump may have an understanding of what you just described, but he doesn't know what to do about it. And at this point, what do you do about Syria? It's destroyed. You know, people there are being murdered. They're being killed. And let's face it, Mr. Netanyahu had a real important role to play in that. He was in the forefront of removing this man, Assad, over and over and over again. Edward Luttwak, years ago, said, why are we trying to move Assad out of northern Lebanon? You know, he's providing some measure of stability up there. We're better off with the Syrians there in charge than not. No one listened to him. We got chaos. We're seeing the same thing today in Syria. Now, as part of the Greater Israel Project, they are going to control the watershed near Hebron, the Mount Hebron, and that's fine. But they've got a problem with the Turks now, who are very uncomfortable with this encroachment on territory and a sphere of influence that they historically have enjoyed. I don't know what's going to happen, but I don't see anything good coming out of it, let's be frank. And President Trump is being led around by the CIA and Mossad and MI6 into all of these places, into this Ukrainian morass, into the Israeli morass. And then when you talk about Gaza, I'm sure that President Trump's uncomfortable, but he doesn't seem to have the courage to stand up and say, that's it. We won't support this anymore. You know, you can look at the latest satellite photography and you begin to look at the statistics that are admitted through the Israeli media and the Western media. They're totally ridiculous. What, 60,000 people killed? That's absurd. We know that far more people have been killed and wounded. Hundreds of thousands, millions have been driven out of their homes. And right now, President Trump is being pressured by the Israel lobby to find places to send Palestinians. So what are we going to do? We can't deport our own illegals that need to be deported, and their deportation is absolutely justified. So instead, we're going to help the Israelis remove people from their homes. It's their home. That's where they live. They have been there for thousands of years. They're not illegal aliens. They didn't migrate into the place and break the law to get there. So it's a very depressing situation.
Yeah, let me ask you this, Doug. So literally the last question here. You just mentioned here about your concerns of a 1789 kind of situation where a financial collapse could cause some real problems at home. In the event that your concerns turn into reality and we actually have an economic serious hardship down there and we have to retrench from overseas, what in the world would happen to Israel in its quest to dominate by military means the entire region if all of a sudden it doesn't have the ammunition, weapons, and diplomatic support from the United States, which it has right now in unlimited quantity? What would happen?
I think millions of Israeli Jews will go to Ben Gurion Airport and try to buy tickets on airplanes to other places, whether it's Costa Rica, Honduras, Buenos Aires, or New York City. That's what I think would happen.
Well, that would be a real problem, and maybe somebody in Israel should start thinking about that right now instead of gambling everything that the perception or the possibilities from the United States and the support and the ammunition will continue at flowing levels forever indefinitely, because I don't think that's a really good bet. That's more like a gamble, but that's their call to make. We'll see what happens with it. But as always,
remember the great Ben Stein. He says things continue until they stop. Yeah, he's right.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, we're in that position right now. President Trump could have drawn back from the cliff. He could have walked back. Instead, he said, "No, big beautiful bill. Let's leap into the abyss." So we've taken the big leap.
Yeah,
I don't see it ending well. I think Nassim Taleb is right. I think gold is now the reserve currency, not the dollar. I think de-dollarization is well underway. Contrary to what President Trump said recently, BRICS is in good shape. It's roaring forward. It's got lots of people that want to join it. and he's trying to depict it as though it's moribund and dead. Nothing could be further from the truth. So
Yeah,
at this
that's
point,
all
all we
they'll
can do is stand next to the railroad and watch the collision or crash with reality that's about to occur.
I fear that you're going to be right on that one too, but we'll see. But in any case, we really appreciate you bringing light onto the truth. So if nothing else, nobody can claim they didn't know. And so we appreciate this, and we'll look forward to that article in the American Conservative tomorrow and read it in full. Thank you very much for coming on today, Doug. Always a pleasure.
Program now, member of the Ukrainian Parliament, Artem Dmytruk, for his views. You're most welcome, sir. Ukraine has requested a third round of peace talks with Moscow this week in Istanbul. After much previous reluctance, why do you think Kiev took this decision now?
Well, good afternoon, and let me start by putting out my position regarding this so-called Ukrainian negotiating team is unchanged. I believe it's not a negotiating team, it's a part of the protocol process rather, and in this composition, we cannot speak about any real decisions, about real agreements. Just like we cannot speak about Russia or Russian leaders could come to any terms with Zelensky, because Zelensky is not the legitimate president. He is not a representative of an authority figure in Ukraine, a representative of the people of Ukraine. He's just a person who seized power in Ukraine, simply a terrorist. So until this thing is not resolved in Ukraine, we cannot speak about any tangible results of the negotiations. In the same vein, we see that currently the Ukrainian side is doing everything it can to delay, to postpone all kind of processes related to the negotiations. They are just trying to extend their existence, because any negotiations would end in the legal power coming to Ukraine. So first it would be an interim government, then after that there would be elections right away, or a period of stabilization after that election. So the current Ukrainian regime will do everything to postpone this process, to drag it out.
Lately, there have been a lot of clampdowns in Ukraine, including the most recent by the Ukrainian Security Service raiding anti-corruption agencies. What is your view of these raids happening?
No one is safe in Ukraine at the moment. No one can rely on the constitution, on laws, or on their rights in Ukraine. There is only one thing. These paranoid decisions or decrees by a mentally deranged person who seized power, person of non-traditional sexual orientation. So if there is someone who thinks that he's untouchable or nothing would happen to this person or it would never reach this, or he would not be touched by the reprisals of the regime, then this person is gravely mistaken. So all those who are committing crimes as part of this regime or just those who are keeping silence are complicit. And sooner or later, Zelensky will get to them, because this type of government that he is carrying out currently, there is only one person could survive this type of government, only him. That's why I urge everyone to get united around one problem, around one enemy who is currently residing on the Bankova street, and not looking enemies among ourselves. We need to understand it clearly. There is only one enemy that we are faced with, the enemy at the Bankova. So all these other structures like anti-corruption entities, we can see that they are not protected, so they cannot be silently complicit to the actions of the Zelensky's regime. So I wonder why they haven't acted before. That's the first part of my answer. As for what's happening now between the anti-corruption body and the Zelensky regime, the Zelensky administration, well, in this regard, we can say that the anti-corruption body, they have launched an investigation, a small investigation into corruption crimes perpetrated by Zelensky, about those so-called black money that he's stealing from Ukraine. And we are speaking about more than $10 billion per year stolen by Zelensky in Ukraine. And even medium-scale investigation could register these crimes. And those people from his close circle, inner circle, who are part of these crimes. And this investigation, part of this investigation was his close partner, Deputy Prime Minister of Ukraine, Mr. Chernyshov. He was mentioned in the investigation materials of this anti-corruption body, and he's also one of the heads, and he was the man who controlled this Zelensky black money. And the anti-corruption body has already figured out the chain of these crimes. And we see the people of Zelensky, the SBU people, without any legal ground whatsoever, they entered the residences and offices of the officers of this anti-corruption body. And without any sanctions to do so, they took all the materials of this investigation that they were carrying out. And from what I know, large part of these materials contained information on Zelensky's crimes. So now we can say that basically Zelensky is destroying the very last body that was not controlled by him 100%. And also from what I know, the heads of the National Anti-Corruption Bureau of Ukraine and the representatives of the Anti-Corruption Office of Ukraine, they will now be charged with crimes, with offenses, and currently they are outside Ukraine. And it is important to mention in this regard that those crimes that they are accused of, these are some car accidents or some old offenses, some trumped-up things. And the same thing was done with me when I was accused of certain crimes that happened 2 or 3 years ago that never truly happened. And they used these alleged crimes as a reason to charge me with real felonies and to charge me with actual crimes. They are now using the same scheme, the same model against the representatives of the anti-corruption entities. And they thought that they will never have to go through this and they would calmly survive till the end of the Zelensky regime. But we can see now that they are touched by these just like any other regular citizen of Ukraine might.
Despite Donald Trump's threats of sanctions against Russia and Europe's claims of increased support for Kiev, American investigative journalist Seymour Hersh reports that Zelensky may be at risk of exile and could be replaced. Do you think that's a real possibility?
Well, as of today, all the sanctions that are imposed on the Russian Federation or other decisions that might be made by the United States or by the European Union, the so-called European partners of Ukraine, they cannot have any impact on the actual situation in Ukraine, not inside the country, not on the front lines. So that's one. And what is also important to mention is that the US administration, they have an absolute influence on having Zelensky removed from power in Ukraine. And they can help Ukrainian citizens to legalize processes in Ukraine, to bring about this interim government or to hold elections to stabilize the situation. So answering your question, the US administration have all the influence it needs on Zelensky and on his teams. So I guess the question is more about the thing that the US administration has no people in Ukraine, I mean, in the Ukrainian leadership who could have represented their interests in Ukraine. For example, to replace Zelensky. But we need to understand that Zelensky cannot be simply replaced. So it is an elected position. So some processes should take place in Ukraine, certain elections should take place in Ukraine. So all these talks about the US replacing someone with someone, these are not the right things to discuss. The United States can remove their employee, Vladimir Zelensky, and then it's up to them what they do next, but they can remove him. And what they can do next is help Ukraine to stabilize the situation in Ukraine using other actors, other shareholders in other countries.
Amidst all that, Ukraine is continuing to ramp up its mobilization efforts. You commented on a video recently showing forcibly drafted men, calling it, quote, scarier than the front. Could you elaborate on what the mobilization situation is like right now?
Well, of course, this situation is indeed scarier than the front, because here an individual is inside his country. They are supposed to be safe, but wherever they are, at home, at their workplaces, or if they're just taking a stroll outside, they are being caught by their fellow Ukrainians. They are getting beaten. They are being tortured, and they are forced to go to the front lines. If they are not killed on the way there, on the way to the front line, or they're not poisoned somewhere else. As for the situation with those draft offices, this confrontation between the draft offices and the people of Ukraine, it's escalating. We can now see that this confrontation is manifested in every city of Ukraine. And there is an underground movement to oppose the activities of the draft offices. These Zelensky people, they are being chased away from many towns, from many cities, from many villages, because people want to protect their lives, the lives of their families, of their friends. So yes, in Ukraine, the murders are continued, tortures also continue, but there is more and more opposition to this. And as I've mentioned previously, it can touch anyone. And Zelensky is like a Grim Reaper who can enter any household. So it concerns more and more people. And that's why there is going to be this civil opposition to this, both in the open and underground. And I have to say that I'm against all kinds of confrontation like this, because all these processes must take a calmer shape. It must make a more democratic shape. That's why we keep on urging, calling upon the President Trump and his administration to help to resolve this issue in Ukraine and help to, they could speak to their employee, to Vladimir Zelensky, and to make a final decision in his regard.
Well, thank you for speaking to RT today. We truly appreciate it. Ukrainian MP Artem Dimitrov.
Today is July 20th, 2025. The conflict in Ukraine continues to grind on. This is taking place at a moment when earlier Trump campaign promises and then early administration promises have gradually given way to what is now just openly continuity of agenda of the United States is continuing. Biden-era wars in the Middle East. It is continuing to expand its military presence in the Asia-Pacific region vis-a-vis China. And of course, the war that President Donald Trump promised to end in 24 hours now continues unabated. In many ways, it continues to escalate. I'm going to talk about all of that today. The first thing I want to do is go to the live map. This is liveuamap.com. It's a pro-Ukrainian map. Just keep that in mind when you look at this. This is a map that is going to try to delay depicting Russian gains for as long as possible. It will emphasize or even exaggerate Ukrainian gains. And even still, looking at this pro-Ukrainian map, you can see the dire straits Ukraine and its Western backers are in. However, as I'm going to get into later on in this video, the point of this war was not to defeat Russia in Ukraine. If that was a possibility, of course, the U.S. and its European proxies, its client states in Europe.
Revolutionary salute to our Queen Yaya's kids for the 5 gifted co-figure memberships to the audience. Revolution is a real life. Absolutely appreciate the love, Queen. If you can, y'all try to keep those to help us keep the lights on. Here in the House of Revolution. Salute.
Europe and elsewhere would attempt to do that. But the primary purpose of this proxy war against Russia in Ukraine is to entangle Russia in a costly, protracted conflict. And that is exactly what has happened, is to raise the cost for Russia and to keep its resources tied up in Ukraine so that Russia cannot respond elsewhere, like, say, in Syria, or in regards to Iran, or in any way shore up Russian strength either internally or elsewhere along its periphery, where the West, the United States and the rest of the West is applying pressure. And of course, in terms of the US encirclement and containment of China, Russia will have fewer resources to aid in that as well. And the US is doing this to Russia's allies, Iran, and also China, to likewise tie them up in local conflicts along the periphery, preventing them from mobilizing their resources to help their Russian allies or Iranian allies. Let's zoom in along the line of contact, which goes from Kherson across Zaporozhye into the Donbass region, and of course here, Kharkov, and now the Sumy region. I've not done a video like this and gone to the map in a while. Let's look at Pokrovsk, because this is what everyone is talking about this week in the Western media, and I will show you some examples of that. This is the city of Pokrovsk, and as you can see, the Russians have encircled it. And I explained months and months ago that as Russian forces approached Pokrovsk, as a matter of fact, there is a timeline here, and we're going to go back to January 1st, 2025. This is where Russian forces were. And I remember at the time the Western media saying that Ukrainian forces have slowed the Russian advance. And I said at the time, that is not how any of this works. It's not how any of these battles for these cities have ever worked. Russian forces arrive at the city, then they begin encircling it. They do not just steamroll over the city. That doesn't make any sense in terms of modern warfare. They have to encircle the city. They have to cut off the defenders logistically, and they have to wear down their positions, grind them down before finally overtaking the city. And that is what has happened from January until now, as you can see on the map. If we go back, you will see the extent to which Pokrovsk is now encircled. And of course, you have to remember there are drones and missiles and artillery working all of these logistical routes, bringing in extra soldiers, equipment, food, water, ammunition, everything else the defenders inside Pokrovsk itself require. And you can see right on the outskirts of the urban area that there are Russian forces. And again, this is a pro-Ukrainian map. And then, of course, we look elsewhere along the line of contact. We can see ultimately Kramatorsk and Slavyansk. This is the ultimate objective for Russian forces in the Donbass region, to eventually take these. And so you can see they're working their way up along this main route that leads into Kramatorsk and Slavyansk from the south and from the north. And this is going towards Izium, where Russian forces had, in the very beginning, in 2022, they had held Izium. They had since been pushed back during the 2022 Ukrainian offensive. And of course, Russian forces continue putting pressure absolutely everywhere else. And once Ukrainian forces were thrown out of Kursk, right here, Suja was the main concentration of Ukrainian forces. They are now completely gone. This pro-Ukrainian map isn't even pretending there's a Ukrainian foothold here anymore. Russian forces established what they're calling a buffer zone in Ukrainian territory in Sumy, where they had not previously been since they were pushed out in, again, the 2022 Ukrainian offensive. And so this is what is happening along the line of contact. Of course, every single day and night, Russia is bombarding targets all across Ukraine with cruise missiles, with drones of every kind, ballistic missiles like the Iskander, glide bombs, of course, continue to be used all along the line of contact and beyond it. And this is having an accumulative effect. Myself, others who have been following the conflict closely all along, including Alex and Alexander of the Duran, Mark Sloboda, Scott of Calibrated, we have all been talking about the gradual reduction of stockpiles of Western air defense systems and munitions. They are being worn down, and the ability of the West collectively to continuously resupply Ukraine is just dwarfed by the huge amount of drones and missiles Russia is firing at Ukraine. And now we are hearing this story. I want to talk about this because something is going on that they are not being honest about. This is from the Kiev Independent, again, a very pro-Ukrainian source, pro-Western. Germany to supply Ukraine with long-range missiles very soon, Merz says. And this is not some idea that Chancellor Friedrich Merz just came up with on his own. This would have been in development for months, if not a year or more. They're talking about new long-range missiles that will be supplied to Ukraine. But they're also claiming that they are, because here is another related article. Germany funded long-range weapons to arrive in Ukraine by late July, and yet they continuously refer to them as domestically produced. In other words, Ukrainian-made weapons arriving in Ukraine. How does that work? What are they talking about? And what they're almost certainly talking about are German missiles, or at least parts of German missiles, at best, being assembled at facilities in Ukraine, if even, and then used by Ukraine. And this is just an elaborate workaround from Germany building the missiles and just openly supplying them to Ukraine. And this could be the Taurus air-launched cruise missile. It could be some other type of missile. There were plans being circulated amongst NATO member states and, of course, the US itself, since this conflict began, a way to launder long-range missiles to Ukraine by claiming that they're being produced by Ukraine itself, so that the West can absolve itself from responsibility of these missiles when they are used against targets inside Russia. If the collective West, with existing missile factories, cannot expand production over the course of the last 3 going on to 4 years, how are they building a whole new facility or even upgrading a facility in Ukraine to produce what Germany claims will be triple-digit quantities of these long-range missiles? It's impossible. It's impossible. This is a cover for just the transfer of German missiles to Ukraine, almost certainly. And at most, they will be entirely manufactured by Germany, and then maybe just connected and a few bolts put in once they arrive in Ukraine, just so that they're technically made in Ukraine. So there's that. There was also this. This is from The Guardian. These are updates. Stammer confirms, so we're talking about the Prime Minister of the UK, confirms Western peacekeeping force in Ukraine includes land elements. Now, I have been talking about this since February of this year. I warned that this was going to happen. Asked specifically about the presence on the ground, he confirms that the peacekeeping force proposed by the so-called Coalition of the Willing, designed by military planners from participating countries, includes plans for the air, for the sea, and yes, for land. So they're talking about securing the airspace over Ukraine. They're talking about the Black Sea, NATO presence in the Black Sea, and NATO troops inside of Ukraine. How is that? Why does that sound familiar? And why was I talking about this since February? Because U.S. Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, all the way back in February 12th, 2025 to be precise, and this is on the official Department of Defense website, opening remarks by Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth at Ukraine Defense Contact Group. This was in Brussels, and this was when the real plan of the Trump administration for Ukraine was unveiled. And it wasn't to end the conflict and achieve any sort of peace. It was to freeze the conflict, create a Syria-style buffer zone on the ground so that the US could pivot toward Iran and ultimately China, because they are incapable of fighting Russia, Iran, and China all at the same time. So this is strategic sequencing and a division of labor being applied here. And Secretary Hegseth literally uses the term division of labor here. Secretary Hegseth talks about how the US needs to pivot toward China in the Pacific. As the United States prioritizes its attention to these threats, European allies must lead from the front. Together, we can establish a division of labor that maximizes our comparative advantages in Europe and Pacific, respectively. He's outsourcing US hegemony to Europe in regards to Ukraine. And he's talking about spending not 2%, but 5% of each NATO member state's GDP on defense. He talked about double down and recommit not only to Ukraine's immediate security needs, but to Europe's long-term defense and deterrence goals. in regards to Russia. So this was never about making peace with Russia. He was telling you up front in February, there was no intention to make peace with Russia. They're losing this proxy war. They need to freeze it at a minimum. A ceasefire would achieve this. The ceasefire would allow them to move these troops into Ukraine and freeze the conflict so that they could direct resources elsewhere. And then once they are done dismembering the Iranian nation state and in their minds effectively encircling and containing China, they can circle back and deal with Russia later. That is the whole plan. This is not just something Secretary Hegseth said back in February. This is based on many policy papers that I have gone over the years, over and over again. Policy papers connected to President Trump's administration itself, the America First Policy Institute, the Marathon Initiative, and also Project 2025 by the Heritage Foundation. They all laid out this very same policy. That was what they were going to do before President Trump even ran for office in 2024. All of this talk about ending the conflict, making peace with Russia, ending the forever wars. This was just for public consumption. This is what all politicians do. They tell you what you want to hear to get your support. And then once they have your support and they're in office, they do the exact opposite. This is what President Barack Obama did while campaigning. And then once he got into office, he took every war that he inherited from the previous Bush administration, he expanded all of them, and he started additional wars. This is what President Trump did during his first term, and to nobody's surprise, or it should be to no one's surprise, he is now doing it again in his second term. Let's talk about this ground force that we hear the UK talking about. Secretary Hegseth, back in February 2025, a durable peace for Ukraine must include robust security guarantees to ensure that the war will not begin again. This must not be a Minsk 3, but what he's describing is literally just Minsk 3.0. They don't want NATO membership for Ukraine because if Ukraine had NATO membership, then the U.S. would be stuck once again. The conflict would be unfrozen because the U.S. would have to come to Ukraine's aid. Instead, any security guarantee must be backed by capable European and non-European troops. So that was Secretary Hegseth back in February. And then this is British Prime Minister Keir Starmer confirming that this is all being prepared right now. And I warned people that this was going to happen and that Europe would pretend to be opposed to President Trump in the beginning, but eventually they would come around and obediently fulfill all of these directives delivered by Secretary Hegseth. So European and non-European troops, if these troops are deployed as peacekeepers to Ukraine at any point, they should be deployed as part of a non-NATO mission. And they should not be covered under Article 5 because the US does not want to rush to their rescue if Russia begins fighting with these European and non-European troops when they enter into Ukraine. And so what is this? This is a Syria-style buffer zone. This is to freeze the conflict until a time at a later date the US is in a better position to push back and finally fully overextend, possibly either push the Russians out or undermine and collapse Russia itself. That is the grand plan. And we know that because it's been stated US policy for years. I remember pointing out this Rand Corporation paper from 2019, Extending Russia, Competing from Advantageous Ground. There's a table of contents here with all kinds of geopolitical measures, provide lethal aid to Ukraine, increase support to the Syrian rebels, promote regime change in Belarus, exploit tensions in the South Caucasus, reduce Russian influence in Central Asia, challenge Russian presence in Moldova. And every single one of these measures, in one way or another, have been put into practice by multiple US presidential administrations, from Trump's first, from Barack Obama's administration, to President Trump's first administration, all throughout the Biden administration, and now it continues under this second Trump administration. And of course, this measure, provide lethal aid to Ukraine, they talk about the benefits, and this is what they say. Expanding US assistance to Ukraine, including lethal military assistance, would likely increase the cost to Russia in both blood and treasure of holding the Donbas region. More Russian aid to the separatists and an additional Russian troop presence would likely be required, leading to larger expenditures, equipment losses, and Russian casualties. the latter could become quite controversial at home, as it did when the Soviets invaded Afghanistan. So this was always about extending Russia, overextending Russia, tying Russia down, not necessarily defeating Russia in Ukraine. So it's very important to keep all of that in mind. And it's important to keep in mind the role each administration played, from the Obama administration all the way up to the current Trump administration, how each administration is responsible for advancing a different part of this same agenda. It's called continuity of agenda. It's very important to keep in mind. What else are they talking about recently in regards to the war in Ukraine? Another article from the Kiev Independent from July 20th, 2025. Russia aims to launch 2,000 drones towards Ukraine at once, German general says. And we're looking at just Garan 2 drones alone being sent in waves of several hundred per day. We're hearing talk of 1,000 or more, and now they're saying 2,000 drones at one time. And we're talking about Garan drones, we're talking about FPV drones, we're talking about the overabundance of drones Russia has at its disposal that it is using. And this goes along with everything else as part of its military-industrial buildup. Not just drones, but missiles of all kinds, ballistic missiles, cruise missiles, armored vehicles, artillery shells, artillery pieces, artillery counter-battery radar. Absolutely everything is being churned out by state-owned enterprises in Russia in quantities the collective West simply cannot match. I've been talking about this for years now, and now we can see the collective West saying this openly, when a year or two ago you would be called a Russian propagandist for saying these things. Now they are admitting it. And down here, I think it's interesting. Last hour for Pokrovsk. So interesting how bleak the outlook is across the collective West in regards to the ongoing war in Ukraine. Gone is the at least even the illusion of optimism in regards to this conflict. And then I noticed several articles this week, actually the last day or so, about Ukraine itself calling for talks with Russia for next week. And you have to ask yourself, why? What is the purpose of all of this? We watched President Trump pretend that he wanted peace in Ukraine, and the first step was getting Russia to agree to a ceasefire that would have immediately have been used to freeze the conflict, not actually end it. They would have poured NATO and non-NATO troops into Ukraine, as is the plan, openly is the plan. And they would have froze the conflict, and this would have been a festering national security threat for Russia indefinitely until it was eventually settled. And the only way it's going to be settled is if Russia settles it itself militarily on the ground, just as was the case with Syria. There was never going to be a political settlement. It had to be settled on the ground. And in that case, it was settled in favor of the United States. Russia needs to see this through. I think that is their intention. And that is why not that they're not interested in peace, but US proposals, Ukrainian proposals are not honest attempts at peace. They are simply trying to freeze the conflict. It is Minsk 3.0, as Secretary Hegseth claimed it wasn't, but it obviously is. Now, I want to talk about the M1 Abrams US-made main battle tank. This is from the National Interest. I saw other analysts talking about this, Alexander Mikuris of the Duran, Mark Sloboda, and others. Russia has decimated Ukraine's M1 Abrams fleet. And this is as of July 13th, 2025. I said this was going to happen before the first Abrams rolled onto the battlefield. I said the same thing would happen with the Leopard 2s and also the Challenger 2s. And as predicted, that is exactly what has happened. But then it's curious to see Australia talking about sending additional Abrams To what end? There's no purpose of sending these. They're almost certainly going to be destroyed. They're talking about sending 49 tanks, and they will be arriving after 9 months. So sometime this year, they will be getting these tanks, and then they will be subsequently destroyed one by one on the battlefield. Wherever they pop up, Russia will destroy them. And I have heard people talking about Australia sending these tanks to this conflict in Ukraine, and how this might be a distraction away from US goals in regard to China. Australia is in the Indo-Pacific region the US is focused on. And shouldn't they be preserving their weapons for a potential war with China, a war the US is trying to provoke with China? And the answer is M1 Abrams will not be used in this upcoming conflict. Things like tanks, artillery shells, other types of armored vehicles, these will not be used. It will be air power and naval power. And we have actually watched the United States itself, Europe collectively, and nations like Australia, even South Korea to a certain extent, dividing their weaponry into systems they can spare for Ukraine and things they must keep on hand for the war the US wants to fight with China, and wants to fight with China using these proxies in the Asia-Pacific region. So Australia is keeping on hand the weapons they will need for that war in the Pacific. M1 Abrams tanks will be completely useless. Send them to Ukraine to continue extending Russia. The point isn't to change the situation on the battlefield. It's just to keep the war going a little bit longer. And finally, just to circle back around to the Iran Corporation's extending Russia policy paper, I think it's important we talked about the benefits U.S. policymakers.
Revolutionary salute to our brother Corey for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is real life. Absolutely appreciate the love, family. Salute.
Saw in provoking this war with Russia in Ukraine. What about the risks? Here it talks about such a move might also come at a significant cost to Ukraine and to U.S. prestige and credibility. This could produce disproportionately large Ukrainian casualties, which we now see taking place, territorial losses that has happened irreversibly, it would seem, and refugee flows by the millions. It might even lead Ukraine into a disadvantageous peace, which is exactly where we are. So that paper, published in 2019, saw this war in Ukraine as an opportunity to overextend Russia, or at least tie it down, while the U.S. performed strategic sequencing amid its division of labor. They knew that the almost certain outcome of the conflict would be Ukraine's destruction, and they went ahead with it anyway. And they're going to do the same thing in regards to war with Iran in the Middle East, and the very same thing in the Asia-Pacific region vis-a-vis China. So we have to keep a close eye on all of this. We have to look at how all of these conflicts work together, because it is one single global policy the U.S. is pursuing, global hegemony over the entire planet. They're attempting to encircle and contain and eliminate any peer or near-peer adversaries. That includes Russia, that includes Iran, and also China. They also will not tolerate so-called allies having any sort of independent foreign policy. They have politically captured these nations. These are client states of the US, and they exercise power over them, and they exercise policy through them, as is the case with Ukraine, as is the case with many proxies around the globe as part of this overarching strategy. We have to understand that the US isn't necessarily trying to defeat Russia in Ukraine. Overall, there is a policy of encirclement, containment, division, destruction of Russia. Tying Russia down in Ukraine is just one part of a much larger strategy, not just regarding Russia itself, but regarding all of these other peer and near-peer adversaries the U.S. is trying to take down to maintain its unipolar world order versus this emerging multipolar world. We have to understand that that's where the lines are when we're trying to understand developments as they take place day to day, week to week, month to month and year to year. I will continue keeping an eye on all of this. If you thought this video was useful, please like and share. Think about subscribing. It's free to do. It helps the channel grow. Check out the video description below for other places you can find and follow my work. I post my videos on YouTube.
Right. So, according to the United Nations Relief and Works Agency, UNRWA, and the World Food Programme, over 1 million Palestinian children are now acutely malnourished, many on the brink of death. Families are reduced to grinding animal feed into flour, boiling weeds for soup, eating leaves from trees, and drinking contaminated water as Israel renders water desalination plants inoperable. Aid distribution points, lifelines for hundreds of thousands, are repeatedly struck by Israeli airstrikes, leaving bloodied sacks of flour scattered around. This is not a humanitarian accident. It is a deliberate military strategy. It is, in the words of South Africa's genocide case at the International Court of Justice, a policy designed to inflict conditions of life calculated to bring about the destruction of a group in whole or in part. And yet the best the so-called champions of human rights in the West could muster by way of a response to this was a strongly worded letter for which the mainstream media have offered gushing praise. Yesterday, 28 nations, including the United Kingdom, Canada, Australia, and several other European states, issued a joint statement condemning what it euphemistically called inhumane killings of food distribution points and demanding Israel stop its drip feeding of aid and just let aid in properly. Well, I'm sure Israel were shaking in their boots over it. Right, so for all of the diplomatic choreography, this letter was hollow from the moment it was signed. Within hours, the United Kingdom, under Keir Starmer, launched yet another RAF Akrotiri spy flight over Gaza, providing intelligence, allegedly to find hostages that most Israeli politicians seemingly no longer care about anyway, no longer prioritize and rarely even mention anymore. Intelligence that is almost certainly being used by Israel to refine its targeting for other uses. It was as if the UK had signed the letter with one hand while feeding Israel targeting data with the other. Gaza's starving children cannot eat these words on this sheet of paper. Better fit Keir Starmer could, and history will judge this letter not as an act of moral courage, but as a symbol of Western hypocrisy and complicity instead. It is thin gruel, and that's still more than most Gazans have got to eat right now. The famine now gripping Gaza is not an unintended byproduct of war. It is a calculated policy of starvation. UNRWA and the World Food Programme have documented catastrophic food insecurity, with entire neighborhoods surviving on grass and animal feed. Mothers are boiling weeds to feed their children, and desperate families are scavenging through rubble for literally anything they can find edible. UN data suggests that over 80% of Gaza's population is now on the edge of famine. This is not mere deprivation, it's deliberate. Israel has maintained a total blockade on food, medical supplies, fuel, and clean water since October 2023, tightening restrictions this year to what even some Israeli officials have privately called a starvation siege. Trucks are regularly turning back at border crossings for arbitrary security reasons, sometimes delayed for weeks while perishable goods rot in the back. When convoys are permitted through, they're allowed in at a rate far below what is required to sustain the population. And of course, Israel are employing and protecting several terror group cast-offs to loot what little does get in. The drip feeding of aid that the letter condemned is in fact a systematic method of exerting collective punishment. But the letter is too weak to even call it that. The bombing of aid queues is the clearest sign that starvation has become a weapon. Just this month, in the umpteenth strike on GHF aid hubs, an airstrike on an aid distribution point in Al-Mawasi killed more than 70 people queuing for flour. Reuters confirmed that over 800 civilians have been killed at or near aid queues in recent weeks. Israeli forces have repeatedly struck these sites despite being given their precise coordinates by the UN. Iran's foreign minister Abbas Araghchi reacted to these massacres, calling them a clear example of war crimes and crimes against humanity, demanding that international courts take action, far more than these 28 nations have said in their joint letter. Article 54 of Additional Protocol 1 to the Geneva Conventions explicitly prohibits starvation as a method of warfare. Article 2C of the Genocide Convention defines genocide as deliberately inflicting conditions of life calculated to bring about physical destruction. Starvation as deliberate policy is not only a war crime, it is an act of genocide in and of itself, therefore. That Western nations avoid this term is not a matter of prudence, but a political convenience and covering for their own complicity. Why does the letter avoid legal language and that word genocide? Because calling this genocide would impose obligations on them to actually do something. Under the Genocide Convention, signatory states are legally bound to prevent and punish genocide. That would mean halting arms sales, suspending intelligence cooperation, imposing sanctions, and even pursuing prosecutions at the International Criminal Court. None of the 28 nations is willing to take such measures. This letter was not written for Gaza's starving population. It was written for Western audiences outraged by images of skeletal children. It is, in short, optics diplomacy. By signing it, leaders like Keir Starmer and Mark Carney can posture as humane without changing policy. The absence of the United States and Germany from the signatories only underscores its political hollowness. Israel's most important allies refuse to endorse even this tepid condemnation. The United Kingdom's actions in the hours following the letter's release exposed the true value of its signature, though. As Squawk Box revealed, Britain launched another RAF intelligence flight from Akrotiri over Gaza almost immediately after signing. These flights are not humanitarian monitoring missions, they are intelligence operations. These flights collect communications and electronic signals identifying potential targets for Israel, but we're supposed to believe they are looking for hostages that Israel shows scant intention of rescuing. This intelligence is dual use. Given the pattern of repeated strikes on civilian infrastructure, Britain cannot plausibly claim ignorance of how this intelligence may be being used by Israel. But it also serves to remind us why Starmer is running away from that word genocide like the plague. This makes Britain not a passive bystander, but an active participant. Under Article 3E of the Genocide Convention, all stuff Starmer should be aware of course, as a former human rights lawyer, let's not forget, aiding and abetting genocide is a crime. British lawyers have already warned that continuing arms exports and intelligence sharing may make the UK legally complicit. Meanwhile, the government continues to approve export licenses for components used in Israeli aircraft, further binding Britain to the siege. Starmer's government has tried to frame its signature on the letter as evidence of moral concern, but its actions speak louder than its words do. The UK is condemning with one hand and enabling with the other. While Western states equivocate, the Global South has taken a clearer moral stance. Iran's Abbas Araghchi has explicitly accused Israel of war crimes and crimes against humanity. Language far stronger than anything in that 28-nation letter. But Iran are the bad guys in everything, right? South Africa continues to lead the genocide case against Israel at the ICJ, detailing the starvation blockade as a deliberate act of destruction. Brazil, Bolivia, Colombia, Indonesia, Malaysia, they've gone further than most Western states, imposing trade restrictions and halting arms sales. It's a bitter irony that the nations most demonized by the West are now speaking the language of international law more consistently than the self-proclaimed defenders of human rights are. This hypocrisy is not being lost amongst the Global South either, where Western values are increasingly viewed as a mask for geopolitical self-interest. Western leaders often justify their refusal to act by claiming that Israel faces an existential threat from Hamas, which refuses to negotiate. Yet, as Al Jazeera reported, that Hamas responded in a positive spirit to a US-backed ceasefire proposal in early July. This undermines the claims that the blockade and the starvation are purely security measures. Hamas have even welcomed this weasel-worded letter for what it offers, but they hope it'll lead to something more meaningful. If Hamas is willing to negotiate, the continuation of collective punishment therefore cannot possibly be about security. It's about breaking a people's will and eradication instead, isn't it? The West's ability to issue hollow statements depends on media complicity. Mainstream outlets like BBC and CNN describe Gaza's famine as a humanitarian crisis, sanitizing what is blatantly genocide. Yet by contrast, alternative media such as Squawk Box or Press TV have been blunt, calling starvation a deliberate weapon of war. This reporting has fueled public protests across Europe and elsewhere, where demonstrators are demanding not letters but sanctions, arms embargoes, and an end to intelligence cooperation. The West's response to Gaza recalls earlier failures, though. This is standard for them. During the Rwandan genocide, leaders expressed deep concern while doing nothing to stop mass killings. In Bosnia, Srebrenica became a byword for Western inaction. Gaza's letter will likely join these moments in history as a document of shame, frankly, because no praise is warranted for a letter written 22 months into a genocide saying, well, please stop, we'd be awfully grateful for it, signed your besties in Europe. There are also parallels to apartheid South Africa here. Just as boycotts and sanctions eventually helped dismantle apartheid, similar measures would pressure Israel to end its siege. We know it worked before. But the political will that existed then is absent now, replaced by risk-averse, optics-driven diplomacy in nations where leaders are too beholden to Israeli influence and lobbying. If the ICJ rules that Israel's blockade constitutes genocide, states that continue to arm, fund, or assist Israel could face accusations of complicity. Universal jurisdiction cases might, in theory, target officials like Keir Starmer or David Lammy, as a Tory MP called Kit Malthouse informed in Parliament just this week. Many might view such a course of events politically unlikely. We've seen too many leaders get away with such things. Tony Blair springs to many people's minds when you think about that, of course. But such cases would set precedents that Western leaders can no longer act with impunity. And at some point, someone is going to have to be made an example of to show politicians they are not above the law. Real action is neither complicated nor unprecedented. An arms embargo, the suspension of intelligence sharing, targeted sanctions against Israeli officials, and joining South Africa's ICJ case would likely pressure Israel into lifting the blockade. Spain and Ireland have already taken steps, freezing arms exports and pushing for EU sanctions. That the UK and others refuse to do even that shows where their true priorities lie. For Gaza's starving children, this letter is not hope, it's an insult. It was written not to stop bombs or open borders for food to get in, but to shield Western leaders from domestic criticism. History will remember it as evidence of moral cowardice, just as it remembers Western inaction during Rwanda and Bosnia. The West's claims to moral leadership is collapsing, all while the global South emerges as a more credible defender of international law. Gaza cannot eat words. Those who signed this letter while continuing to arm and assist Israel will be judged harshly by history, by law, and by the very people they pretend to care about. For more on the outcome of that Global South Summit, the first such meeting of the Hague Group, and what action they're going to be taking against Israel going forwards, and which is rather bad news for Benjamin Netanyahu personally too, check out this video.
You know, Dr. Claude Anderson has always warned us for years about what we have been doing as a community in relation to politics and also in relation to immigration and, you know, this people of color crap. Well, I want you to hear what Dr. Claude Anderson says about people of color and why that's been so detrimental to us as FBAs.
They're going to put it on the table for everybody but black folk. They want to use the black vote to get benefits for everybody else. That's why if you go back and say, find me one instance, well, under any president or any political party has ever done anything specifically and solely for black folk, and I'll give you $100 right now. It has never happened. It will never happen to black folk learn to say, hey, that back in the 1860s, when these civil rights leaders started talking about people of color, the Attorney General of the United States says black folk do not qualify to be people of color. They are not qualified. People of color mean in and everything but black folk. But these civil rights leaders keep talking about we're all together as brothers. Those are not your brothers. They're coming here to compete with you. You're in a race. In a race, you don't try to get along with everybody. You try to get ahead. Black folk have been taught to try to get along, be accepted, rather than getting ahead. And they keep being caught under the doctrine of unequal exchange. They never got anything. They will never get anything because they don't know how to play the game of politics.
Now, one thing that I'm so glad that we're doing now, we have finally woke up from that slumber. We finally understand we cannot be in no minority coalition because it has not worked. We cannot be in no POC because it has not worked. Neither, as Dr. Anderson said, we're not even included in people of color. It's just a talking point that the Democrats use. The Democrats use our, cultural capital. They use our righteous, calls for justice to benefit other groups. And now we have said other groups going to have to go ahead and handle their own business. We are not going to be speaking for them no more in mass. We're not going to be fighting for nobody. We're only going to look out for ourselves and our community. And that in itself has sent a shockwave through America because they thought that we supposed to sit here and fight for them 24/7, 365, baby. And that's not happening no more. We are on our own, doing our own thing. It is July right now, and we got to get prepared for our kids to go to school next month. We are not thinking about other groups and what they got going on. Some of us maybe have took our vacations already. Some of us may be prepared to go on a vacation or whatever, and you take that and you enjoy yourself. We are not sitting up here worrying about other groups and what they got going on. We know that we have to have a political divorce from the Democrats, and we need to be politically single. We're not attached to nobody. That's what Black people have to be on, because no group, no political party is looking out for FBA. None of them. All of them think about themselves, and when they're in relation to us, they think about how can I use Black people to get what I want, and then when I get what I want, I cast them to the side like a $5 hole. That's just the truth. And we have been the $5 holes for a very long time for a lot of different people, the Democrats included. And now we said, no, you're not going to sit up here and do that to me no more. That's it. That's over with. No. You treat me like an equal, and you're going to pay me for any access that you get to me. We're not going out there doing nothing for free at all. The days of free 99 is over. Everybody going to have to stand on their own 2 feet. Everybody going to have to eat cake. That's just the way it is. And that's what Dr. Anderson wanted us to do for a very long time. And I know that brother was very frustrated with Black people. And I understand why, but he was just ahead of his time. He was speaking to his generation, but this generation is the one that started picking up the ball and running with his teachings and the things that he has said to us as Black people. And to what I say to Dr. Anderson, you put in the work, brother. You really don't have to say much more at this point. Just like Minister Farrakhan, he don't have to say much more at this point. Y'all have done everything that y'all supposed to do for Black people. Now we have to take it and run with it. You understand? I'm proud that the ministers, when he came out and he said, look, y'all not gonna hear from me much no more. Because the brother been standing 10 toes down forever for Black people. What more should he say? The brother's not here to entertain you. He's trying to wake you up. It's our job to be out here now saying something for the people in the younger generation. But we all know minority coalitions and POC never work for Black people. We know. And that's why you have the delineation movement. And the delineation movement is growing stronger and stronger each day. Why? Because when you can't help other people at all if you don't fix home first. What do they say? You can't love other people if you don't love yourself first. And that's just really what that is. And we have been loving ourselves first. We have to have an FBA first mentality. Just like they say America first. No, FBA first. That's the mentality we got to have. It's not that we have an issue with other people. No, but other people have been looking out for themselves first. Let's call it what it is. Hey, let's use these FBAs to get what we want. So now we're saying we're looking out for ourselves. It's just that simple. Let's call it what it is. All these other groups are in debt to us anyway. All of them, including white people. All of them. So we don't owe nobody crap. That's why you can't shame. You can't say nothing to us because you owe a debt. We've done enough for all of y'all. So we right to only prioritize ourselves and not worry about no coalitions that never benefited us, not even one freaking day. Let's call it what it is. With Trump and them doing these mass deportations, Black people actually benefiting off of that with getting jobs. And we not in no coalition with Trump, but Trump doing a whole lot more for black folks right now, getting these people out of the paint and jobs and opening it up for black men. Now that part's the truth. But anyway, yeah, Dr. Anderson, said we got it, brother. We heard you. We heard you. And now we doing our thing. With the delineation movement, other groups are starting to completely look inward and find out what's the issue and problem. And the reason why they're starting to look inward is because when they came to us and say, hey, FBAs, come help us, come support us, FBAs say, no, we won't kind of chill. And some of the reason we chilling is because of the anti-black racism. Case in point, you have this Latina that's going to kind of, get at her community about some of them that's kind of, trying to double down about saying this, N-word stuff. Let's go ahead and check that out.
If you're a Black person who's tired of hearing non-Black Latinos say the N-word, stay for a second. Okay, since I'm Mexican, this one is only going to work for Mexicans. So what are the bullshit excuses that non-Black Mexicans always give you when they're saying the N-word and you call them out? Like, my Black friend doesn't care if I say it. I said the A version, not the ER version. Okay, pues. Okay, I want you to look at that Mexican in their face, and because I'm your Mexican friend now, okay, I'm giving you permission to say this. Look them in their face and call them a Bina. No. Not the ER version. Not the ER version. What up, my Bina? Oh, you don't like it. Oh, okay. But I said the A version. I didn't say the ER version. Because why is it that Black people are the only ones that have to put up with other races taking and using their slurs as slang? Why are you fighting so hard, tooth and nail, to try and say the slang version of a slur? Ask yourself that shit. Oh, because, like, we grew up together. I grew up around, like, a lot of Black people. You're, like, 30, dude. The history of that word goes way longer than however you've been alive, how much ever that is. Even if your Black friend gave you permission, that's one Black friend out of every other Black person in this country. Far more Black people are offended by that statement coming out of your non-Black ass mouth than your one friend.
I understand what she is saying, but I don't really believe that's the solution to call them a name. I just believe that we just need to kind of just continue doing what we're doing, delineating, minding our business, only focusing on our community, our problems. And that's just it. Because this is the thing. Tit for tat don't get you nowhere. It really don't, right? And it's a waste of time for us as FBAs. It's just a complete waste of time. The best teacher for people is life. Sometimes you have to let life deal with people. Just like the last podcast we made. And the Latino gentleman say, oh, I didn't understand the whole time what FBA was saying about racial profiling. He thought we were just making it up. He thought that we must have did something until now his community is dealing with racial profiling, right? So you look at this situation, the Mexican OTs of the world, I'm going to say it and all that, you know what I'm saying? And all the fat Joes, what you going to do about it? And okay, all right, well, we're going to show you what we're going to do about it much more than tell you. And sometimes just sitting things out and just watching from the, open up your curtain and looking out there, say, oh, well, that looks kind of familiar or whatever. Help me, FBAs. I'm watching. I see you looking through the window. No. Because remember, you didn't check Fat Joe. You didn't check Mexican OT. You didn't check him. Talking about you going to say it. You don't care. And it's the truth. Why do you want to say something that has nothing to do with your culture? Nothing to do with it. Y'all have your own sayings, your own words for each other. But yet you want to try to say the things that we say. That doesn't even make sense. And to me, it's kind of weird. We as Black Americans, we're not looking to say any word of any culture to each other. Because first of all, it don't even relate to our culture. When I understand our culture is fly. I understand our culture is just what it is. Everybody want to be a part of it. But certain things you can't just be a part of. And that's one of them, because that word has an attachment to our people for a very, very long time, definitely in a negative way. And anybody outside of our community saying it, it's going to be viewed as negative. Now, like she said, one black friend may be cool with it, but your black friend is an idiot. And your black friend is setting you up for a problem. If I'm your friend, I'm not going to set you up for a problem, because I don't care if I'm cool with it. There's going to be a lot of black people that won't be cool with it. So when you get in front of those black people and you say that, what kind of friend am I not going to school you? I'm like, nah, don't do that. Don't do that. Nah, don't do that. You go to certain locations, that's going to really be a problem. It's going to be viewed as disrespect. You don't want to even get involved with that, bro. And that's it. I'm a firm believer of this. If you call people by the name their mama gave them or the nickname they want to be called, you keep yourself out of a lot of problems. Because I don't know no black person in America. Their name isn't Ninja. It's not. Okay? It's not. So if you call people what their mama named them, it will keep you out of a lot of trouble. Well, black people say, well, look, every group say things within their community that they don't want other people saying. And it's not for me to be arguing about where they do it. Like, okay, if they jump out the old school thing, if they go and like the old school say, jump out the bridge, you do it too. Like, it's that sort of thing. You know, you can't do everything somebody else doing. Why do you even want to do something that somebody else is doing? The fact is, you're not part of this culture. You have to go through some things to even be part of this culture, and you're not even willing to go through it, and not even willing to even you didn't even want a coalition. And even if you had a coalition, you still can't be saying it, bro. You can't, because it's just disrespect. And no black person needs to allow that. Any black person say, well, it's cool, I ain't got no problem with it, then you dumb. You're an idiot, because you couldn't go in their culture and go say something disrespectful. It'll be a problem. Because they respect themselves and they respect their culture, and I expect them to. We need to respect ourselves and culture. Nobody should be saying that word to us. Nobody. Not on no quote unquote term of endearment. I don't even like when we say it to each other. But that's a different conversation that we have in our own community. But when it comes to outsiders, foreigners, no. I don't even like to hear Africans say it, because to me, it don't even hit right when Africans say it. I remember I was in South Africa and I heard them saying that, trying to talk to me like that. I'm like, what you say, bro? So he repeated, ninja or whatever. And I'm like, bro, I told him, it don't even hit right when you say it. It's like, it just don't even hit right. It sounds like, and I know a lot of South Africans like using that word. Look, South Africans, listen to me. It just don't even hit right when y'all say it, because the accent don't even sound right when you say it. I'm just be keeping it on. If you're in the UK, that accent don't even sound right. And you're saying that, it just don't even sound right. And it don't come from the place it comes from with us. So you're literally cosplaying something else. It'd be like me going to somebody else's culture, taking their word and just start saying it all the time. And I'm saying it really not even the proper context. You know what I'm saying? And especially in South Africa, white folks got a word for y'all. Do y'all hear us walking around saying that word? No. And y'all don't even say that word to each other. But you want to use the word that white folks said to us over here in your conversation, and none of y'all was even called that word before. I mean, it just don't make sense to me. But I get it. Everybody want to be a part of FBA culture. That's why I tell people, everywhere I go, I see FBA culture, especially in Africa. I see it, especially. But we just can't allow disrespect from no group. None. And that N-word thing, no, we got to regulate on that. No, you can't say that. No, you're not going to be accepted saying that. Any black person that's running around here telling them that is, oh, it's cool, man, it don't matter. That black person actually don't care about you then. At that point, you probably need to get you a new friend. Calling nobody else a name. We're not going to do that. It's a waste of time. We're going to do our thing and like I said, stay out the way, rest, mind our business, and let these other groups deal with what they want to deal with. And then they'll finally come to the table later. Like I say, check in about right when Trump about to get out of office. And let's see how everybody feeling at that point.
And again, this is the data he presented yesterday. I'm about to mess y'all up. In Georgia, 1,016,000 black people in Georgia did not vote. Trump won by 115,000 votes. In North Carolina, 661,000 and black people did not vote. Trump won by 183,000.
Our silence is literally killing us. Yes.
Yeah.
Our silence is literally killing us.
661,000 in North Carolina.
Yeah.
1,016,000 in Georgia did not vote. Overall, 90 million people didn't vote. 40% of black voters nationwide did not vote. Even with a black woman on the ticket.
Tim Black's BS detector.
Tim Black's BS detector.
Tim Black's BS detector.
And this is why they didn't vote, Roland. A lot of people didn't vote because of you, Roland. Yeah, you know what? You're not including yourself, sir. You're part of the problem, Roland. Yeah, you, Roland, you're part of the problem. Now, I'm not going to give you all the credit, but you are definitely not a helpful individual on this. These types of claims don't help your argument at all. Particularly your closer. They didn't vote because even with a black woman. Yeah, that's why a lot of people didn't vote, Roland. You kept force-feeding them that this is a black person. You didn't say, not this person with this amazing platform, not this amazing politician who has it, that razzles and dazzles, that speaks to the pains of the people, this consummate humanitarian that's traveled the black community and done so much, this voice of the people. You didn't say any of that because you can't. Not even you can shovel shit that high. You have your own levels of BS that you will shovel. So you will never characterize Kamala Harris as anything other than a black woman. Because that's all you can say. That's all you got. He said 1 million black people didn't vote in Georgia. He then goes on to say 90 million Americans didn't vote. 40% of Americans never vote. We ain't doing that but keeping up with the average. Which is a lot better than we do in most other areas. 3 times more likely to be homeless. We'll be right dead tied with white people for voting. I think that's pretty good. Yeah, I think that's really good. I mean, just to fix your face, Johnson, just to fix your face and blame black people for the failures of the Democratic Party, to me, is a betrayal of all things black America. We give our votes 90% to a party that hasn't helped us move an inch in home ownership in 70 years. And I got this person, this sellout, telling us how black people somehow fell down on their job. Jobs pay. We got this woman jumping out the room talking about we hurting ourselves. You have a horrible attitude and you have this backwards man. The Democratic Party is hurting themselves. Democratic Party failed themselves. We don't work for the party. The party works for the people.
Republican Party doesn't, the people that vote for the Republicans don't work for the Republicans. People that voted for Trump don't work for him. He spoke to their needs better than you did. Instead of Kamala Harris spending money to get rappers and R&B artists and directors and famous media people to shuck and jive for her like Roland did, she could have spent that money on infrastructure that actually catered to the voter directive that she was looking for, the voter demographic she was trying to court. That's what she could have done. She could have done that. She had $2 billion. She didn't do it. North Carolina, 600,000 black people did not vote. I'll let you know how many black people voted. Whatever that number was too much. Because we still have not taught you a lesson, Roland. You have not learned that we are people that have the authority over ourselves to choose who we vote for. You don't get to choose it, though. That's your job as a hack and as a pusher of the Democratic Party. That's your job. You know what, Roland? Your betrayal is catastrophic. You have a platform in the black community where you could be petitioning the Democratic Party to put together legislation. You could be on the vanguard, the forefront of forcing the Democratic Party to modify their platform in order to sufficiently include Black America. But you do the opposite. You use your platform to berate black people to support the party when you should be using your platform to berate the party to support Black America. Roland, I don't know when it will be. Maybe it will never happen. But I believe it will. At some point, my numbers will climb, and it will be the direct cause of your betrayal to Black America. You're only being propped up now by those entities that will continue, that see a benefit from picking up checks from the Democratic Party. You know, everybody that Roland's interviewed, I interviewed William Barber, but he'd rather continue to go on the Roland Martin show because Roland Martin is part of the Democratic machine and Tim Black isn't. You understand what I'm saying? Everyone that Roland has dealt with, I have dealt with, but they no longer deal with me because they're attached to the machine. At the end of the day, if there's any justice in this world,
revolutionary salutes.
The seesaw will tilt. The seesaw will tilt the other way, sir. Yeah, it's a problem when you got a Roland Martin sitting up here talking about what black people need to do instead of what the company needs to do. Nowhere else does that happen. Nowhere else in any other business, in any other line of work, in any other way is that what happens. In any other walk except Black Americans. No other group has this problem. Well, we got these mouthpieces for the establishment coming out condemning a group of people for not voting for them. No, because they know the onus is on the people. But see, when you got a group of people that psychologically have been through so much trauma, some of them feel like, and I hate to say this, man, it bothers me to have to say this, man, but I feel like there's a group of black people that have been traumatized to the extent where being treated badly is the only thing they know. If somehow that's the only thing they respect. And they see themselves through the eyes of their oppressor. And they expect that type of treatment, particularly of other brothers and sisters, of the black people. And it's sad. And people like Roland take advantage of it. So does Al Sharpton. Jamal Bryant is doing the same thing, similar things. I noticed this with the old guard. It's time to change. It's time to change the old guard, retire the old guard, and put in some new forwards and move forward. All right, folks, that's all I got on Roland. Let's keep it going. We're crossing the 2.5 hour mark. Shout out to people that stayed for this content. Hit the like button if the content makes sense to you. Here on the Tim Black Show, we do this 5 days a week. Sunday, Mondays, Wednesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays right here at 10:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. The music starts. So join us by going to jointimblack.com. Become a member of the Tim Black Show. Comments, folks?
Win this over.
Significant step towards self-sufficiency for the U.S. here. The company.
Welcome, this is Najma Minhas with GBS Deep Dive. In April 2025, the United States slapped a 145% tariff on Chinese goods, thinking that it had the upper hand. Days later, Beijing quietly shut down exports of key rare earth minerals. And suddenly, the United States and the world realized that China wasn't bluffing. But here's the twist. Every time that China does something like this, every time it asserts this particular power, it chips away at the very dominance that it built. And this isn't the first time we've seen this. Back in 1992, Chinese leader Deng Xiaoping delivered now a famous line: "The Middle East has oil, China has rare earths." Now, that wasn't just a bold statement. It was a strategic blueprint. Deng Xiaoping understood that the 20th century was powered by oil, but the 21st, well, it would run on rare earth elements, magnets. Semiconductors were dependent on this, EVs, missile systems, lasers, and green technology. And at the time, most of the world hadn't even heard of rare earths. But China was already moving into this area. It was investing, it was subsidizing, and it was building that quiet monopoly. Today, China controls about 70% of global mining and nearly 90% of global processing capacity. And it didn't happen just by accident. This was engineered through decades of state-led industrial policy, lax environmental enforcement, and technological mastery. But that strategy then paid off. By early 2025, when Trump imposed those tariffs in a moment of political bravado, it was seen that the United States suddenly found itself vulnerable. Within days, the Commerce and the Treasury teams were scrambling around, begging Beijing to pick up the phone. And here's where things escalated. In April, Beijing began issuing new export licensing requirements, this time on 7 critical rare earths, like dysprosium, terbium, and samarium. Now, these are the metals behind EV motors, drones, missile guidance, and wind turbines. So the real question is, will this strategy pay off for Beijing? Or, just like in 2010, when China tried the same move on Japan, will it backfire? And how does the Pentagon's massive New Deal with MP materials fit into this story? By weaponizing export controls, by limiting license issues or quotas, Beijing gains a significant leverage over major powers like the United States, EU, Japan, and India, and so on. Now, some industries have even paused production due to those material shortages for a period of time. And I have a whole playlist of videos on the importance of rare earths for the United States. Please do check those out. They are extremely important, and those arguments remain. But I want to look at something different today, which worries me as I look at the way China is exercising its control over these minerals. For sure, this control gives China short-term, maybe even medium-term leverage, but it also exposes a deeper risk of strategic overreach. This is the same dilemma that the United States faced with semiconductors. When Washington's sweeping export controls on those advanced chips targeting NVIDIA's A100s and ASML's EUV lithography were meant to cripple the Chinese semiconductor industry, China's AI and military sectors. Instead, they accelerated indigenous innovation. Huawei's Ascend 910B and 920 chips and SMIC's 5-nanometer node manufacturing emerged as symbols of defiance in the country. By 2025, Huawei's AI servers are replacing NVIDIA's in parts of Asia and the Middle East, and China is pouring billions of dollars into chip autonomy. And the effect of this has had the US scrambling to reverse its policy. Check out my last commentary on why the United States has permitted the export of NVIDIA's H20 chip to China. One of the major reasons was to retain NVIDIA's dominance and the American ecosystem and prevent Huawei's control of the Chinese market, as well as increasing the export market for its chips. Deng was right, but how far can you press a powerful advantage before it turns into your own trap? That's the question I'd like to look at today. Now, to press this point home in the context of rare earths, it's worth looking at what happened in 2010. A diplomatic dispute between China and Japan escalated into an economic flashpoint when China abruptly restricted exports of rare earth elements to Japan. It was a move that sent shockwaves through global supply chains. The incident began after Japan detained a Chinese fishing boat captain near the disputed Senkaku Diaoyu Islands in the East China Sea, a territory that's claimed by both nations but is administered by Japan. While the confrontation initially appeared to be a routine diplomatic standoff, it quickly escalated when China reportedly imposed an unannounced embargo on the export of rare earth elements to Japan. At the time, China produced more than 95% of the world's rare earth supply and accounted for over 90% of Japan's rare earth imports. And it placed Tokyo in an acutely vulnerable position. Unlike 2025, the Chinese government at that time denied issuing any formal export ban. Japanese companies and custom officials, however, reported significant delays in shipments, unexplained stoppages, and bureaucratic obstacles at Chinese ports. That disruption in supply sent the first alarm bells ringing across industrialized nations, who suddenly recognized the national security risks of their reliance on a single supplier for such strategically vital resources. However, as the incidents faded away from memory, it was generally forgotten. But for Japan, the incident was a catalyst for swift and sweeping reforms. The government launched a national strategy to reduce its dependency on Chinese rare earths and emphasizing supply chain diversifications. They started to invest in alternative sources and technological innovation. Tokyo began funding exploration and mining operations in other countries such as Vietnam, Kazakhstan, and India. And they invested heavily in the Australian company Lynas Rare Earths, now one of the few major non-Chinese producers globally. Japan also ramped up its research into rare earth recycling technologies, seeking to create a circular economy for these critical minerals. In 2012, the US, UK, EU, and Japan jointly filed a case against China at the World Trade Organization, arguing that its broader export restrictions on rare earths, tungsten, and some others violated international trade rules. 2 years later, the WTO ruled against China and compelled it to roll back all those official export quotas, though Beijing still retained a substantial informal control over the pricing over state production affiliated enterprises. And they had a huge, obviously, regulatory influence over how these enterprises reacted. The 2010 rare earth crisis is now widely cited as a turning point in the geopolitics of trade, especially in rare earth minerals. It demonstrated that the control over critical supply chains could be used as a strategic lever, and some have dubbed this as resource nationalism or economic statecraft. The episode also served as a case study in how the modern economy's interconnectedness can become a vulnerability. Just as oil embargoes reshaped the geopolitical order of the 1970s, the rare earth cutoff signaled a new era in which supply chain security would be central to national power. It anticipated the current concerns that we now see over semiconductor access, battery minerals, and pharmaceutical ingredients, all of which are now being scrutinized through that lens of strategic autonomy. The 2010 China-Japan rare earths incident was not an anomaly, but basically a precursor to the broader trends in economic statecraft, the resource nationalism that we're now seeing, and the securitization of global trade. At that moment, Japan's 2010 rare earth crisis, we didn't realize that this was going to be a clear roadmap of what was going to come next in America. Now, after the recent clampdown by China this year, the United States has realized it needs to move fast on the issue as well, given its vulnerabilities. The US, using the Chinese own strategy, has realized that it needs to support and encourage companies in the sector, and it cannot rely exclusively on the free markets to do their own thing. Finally, some sort of industrial policy is being set up for the sector. One of the major news we've just seen in recent days has been the massive investment by the Department of Defense in the private company MP Materials, which is based in California and operates the Mountain Pass mine, the only large-scale rare earth mine in the United States, which was at one point the second largest in the world. With Pentagon funding now, it's rebuilding its domestic refining and magnet-making capabilities to break the dependence on Chinese processing. Now, I've discussed this in more detail slightly later on in the vlog, as it is interesting to see how the United States is using that Chinese-style industrial policy, pumping in massive subsidies into a company important for the national interest, given that it usually complains when China does this for its own critical industry. Another company is Lynas Rare Earths, which is headquartered in Australia, but that's also scaling up its Texas separation facility in partnership with the United States Department of Defense as well. That plant will process heavy rare earths that China currently monopolizes. Meanwhile, the European Union has also taken concrete steps to insulate itself from geopolitical vulnerabilities by launching the Critical Raw Minerals Act, what is called the CRMA, in 2023. It's an ambitious legislative framework which is aimed at securing access to essential minerals for the continent's green and digital transitions. Remember, AI data centers also need lots of rare earth materials. Now, the CRMA explicitly mandates that at least 40% of the EU's annual processing of strategic materials should happen within the EU itself. And this is to happen by 2030. It does represent a significant policy shift from the EU's historical reliance on imported and externally processed critical inputs, especially from China, which currently dominates over 85% of global rare earth refining. The act is designed not only to reduce dependence, but also to ensure that the continent has this robust supply chain from exploration and extraction to processing, recycling, and end-use manufacturing. The Act CRMA has streamlined permit procedures for strategic projects. They've incentivized private investment through funding instruments like EU Innovation Fund and the Invest EU program. A number of projects have been set up to ensure that the EU's needs to ensure their strategic autonomy in critical technologies is met. Beyond Europe, India and several ASEAN nations are also actively positioning themselves as alternative refining and component manufacturing hubs. They're eager to capitalize on the West's desire to diversify itself from Chinese-controlled supply chains. India's put up its hand. It's announced joint ventures with Australian and Canadian mining firms, and it streamlined its license Raj procedures. And it's also introduced tax incentives for these firms engaged in the downstream processing of rare earths, although realistically, India is nowhere on the rare earths game. By contrast, Vietnam, which has very large deposits and production is rising, is courting Western firms through infrastructure support and bilateral mining agreements. Malaysia, Thailand, and Indonesia are also attempting the whole friendshoring game in rare earths. Collectively, these countries are emerging as part of a critical minerals corridor that aligns with the Indo-Pacific strategies of the United States, EU, and their allies. And here's the kicker. China's own rare earth giants are starting to feel the ripple effects of this global push to de-risk. As of July 2025, reports from Chinese industry publications and regulatory filings indicate that some of China's largest magnet producers, Key suppliers for Western electronics, automation, and defense firms are facing sharp declines in export orders. Revenues are reportedly down across multiple provinces, with inventories piling up at warehouses and production facilities. Executives from leading firms such as JL Mag and China Northern Rare Earth Group have hinted at a buyer freeze from the European and North American clients, many of whom are actively reorienting their supply chains in anticipation of future export restrictions or geopolitical frictions between China and their own country, many of the Western countries, whether it's the United States or Europe. Now, this marks a striking reversal. For years, China held a near total control over rare earth refining and processing. It was a form of quiet leverage that very few nations dared to challenge. Now, in an increasingly bifurcated global economy, that leverage is being diluted as the resource-dependent nations shift from this paradigm of efficiency to one of resilience. So they may pay more, but what they want is a guaranteed service. What once seemed like an irreplaceable dominance is beginning to resemble strategic overexposure. Briefly, on the MP Materials investment done by the United States Department of Defense in July this year, it's made a bold and unprecedented move. It became the largest shareholder in MP Materials, the country's only operational rare earth mine, by investing $400 million in preferred stock. It's taken a 15% stake in the company and is expected to spend billions extra in various ways, and I'll tell you about that. The deal marks a historic turning point in America's industrial policy, a moment when the Pentagon didn't just support a critical company, it basically entered the boardroom. MP Materials, which operates the Mountain Pass mine in California, is now at the center of the United States' effort to rebuild a rare earth supply chain independent of China. The government's investment includes guarantee of long-term magnet purchases, a 10-year price floor for those magnets as well, at double the existing price. It's also taking a stake in MP's future magnet production facility called the 10X plant, which is set to begin commission by 2028. It has got a massive backlash from the industry, with mining executives and former officials voicing concerns about this arrangement, saying that this is a state intervention which is much more typical of China. Remember, this is being done for the benefit of a private company. It's not even a state company which belongs to the government and the people of that country. The money is going to be invested into a private company. Private shareholders are going to be benefiting from government money. The Pentagon will now underwrite MP's production. It's going to help shield it from price shops. Whenever cheap Chinese magnets come into the country, the government said, we're going to give you a baseline price. It doesn't matter what's happening in the market. You need to produce X amount, and we don't care if the price goes down because you're producing too much either. The stock has soared the more than 275% year to date already, driven by this flood of government capital and interest from other private giants as well now, like Apple, which has signed its own non-Chinese rare earth supply deal a few days later after the government announced its own deal. MP Materials will supply Apple now with magnets produced at its Fort Worth, Texas facility known as Independence. This isn't just free market capitalism. This is pure industrial policy, Chinese style, reborn in America. Now watch all the private United States companies now all line up outside the DOD's doors explaining why they're producing stuff that will be essential for the national interest of the country and needs to we need to safeguard ourselves against the Chinese. For China, it's the classic strategic paradox. The more effectively Beijing asserts its dominance, the faster the world works to escape from it. Just as United States sanctions sparked China's chip independence, China's export controls on rare earth materials may actually fuel a decoupling. China's decision to restrict rather than ban via these licensing and quotas basically suggests that it does know this risk. But even that calibrated approach will have consequences. This is the paradox of modern power. The more China will use its dominance, the more it motivates the world to escape from it. Leverage is strongest when it's unused. But Beijing may have already basically tipped that balance. If you found this breakdown helpful, check out my other rare earth videos in the playlist below, especially my deep dive on Huawei's chip strategy and how that flipped the AI race. Do share with me your thoughts. Thank you for giving me your time today and have a great day.
Period. If you go to shopify.com/.
In covering up and pushing the Russia collusion narrative, even after they knew it was a lie. In response, former President Trump calling for a DOJ investigation into these allegations. This morning, Trump was asked directly, who should the DOJ criminally target? And he didn't mince words. Listen.
From your perspective, who should the DOJ target as part of their investigation? What specific figures in the Obama administration?
Well, based on what I read, and I read pretty much what you read, it would be President Obama. He started it. And Biden was there with him, and Comey was there, and Clapper, the whole group was there. Brennan, they were all there in a room. Right here, this was the room. This is much more beautiful than it was then, but that's okay.
Now, to help us unpack all of this, we're joined by George Papadopoulos, his former foreign policy advisor to President Trump's campaign in 2016, someone who found himself at the center of the Mueller investigation, of course, had the deep state targeting him. Back in 2019, Papadopoulos released this book, Deep State Target, How I Got Caught in the Crosshairs of the Plot to Bring Down the President. He was, of course, pardoned by Trump in December 2020. And George is joining us now. George, welcome back to the show. Good to see you again. Thanks so much for being here.
It's great to be with you both. Thank you.
Why, after so many investigations, this is the question that stands out. Natalie and I were talking about this before the show. Why do we not have this information declassified years ago? Like, why are we just now learning about this thanks to Tulsi Gabbard at the DNI? What do you make of this?
Well, I think that's a great question, and I think the main reason this stuff was willfully suppressed is because I think it exposes a Western intelligence scandal that basically will uproot the American public intelligence services, both domestically and in NATO, because I think a lot of NATO Western-oriented countries were involved in Obamagate against President Trump, including the Five Eyes groups, other countries in Europe, potentially Ukraine. And then, of course, you have President Obama's fingerprints all over this operation, along with the CIA director, the FBI director, the former DNI. So this is the biggest intelligence scandal that the world has ever seen. And I use the word world because there were other countries involved. So, of course, given the nature of this issue, it was in the interest of the deep state or the CIA, the FBI, some of these special counsels like Durham and Horowitz and Mueller to cover it up in the hope that Trump would never be reelected, that MAGA would essentially evaporate after the January 6th issue, and that we would never hear about this ever again, and that history would have been ridden with falsities, innuendo, and by the Obama administration's fake narrative. So that's, I guess, a long-winded answer into why I think this has been covered up. I think there's a lot needs to come out before we have the full picture.
Now, the book, The Plot Against the President, does a great job of laying out who did what. A lot of it started with the Steele dossier, which was funded by Hillary Clinton's campaign. So why do you think now we are so focused on Obama? Whereas Hillary Clinton wasn't even in that Brady Bunch graphic that the president tweeted. Why not? Where's she missing in this? She is just as guilty, if you know the true story.
Well, here's what I think. I think when you are competing in politics, you go after your opponent with political opposition research. You try to dirty that person up. And what the Steele dossier really was a financed oppo hit piece against Trump that a campaign does. They spend millions of dollars trying to dig up anything that they possibly can. We saw this during, various confirmation hearings and during the Supreme Court hearings with Kavanaugh and others. Obviously, it's going to happen during a presidential campaign season. So I don't think it's illegal for what Hillary did. What was illegal was for the intelligence community, along with a sitting president and the CIA, to take that information and to distribute it within FISA warrants that were illegally obtained. That is defrauding a FISA court and basically defrauding the U.S. government and usurping civil liberties. So what Hillary did was a dirty trick, and of course it was wrong, but she was running up against Trump. The people that really were involved in illegal activities were the people that disseminated that fake information in order to surveil illegally a presidential campaign. And that's exactly what happened. And Barack Obama was the one running the show.
Do you believe that President Obama himself was aware of the FBI's targeting of the Trump campaign staff like yourself? Or do you think that this was just limited to the intelligence officials like Brennan and Clapper?
I think that this operation, and I'm telling you, and I've been saying this for years, going back to 2018, that if we actually declassify the origins of how this entire scandal started, it goes back into 2015, not 2016. In order for this type of momentum to have been generated to target individuals of a rival presidential campaign from various governments, intelligence agencies, the domestic intelligence agencies, there's only one man or woman on planet Earth who has that power to cultivate that type of force to target political opponents. That person was Barack Obama, President Barack Obama. I think President Barack Obama had his fingers all over this going back long before the Crossfire Hurricane ever emerged. If you actually remember, what Special Counsel John Durham's conclusions were two conclusions. One, that Crossfire Hurricane did not start the way that Mueller or Horowitz said it did. And secondly, he said that the FBI was involved in illegal activities. Besides that, he could go much further. We now have evidence that Obama was involved because Gabber decided to declassify this information and to deliver it to the public. Look back at this, when history writes this story for the first time ever in a proper fashion, you're going to understand that President Obama started this in 2015, likely looking at every other presidential campaign that had a chance to defeat Hillary Clinton. Those campaigns were targeted with domestic and global intelligence. That continued through 2016 and into the Trump presidency. And I think if President Trump decides to really go after Obama, he's going to have to declassify the files of why Durham said the investigation didn't start the way that Mueller or Horowitz did. If he decides to simply stick to this December meeting and continue thereafter, it's likely going to make Obama look like somebody bad, somebody that was trying to meddle in the election or to basically stop Trump's rise. But I don't think they're going to deliver any handcuffs.
Now, speaking of handcuffs, because you were targeted by the Mueller investigation, which most of us should feel, and I have for a long time since I've understood this scam, really upset that we were baited to be misled about Trump's Russian connections, that it took up millions of U.S. taxpayer dollars and so much energy out of the room during the first Trump administration. But you were actually targeted and sent to prison. General Flynn also had his life dragged through the mud and he sued. What are you going to do now that this is proven that you were targeted for political purposes?
Well, certainly all options are on the table right now. I have a great team of lawyers looking at this situation within a scrupulous manner. I think if we have more information as declassified, about exactly who was targeting me, why, what their motivations were, whether it was conducted in an illegal manner, then certainly there likely will be some legal recourse. I think numerous people have legal cases, but I'm still waiting to see where this goes because while this is a good start, as I explained a little bit ago, I think there has to be a lot more that has to be declassified and delivered to not only people like myself, General Flynn, but for the American people, most importantly, so that we finally understand how deep and corroded this scandal really was and how high it went, besides Obama having this bizarre meeting that was declassified.
I mean, the American people were robbed of a presidency that they voted for. And Trump's Department of Justice was caught up in this fake story perpetrated by Hillary Clinton, Barack Obama, Joe Biden. It is treason. Do you think that we're going to see arrests? What do you hope will happen?
When I saw both John Brennan and Jim Comey simultaneously being placed under criminal investigation, the first thing that came to my mind was that there was a criminal conspiracy involving both the FBI and the CIA. Now, people ask, how was the CIA even involved? How could Brennan be involved in a criminal conspiracy just because he decided to alter some facts that Obama pressured him into? And the reason I think that Brennan is involved is because the CIA, with these other agencies and these governments, they involve themselves directly to surveil the Trump campaign and people associated with the Trump campaign. That's why the investigation started in London. If you go by the facts that have been presented to the world, the investigation started in London. There were operatives in London that basically conjured this thing up. That later on was passed to people like Jim Comey, who created momentum domestically to get the fake warrants, to spy domestically, and then to bring on Mueller to cover up what Comey did, and then to create the silent coup. So I think Brennan and Comey are really the ultimate targets of this investigation, and they're going to likely use their testimony or what they did to dirty up Obama. But unfortunately, based on the presidential immunity and whether President Trump and Gabbard want to go all the way and declassify the real facts, I don't think Obama is going to be touched in a criminal matter. If they do declassify all the relevant information about things that I explained going back into 2015, about how Obama with the CIA was basically creating this fake story to spy on people, you could probably touch Obama too. Right now, I think Brennan and Comey are the targets.
I think you're right about that. And, so many people in the chat room right now are just saying no one ever gets arrested. No one ever gets arrested. And I think we're just fed up with this. This is treason at the highest level. I want to put up a graphic that you tweeted today. Obamagate is this giant cruise ship, the size of this thing, and Watergate, this like little dinghy floating out there. I mean, that's how big this is. I think the American people we need people to be arrested. We need perp walks. We need people in handcuffs.
But at the very least, there should be a reputational consequence to having done this for the Democrats. The same way, and I don't mean to yell at you, I'm just mad. This should be an open and shut case of corruption within the Democrats. We saw it just a year ago this week. Kamala Harris cooed Joe Biden in order to take over the presidential election. How much corruption can people observe? That's not to say Republicans are blameless, but come on. When's this slime going to stick to them?
Well, that's a great question. And look what happened when they weren't held accountable in 2016. They started off with the impeachment 1.0, impeachment 2.0, the CIA once again interfering in the 2020 election by willfully suppressing the Hunter Biden laptop story. So the CIA has basically meddled in the last 3 elections because they weren't held accountable in 2016. So I completely agree with you. If they aren't prosecuted, if people at the CIA, the FBI, or Brennan and Comey, and these people that were running the show, and likely Obama, I argue that Obama was directly involved. I think Obama was the one that actually initiated this to make sure that Hillary's opponents were either dirty up, spun, and assured that Hillary would win. And if Hillary didn't win, that person, whoever would have ascended to the Oval Office, would have been crippled from day one. That's exactly what Mueller and Comey tried to do. It failed, fortunately, because we fought back. So obviously, with all of these shenanigans that went into this, all the illegal activities, the fraudulent FISA warrants, the illegal surveillance, the breaking in, you mentioned Watergate, and you showed the post that I made on X. Watergate was basically a break-in. This was an electronic break-in by the government to spy on a rival presidential campaign to tilt an election. So obviously, this is much bigger. So if these people aren't prosecuted or indicted, or at least everything being declassified, because you mentioned that this is about reputations as well. If you don't want to prosecute them, at least declassify everything so that you can allow the American people to understand really what happened. And it could likely tilt the balance of power going into the next election, potentially the midterms of the next election. If you don't, people are going to ask themselves, is this a cover-up because Epstein wasn't, the Epstein files weren't released? A lot of people are asking that question. Are you distracting from that? Is there something else going on? Are you going to go all the way? I think President Trump will go all the way. And I think the American people believe that too.
George Papadopoulos, thank you so much. I know crazy times right now, and hopefully you get some answers on this front as well. George, great to see you. Thanks for coming back on the show.
Look at the criteria of the
avoid voting on Epstein disclosure is Lionel Nation YouTube channel. I'll give you a second to get excited again. Yeah, that's what that looks like.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll get a lot of answers this time. Yeah.
Okay, you hold your breath. I will continue to explain. Attorney General Pam Bondi now says she's open to interviewing Ghislaine Maxwell, despite claiming that she hadn't heard before about Epstein's ties to intelligence. Okay. Meanwhile, Congress, in order to avoid voting on Epstein disclosure, is just going to go to break. They're going to take the whole week off because they cannot vote on Epstein disclosure that Democrats tacked to the bills that they already wanted. Now, in court, a judge is holding up the unsealed documents of grand jury testimonies because the defendant might object, they say, but Epstein is dead. Who can object on his behalf? So the layers of protection around this man persist long after his death. Joining us to discuss is Lionel from the Lionel Nation YouTube channel, a New York lawyer and prosecutor. Lionel, thank you for coming. You know that I have so many questions that I put together a lightning round because I don't think we can get to them. And Lionel, you know, I love you, can give long answers, and I appreciate that.
Give lawyer answers.
Let's go. Lawyer answers. Yeah. So shall we do the lightning round first, and then we're going to get to your in-depth questions. Okay.
Go.
Try and answer these in one sentence or two sentences max, and we'll see what we can do. Okay. Attorney General Bondi says she hadn't heard about Epstein's links to intelligence. Is that plausible?
Absolutely.
Okay. Maxwell being revisited. How'd they convict her with so many unanswered questions? Is that possible?
He was charged with conspiring with Epstein. Hers was not with anybody else. Hers was not. She was charged with about 3 or 4 different victims regarding transporting them, luring them in for particular sexual tryst. Hers was a different. It wasn't human trafficking. Yes, the jury heard the case and found her guilty. I think she was acquitted of just one. So yes, there was nothing wrong with that statute. They believed victims.
Oh, now to unseal the grand jury testimony, the court's asking if the defendant objects. Since Epstein is dead, who could object on his behalf?
That's a misnomer. The defendant objects because it doesn't really matter because it doesn't belong to the defendant. It's the subject of the investigation. She's also the defendant, because in that particular case, she would have to say, and other people as well, because remember, there were victims of this. There were victims whose testimony, very, very sensitive testimonies, were revealed. And if you look at the criteria of the courts, it's not just objection of the defendant, but the totality of the possible objections and the sensitivity of the matters. That could be a problem. I don't think they're going to release it at all.
Okay. All right. So then that's a fun little monkey exercise we're doing. How is Epstein's lawyer allowed to write an op-ed in the Wall Street Journal? Isn't he still bound by confidentiality?
What lawyer are we talking about? Mr. Dershowitz, or are we?
Yes. In the Wall Street Journal piece where he said, there's no clients. I've seen it. I would have known, he said over the weekend.
First, I don't know why anybody just doesn't tell him, just shut up. You're every time he says anything, it makes it worse. That's number one. Number two, the question you should ask, the legal question is Does the attorney-client privilege survive the death of the client? And the answer is yes. We saw that during the Vince Foster case. So you're right. Just because a client has died doesn't necessarily mean, but he would be saying, he's saying nothing that in any way violates or deals with matters that were held in confidence, but matters around the case. But I still go back to what I said originally. Alan, please shut up.
Right. Okay. Now, one more question in the lightning round. The federal prosecutor Acosta said that he was told to go easy on Epstein. Who would have the authority to tell him that? Who could have
the Department of Justice? And the fact that he would say that is mind-boggling. And the fact that they would intervene regarding a state case. Remember, it was the Palm Beach authorities who brought this to the attention, how they intervene. But it goes to show you, Natalie, the idea at the time, the federal government was just with impunity. They didn't care how it looked. They didn't care what you thought. They just bulldozed. And Acosta, by the way, by saying that it was other a higher pay grade who told him to do this, the fact that he said that shows the mindlessness of him. If you do that, you keep shut.
Well, I believe in the context he said it was when he was being interviewed for the incoming Trump administration this time around, as in this could come back to bite us. Why did you do that? That is, it's still, and then he's sort of walked it back since, but the fact that it's been reported that he said it is damning enough for us to want answers. Okay, so let's go into some in-depth questions. I want to talk about what we could learn from the grand jury testimony, because we had one in 2008 and one in 2019. The 2019 one was about the 2008 one, where it was just Epstein abusing young girls. There were no clients in that first case. So what's the most we could learn from the 2019 grand jury testimony, which seems to be the one they're trying to give us?
First, let's get rid of this term client, because that's incorrect. He's not a pimp. These weren't his clients and that sort of thing. Also, these words, I heard you find folks using the word treason. There was no aiding and abetting another foreign enemy, or treason's not the word, client's not the word, list is not the word, black book is not the word, client logs is a very simple thing. What was your entire, of the 1,000, roughly 1,000 women who were considered victims, of the 1,000, who were they, number one, not to be revealed to the public, number one. Number two, how many of them want this case to be brought out again? This is sometimes 20 years old. Some people have settled, some have moved on, some have families. So you have to consider what they want. Number three, how many of them actually identified individuals who had sex with them when they were minors? This is what I want to know. Next, how were those cases not prosecuted? And let me also say something to you. This is going to burst your bubble, so to speak. Is there anyone on the planet today who has ever said that he ever had anything happen to him or her because of some type of extortion information that was threatened to be revealed? Is there anyone who's ever made that claim? No. We anticipated. We think that's what it was. I submit to you that this is a limited hangout, that the real issue, the real nuts and bolts of the Wexner, the Epstein cabal, the settlements with the JP Morgan and the Deutsche Bank had to do with the most complex money laundering machinations you can imagine. This is trifling. The other issue was, what about his French counterpart, who was also found dead in a cell in a French jail? That's the one that's completely forgotten. Focus on that. These are red herrings. Everybody thinks that somehow you're going to have some list somewhere that's going to reveal, let's say, just a Bill Gates, Bill Clinton, something that you're going to say, aha, look at the list of these predators and look how they got away. That doesn't exist. The FBI has lists of the 1,000, roughly 600, 900 victims. They have each said, can you identify somebody who violated you? Remember, if you're not underage, it doesn't matter. I don't think trafficking is going to work in this force, fraud, or coercion. We're looking for minors. How many of them actually involved minors? That's what we want. Not client lists, who flew on a plane. Ethel Kennedy was on a plane, for God's sake. Stephen Hawking. That's not what we want. We want to know, was there some type of a sex trafficking network specifically involving minors? If they're not minors, if it was consensual, as crude as this might sound, we're not interested. I'm suggesting that list is so small, but it's available, not through grand juries. That's not what you want. It's the investigative notes, the investigation that the FBI's had since day one. They've got it right there. And the fact that Pam Bondi can't pick up the phone and say, tell me what you've got. She's the attorney general. And finally, let me just get this out. My rule, if I was a president, nobody goes on Fox ever again unless you're announcing the arrest and hopefully the conviction of somebody. Stop telling everybody what you're doing. Stop telling about how we've referred this case to the Department of Justice, how we're looking at Comey and Brennan. Stop it. Why? And Tulsi Gabbard, shut up. Why are you going on Maria Bartiromo? You're not a podcaster anymore. You work for the federal government. You keep it quiet. You don't say anything. You make these people scared. Rudy Giuliani never announced until the indictments were made when he indicted the commission. Why do we know every single step? We're alerting them. We're getting them ready. And the only way we're going to get anything done is if you go back in time and try to extricate and unravel this inherent entrenched corruption that goes from the top to the bottom of the entire federal system, federal judges, clerks, people in the DOJ, people who are actually in the federal deep state. You can talk about this all day long. This is critical. There is no way you're going to be able to change this unless you go back and undo and clean house and basically remove the virus that has infected the entire justice system. Good luck, Pam Bondi.
Right. Okay. So a lot like what you told us about the Diddy case is no one was held there without their consent. A lot of these people were overage. It was dirty and gross, but it was not illegal. So what you're saying we could see, because there was accusations that Epstein had girls as young as 12, but a lot of times he used Lex Wessner's connections to Victoria's Secret. Those girls were not minors, and he could have tangentially invited Bill Clinton around to hang out with girls in their underwear. But since they were of age, can you get my daughter out of here? Go. I'm sorry. My daughter just walked in here and I cannot let her hear this. Because they were of age, then it's possible there were compromising situations, but not used so overtly.
Go back to the modeling in France, the Brunel connection. Those models,
right?
Modeling that's where I would look. But let me tell you something. The question I want to ask right now, if I were Pam Bondi, who wants to testify now? Who wants to come forward and go and testify before a grand jury or anybody and to explain how you were mistreated, how you did not deserve or receive justice? That's where we start, with people who are ready, willing, and able to speak now, who are underage. You've got, believe me, more than you can deal with. You don't need to go back and put out binders and lists and what. Stop telling people what you're doing. It looks clumsy. It looks like you don't know what you're doing. And by the way, is Pam Bondi, and I think the world of her, is Pam Bondi hiding? Why are these minions speaking on behalf of her? And finally, Natalie, why is everybody announcing everything on Fox News? I've never seen anything like this. Why are you telling people what you're doing? And why are you changing? Perhaps you're poisoning the water for a potential jury. You're basically setting up motions for change of venue. Why are you doing this? And going back to what you said about Ghislaine Maxwell, what are you going to offer her? Get me out of here. Yeah. Compassionate release. Why do I speak to you? Are you going to reverse this? I'm not going to say anything to you. And if you think the real reason what she's concerned about is her parents or her family, that's what, and nobody's going to protect her on that. She would probably say, no way. Look, for all we know, she's got millions in some Cayman Island account somewhere. She's going to do her time, keep her mouth shut, and that's it. And I'm going to come and open this up again. I'm gonna unravel this again. And remember one thing: this would have never happened had Pam Bondi not gone on TV and said, "I have on my desk," or whatever it is, a file or a
The
list
binders,
or a document.
all of that. Yeah.
Nothing would have happened. Nobody thought about this. We forgot it. It was in bed. This was an unforced error. This is an own goal. What's the point of this? Just let it go. Or if you're going to investigate it, don't announce it. Do it quietly, behind the scenes. And then surprise them with an indictment. Surprise them with an arrest. Don't tell people what you're doing. Don't alert everybody. Because if you don't follow through with a conviction, you look like you failed again.
Right. And so even if we put aside the perversion, the sexual perversion, the young girls, all the assault, can we get answers about the money? Right. And so in the Daryl Cooper interview with Tucker Carlson last week, he made it quite clear that Epstein knew how to traffic weapons, how to traffic secrets for multiple governments. And so that explains what I wrote here is these irregularities, how the FBI raided his island after his death. The plea deal was structured to block future prosecutions and conspirators, fiscal records still remaining, victims not being noticed. So it's the money here. And let's address this last. How in the heck has the Justice Department failed to interview Lex Wessner? Is there any excuse for that? Because clearly the money behind the sex is just as important, even though we're very interested in protecting the girls.
I cannot believe that no one has not interviewed him or talked to him. But let me leave with this question. What do you think the chances are of somebody saying, okay, we want to send some agents to do what real and find out what the connection was there regarding intel? Good luck. What do you think that's going to, you think that's going to come through? You think anybody's going to be chopping at the bit? You think President Trump is going to say, no one, let no stone unturned? Baby, come clean. What did you, look, let's be real. We're all adults. We know what's going on right now. We know the climate. We know what you can and can't say. It's going to hit a point and then stop. You know, and I know what this is all about, or what it was then. Final question. If this really were the Mossad, like everybody was saying, do you think that they would allow 20 years worth of hard drives and data to sit around collecting dust before it was seized by the FBI? Don't you think you would seize this as they were accrued? This stuff, that story doesn't even make sense. I'm not even sure if they had any tapes, had any files, terabytes of data. You might have had a lot of surveillance video and ring camera stuff or whatever the equivalent was then. I think if you really get down to it, this story is so simple. It's made to sound complex. Talk to the victims right now who want to come forward, have them testify before Congress about what happened, have them tell the world how they were shunned or ignored, about how they were minors and how they have been forgotten. Start with that. Don't worry about a grand jury and logs. Talk to the victims who want to speak now, who have been ignored here. Simple.
Okay. I mean, again, that's one part of it, but it will not help us understand the funding bit. It will not. And you're right. The Lex Wessner bit.
You never. It ain't going to happen.
That is what the government's protecting more than the sex crimes is the money, the intelligence.
Not so much as they're protecting, they're just not interested, because with that comes other people saying, if I speak about this, do you want me to talk about intel connections? Do you really want to Well, yes. You do. But ask the people. Ask if President Trump or DOJ or Kash Patel or whoever's in charge this week goes to CIA and says, "Are you folks willing to come clean with this?" They'll say, "Hell no! What are you doing? We're an intelligence agency too."
That's our whole shtick.
But that's what we do. It's like, do you understand it? Let me listen. It's nice to have these podcasters playing, Law and Order here, but I don't think they understand how this thing goes. This is deadly business. This is James Bond to the nth degree. This is serious stuff. This is life and death. And 1 minute they're walking around on, Joe Rogan, and the next thing they're making intel secrets with Dan Bongino threatening to quit. By the way, did he ever quit? I'd have canned his ass a long time ago. Everybody trying to get their Fox News trying to burnish their resume so that when they leave office, they'll have a gig later on. I hate to be so cynical, but if you're in the government and you swear allegiance to the Constitution in this republic, you also owe duty to keep your freaking mouth shut and go home and do your job and be quiet. You're intel. You're secret. Right. This is what you're supposed to do. Omerta, keep your mouth shut.
All right. Well, we're going to stick on this. Thank you so much, Lionel. We got a lot covered in a short period of time. The lightning round worked. So it's always a pleasure to see you.
And who called Diddy? Who called Diddy?
You did. Victory lap. All right.
Hello.
Victory lap on that, too.
He was 100% correct.
Yeah.
Lionel, great to see you.
Great to see you.
Thank you, my friend.
Yeah.
All the best.
People are like, no, that's impossible. Really? Is that going to happen? Diddy's going to walk free?
Oh, no. Yeah, he got that one.
Lionel nailed it.
He nailed it.
When everyone's calling him crazy. No, he's going to go to prison for life. Nope.
Nope.
Not going to happen.
Didn't happen.
All right. Hey, we're going to talk about this organ harvesting story, something we've been covering here on this show for quite a while. The United States government involved in organ harvesting, trafficking, and taking live individuals who are still alive and taking their organs out of their body while they're still alive.
I'm not dead.
I'm not dead yet. This is literally happening at the hands of the United States government.
I think I'll go for a walk.
And now the Health and Human Services is now confirming this. We will talk about that in a moment. But first, ladies and gentlemen, our bodies are under attack, not just from the air that we of organ donations. Nearly 1/3 of the patients redacted will get 50% off by just jumping on the phone 8844-6312. Thanks to Brightcore. Well, organ harvesting, another conspiracy theory proven true. Under RFK Jr., the Department of Health and Human Services released this report showing that U.S. hospitals have been harvesting organs from patients who weren't dead. Here's the report. It showed that in the hundreds of cases that HHS reviewed of organ donations, nearly 1/3 of the patients, 30%, showed signs of life at the time their organs were taken from them. These patients either had not died or still showed neurological signs incompatible with organ donation. Like they're still alive. Who cares? Just go in and take their liver. I mean, this is like Ukrainian level stuff here.
I just wonder, how do hospitals not know the difference between dead and alive? Isn't that like the first thing you learn in medical school?
You would think.
Is how to know when someone's not dead?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, Jacob Boyens has been studying and warning about organ harvesting and human trafficking. He's now urging Congress to establish dedicated human trafficking courts, and he joins us today. Does he? Yes. Okay. He does join us today. Thank you so much for joining us. This report calls this taking of live organs a lack of training, they say. They say it only happens sometimes. It doesn't tell us really whether there's pressure to get those organs, where they go. Do you buy that?
Not at all. Thank you for having me on the show, and a great segment with the previous guest, and so much going on here. When we really talk about human trafficking, I think where America is losing the battle in human trafficking is it doesn't truly understand the breadth of the industry. So organ harvesting is very prevalent around the world. I recall last year in November, I meet with the vice chairman of Interpol out of Nigeria, and he's saying, Yaku, just heads up, organ harvesting cartels and sects are moving across the southern border under the Biden administration. It's well documented around the world of people waking up with a kidney missing, saying, call law enforcement, call the hospital. Organs are valuable, and they're marketed through American hospitals. And it's not a faux pas. This is not a misstep, or we don't know what's dead and what's alive. We're doing microscopic surgery from different states on patients that are alive with robots, for crying out loud, in this country. No, it's an industry that's part of human trafficking. And you said it earlier, follow the money. When you start looking at how Wall Street benefited from an Epstein cabal, how Wall Street is benefiting from organ harvesting, how we're banking the sale of human beings and children and organs in this country. Unfortunately, we have now in the international community been made aware of that. The organ harvesting rings, the leading rings around the world, are all setting up shop in the United States. And yes, they have come across our borders in the last 40 years to say, well, there's money to be made. And when there is demand, there'll be supply.
I mean, where do these organs go?
A lot of the organs are actually funneled through the legal systems. As you see here in this report, how our RFK is saying, look, we're going to revoke your license. You've got to come up to compliance. You have to rewrite internal protocol. So if you really pay attention, when people speak, listen, they'll tell you who they are. The internal protocol is written so loose within the hospital systems that they create holes like Swiss cheese where they can slip through the cracks. A lot of the organs are funneled through the legal system. This is not even black market. There's a huge black market organ, a black market for children's organs. A child heart at $12,000, for instance, in America at the moment. Child under 12. That heart goes for $12,000 in the black market. This is what we're talking about here, that RFK is uncovering, is within the legal system, within the hospital system, where nurses, medical reps are on the take, doctors know. And this is, we're talking about taking life prematurely in order to harvest a particular organ. And it's well documented here and good for RFK. I have said before, I think he will be the secretary under this administration that will go down with the most victories because he's actually kicking over the correct rocks. He's looking at the right place.
The report doesn't say ages. It didn't even occur to me that they would be children. So that's horrific. Here's what puts my spidey sense up. The report says this happens mostly in rural, small hospitals in poorer communities. Now, obviously, poorest populations are the most vulnerable. They're the least likely to make a ruckus. They're least likely to afford a lawyer, to sue. This obviously is very suspicious. What do you make of that?
Human trafficking. So we started fighting human trafficking in 1994 when my sister was trafficked. 6 years, took us 6 years to rescue Ilanka. 2001, 2010, we had no laws for minors. 2015, all of a sudden we rewrite the definition. Human trafficking is the exploitation of persons, whether it's an organ or sex or debt bondage, the exploitation of persons through the mechanisms of force, fraud, coercion. Really, in layman's term, what is it? It's the exploitation of vulnerability. Rural communities are more vulnerable. They're not loud. They don't get attention. A child in the projects is easier to traffic than a child that is in a stable community. But it's still a hospital. It's still licensed. It still carries federal and state licenses. It's not operating outside of licensure. It's still within the constitutional law of the United States. It's a hospital. It's just easier to hide these crimes in small communities where the sheriff runs the town, where you can control the police chief, where people are on the take. But it happens in major hospitals too. I do not want us to believe that it's just in rural communities. This is very prevalent throughout our country. It's not as prevalent as sex trafficking by number. It's not as prevalent as maybe debt trafficking or labor trafficking. But one is too many. One human being whose life is taken to take their organ is too many.
I mean, I just think it all sounds so incredibly demonic to me. The idea that a child's heart, a child's liver, a child's whatever is being transplanted into another child, it doesn't sound like that's happening here. It seems to me these things are being used in our research for pretty nefarious purposes. You're not taking a heart from a child and putting it in another child. Is that your experience here?
Well, can I just make a distinction at what I think the report says is that these people died because of it. Like they were not quite dead. We don't know what they would have died otherwise. They were on the verge of death and then they died. It wasn't people who were otherwise okay and oops, there's no kidney anymore, right?
You're nailing it. And if you would only know what happened through COVID with organ harvesting.
Okay.
You can only imagine. Some of the leading organ harvesting experts in the world are friends of mine, and we have investigated this for decades. Through COVID, when you start talking about COVID protocol and you can't see grandma and she's in the hospital and she is on COVID protocol, the nefarious activities, you're right, it is induced death for the purpose of harvesting an organ as soon as possible. This is family members that were told, sorry, we couldn't save your loved one, but there was neurological function. You know, maybe one kidney was shutting down, but there's a second kidney. This is induced death. This particular report that RFK uncovered, that the secretary uncovered, is talking about within HHS induced death. People are led to
Killing
death.
people. You killed them. That's murder.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is murder. This is murder. This might be the most egregious. This is looking at a human being going, you have no value. Now, if you look at our culture today in society,
Someone who went into the hospital to live. You don't go to the hospital if you want to die.
These are the spawns of Satan. This is demonic at the nth degree. It is to steal, kill, destroy. This is to look at a human being going, you have no value. What can you offer me? What commodity? How can I commoditize you? Sex? Great, we'll do sex. Labor? What do you see the left screaming all day long today? Don't take our slave workers. Don't take the people that we can pay minimum wage. Don't talk about deportations. Oh, so you want to underpay folks. So you think some people are less than. To the point where you would kill somebody to take an organ. Now, to your point earlier, is it necessarily a direct transplant? The numbers are not a science yet. We're looking at that. But what I can tell you is causation and correlation. I can tell you that in sex trafficking, there is a radical spike that now a third of the cases, we do rescues every week, of sex trafficking of American children and American adults. A third of our cases now have spiritual ritual abuse. McKinney, Texas, we go into an apartment and there's blood sacrifice with organs and animals' organs. So it's not all necessarily for transplant. As egregious as it is, we have cults and culture that have moved into America that is not part of our foundation. Our Constitution was written off of the Word of God. There is literal blood sacrifice consumption of human tissue in this country. It is a combination of demonic activity. And yes, at times within the organized system, it is transplants, but it's all of it, and not as prevalent as sex trafficking, but way too prevalent. This is America. I'm from Africa. I'm a legal immigrant to this country. I'm from South Africa. We've got voodoo, black magic, and witchcraft in Uganda and South Sudan and Sierra Leone. We know this. We understand them eating a heart of a child and they believe they have eternal life. Not in America, but now I'm telling you, yes, in America.
Yeah, and as someone in the chat just says, this is much bigger than even we're talking about now. This is a massive story, absolutely disgusting and demonic. You're going to be testifying in front of Congress, I think, next week. Is that correct? What are you hoping
Yeah, with this new court, thank you. We are instituting with Aiken Law. This is 2 years in the making. Really, where we're failing in the human trafficking conversation is the judiciary. Nobody's ever touched the judiciary. And we just published the white paper where we have bipartisan support, believe it or not, from Senate and Congress now to say, look, the judiciary is failing the American people. American people want justice. What do they want for Epstein? And I differ for some of the points of your previous guest, we have to remember the survivor, not victim. There has to be justice for the survivor. And sometimes the survivors cannot speak. They are minors. They cannot speak up. So the judiciary fails them because Congress has codified law. Congress has done a great job over the last 20 years making anti-human trafficking law, funded 41 task forces, fund studies, etc. The justice system fails the American citizen consistently. Why? Because they plead it down. Human trafficking cases are not human trafficking cases. What did they do with Diddy? They dropped the sex trafficking charges the Friday before. They took RICO away, and all of a sudden it's transportation and prostitution. It'll always be kidnapping or drugs that they'll go for, but not human trafficking. The Justice Department do not want to prosecute these cases because of who's involved, because of the money involved. Because think about this for 1 second. Today in America, you can bank in a federal bank the sale of a human being's organ, legal or illegal. You can bank sex trafficking capital gained, but you can't bank marijuana. Not that I think you should be able to bank marijuana, but we're stricter on marijuana than we are on stealing organs and selling children for sex. It's time for Wall Street to answer.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think this is one of the darkest. I've talked about it openly on the show many, many times over the past couple of years. Sex trafficking.
Organ trafficking.
Organ trafficking is America's darkest secret. And would you say it's the largest operation in the world in America?
So the sale of women and children, this is not boys and men, and boys are on the rise at epic rates, but women and children alone, okay? And which is predominantly 97% female, right? So women and children alone, it's 152 billion a year spent in the world to buy and sell women and children for sex. A third of that, 52 billion, is inside the 50 states of the United States on American children. We're not talking about the hundreds of thousands of migrant kids. Separate conversation. American children. We have commoditized and monetized the sale of human beings, their organs, their time, their bodies, their sex. America is the leading nation on planet Earth, commercializing it, and supply meets demand.
Now, I have two more questions. Do you think that doctors are somehow incentivized to take an organ when a patient and maybe sold a bill of goods, like this guy's going to die, let's just take it, you'll get this? You know, I mean, we know that doctors were paid to push COVID shots and other vaccines. So is there some kind of like explanation why a doctor would do this?
Yes, there is. Look, money is always an objective, right? But sometimes it's compromise. And can I draw a correlation real quick? Sure. Sex is a very powerful weapon for good created by God. Healthy sex between a husband and a wife actually drives evil out of the home. Pornography corrupts. It's ripping American families apart. Well, sex is also the greatest tool to compromise. Sex is an amazing weapon for intelligence agencies to compromise high-ranking officials, to compromise doctors. So you'll see sex trafficking, doctors, COVID, very compromised. They threaten doctors with their licenses. We're going to oust you. You're going to lose your career. We're going to blackball you, right? Organ harvesting is they have something on the doctor. They invite him in. They entice him with, look, here's an extra $85,000 a year you can make off the books. No one knows. Cash free, cash money. And they partake. Why is it successful? Because they bait to the carnality of man. Man is corrupt in its nature unless it surrenders itself with a holy conviction and repentance to God and live with a righteous and just life. So when you present on the tray the poison apple, mankind in its nature takes it. And once one doctor compromises, maybe not by taking an organ, by cutting a corner. So here's what they do. And I have people inside the medical community, nurses and doctors that are whistleblowers that'll say, Yaku, it doesn't start with taking an organ. It starts with cutting a corner on a procedure. And we identify the doctors that will cut corners. We identify the doctors that would be on the take. Just like you could identify a police officer or a pastor that won't talk about pornography or sodomy. And they identify them and they sell them. They sell them this, hey, there's money here in the system. They train them how to do it in the system. This is not a warehouse where they're cutting a liver out of a kid in some back alley. That's not how America does white collar. We're trafficking children while they go to school. We're cutting organs out of people in the hospital on the books.
Okay. All right. So then presumably this is something that HHS could do something about. I have one more question, and I hesitate to ask it because I know organ donation does save lives. But this very much gives me pause about being an organ donor because I don't want anything taken while I'm still alive. So should this appropriately give us pause about being an organ donor?
I think it should give us pause not to not help mankind, right? Not to donate tissue for research, but it should give us pause to say, well, perhaps we need to look at a state level within policy and legislation. Perhaps we need to draft some policy around the access of family, around the proof of current condition of a patient. Because again, when you looked at COVID, I have a family member that went in with a urinary tract infection that all of a sudden died from COVID 7 days later because they were put on protocol with remdesivir, and we could not talk to the patient, talk to the doctor. There was no explanation. That kind of behavior goes on post-COVID. Perhaps there needs to be some codifying of policy around when someone wants to donate an organ to be a supporting citizen to mankind, that there perhaps needs to be more transparency and access, proof, second, third opinion, perhaps, you know, and then, okay. and in that field.
Thank you for that answer. Thank you for coming on Redacted. It was a pleasure to talk to you about this horrific story, but we have to. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Coffee. Follow me.